And hello, Steeler Nation, and welcome to day one of the Steeler Nation Draft Show. It's more of a big thing this year. Last year, it was just me on a couch for COVID-19. Now we've got a whole host of stars and athletes and draft gurus, all for fun for Steeler Nation. Now it's your chance to be able to watch a draft show that is geared just toward you, that isn't afraid to say what they think about Roger Goodell and Mel Kiper's hair. We'll say it on this show, but we're happy to have you. And we're starting off with an absolute bang because with me is the host of the Yinzhers podcast for Steeler Nation, Jordan DeFigio, and special guest, outside linebacker for the Pittsburgh Steelers, Alex Highsmith. Jordan, Alex, welcome to the show.
Good to be here.
Glad to be on. Thank you for having me.
Oh,
Yeah.
We're super happy to have you. And Alex, I know I got to interview you last year when you were first drafted by the Steelers. I was a lot less hairy at the time. Now I've gotten to season myself. You've seasoned yourself. What was it like then playing a full season in Pittsburgh, the Pittsburgh experience, and albeit with all of the COVID-19 restrictions that you had to work through?
Yeah, it was awesome. I was just super blessed and, so honored, to be a part and be drafted by this amazing organization. I know the history and just everything about Pittsburgh, the Pittsburgh Steelers is just so awesome. So when I heard my name called that night, that was the place I was wanting to go to all night. And when I heard my name called and I saw it was a PA number, I got super excited. And so it was just a blessing to be a part of this organization. I'm just so thankful and blessed and honored to have the platform that I do. And it was just an awesome year. We started off great, didn't finish the way we wanted to. That's where the step we'll, got to take this next year is to, finish strong in the end of the year. But, it's still an awesome year, and enjoyed it a lot, even though COVID, I didn't get the full experience, like a lot of guys, like some of the guys usually do for drafts, get to come tour the city and see all the fans and stuff like that. But even though, there weren't, any fans of the stadium for most of the games, I still felt the love. I still remember when I got drafted and just all Steelers Nation saying, "Hey, welcome to Steelers Nation, Alex." So I could just immediately feel the love, and so I'm just so excited, for this next year and just reflecting on 1 year. Seeing how hype we would get on the field, with no fans. I can't wait to see what it's going to be like. Especially, I can't wait to see what a Renegade is going to be like with a full stadium. So I'm excited for that, and I know my dad and my mom are too, and so I'm just excited for the year ahead.
Well, let's show Steeler Nation quickly what it was like for you on draft night. I'm sharing the screen here, showing you getting the call, jumping up, of course, being all excited. Your dad looks like he's more excited than you are. We talked about this before. I know when you were first drafted, but I just loved this scene with you and your family just really enjoying that draft moment. And that's going to be a draft moment for one of your new teammates today. So yeah, that'll be a lot of fun for them to share that experience that you got to share.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's like seeing my excitement that night, looking back on it, it's just crazy how fast time has flown. It's crazy. It's already a year later and, time's going to keep flying by, but just trying to soak it all in and just be the best that I can be every day. And once again, just blessed to be a part of this organization. You saw my excitement, my parents' excitement, my girlfriend's excitement. So it was an amazing night. It's truly a night I'll never, ever forget.
Oh, that's awesome. And I know Jordan has a question for you as well.
Yeah. So honestly, dude, you were so much fun to watch last year. Whenever Bud went down and they called your number and you filled in, seriously, you were electric. And to have that to watch, because like Bud was incredible, but his first couple seasons he struggled a bit. So when you entered the equation and you like picked up, like you had been playing for the team for years and years, you knew the system, you seemed comfortable. It was a lot of fun to watch you play. But now going into this your sophomore season, you are taking over for Bud Dupree. Like that, those are some pretty big shoes to fill. So what is that like from your perspective? Do you feel any type of pressure to live up to that expectation, or are you kind of just taking it a day at a time? Like I'm going to go out there, I'm going to do what I can do and help the team in whatever way I can.
I'm just taking a day at a time. I'm just thankful and blessed for the opportunity that I have. I've been working every day, this offseason, just getting prepared for that moment. And just like last year, whenever my name was called, I was always preparing, even though I wasn't starting, even though I was the backup, I was always preparing, like I was a starter. I was always staying extra and watching extra film and taking care of my body after practice, doing cold tub, hot tub, and stuff like that. So I was always preparing like I was a starter to know that, when my name does get called, that I'll be ready for it. So I'm just excited for this opportunity, and I'm just ready to, to see all my hard work and all my efforts pay off. And so I'm just excited to, show people what I can really do this year. So I'm super excited for it.
Yeah, we're excited to watch you. Seriously, we have the utmost faith in your ability.
So in the off season right now, Alex, have you been working with TJ on different draft moves, and what did you learn from Bud Dupree and TJ, at least to help you out coming into the league as a rookie? Were they showing you the ropes? Were they showing you specific things you can do with your hands or different moves?
Yeah, for sure. I was blessed to be able to be, to learn from the best pass rushing duo in the league, and so just to be able to learn from both of them was just awesome. Any question I had, they'd be open to answer. I was trying to be like a sponge, just trying to soak it up and soak up any knowledge that I could soak up. And so it was just awesome to be able to learn from both of them. And like I said, any question that I had, they were willing to answer it. So I did learn, a few moves from them, and I also talked to them about the moves that I liked, and ways that I could make them better. And so they helped me a lot for sure. And so it was awesome to be able to learn from both of them. And so decided just to continue to learn with TJ and just to continue to watch what he does, because he's great at it. They're both great at it. And so, like I said, I'm just thankful to have both of them to learn from.
And what was your favorite move coming out of college? What was your go-to move? I know you had a few. I mean, obviously we talked about that when you were drafted, but what was your favorite?
Spin move. I mean, it's still my favorite. I felt like, when I was able to, it's spin move is not really a outside move, like a go-to move. It's more of a counter move. And so It's something that you got to set up a lot. And
yeah.
I feel like, towards the end of the season, when I was able to get more rushes in, when I was able to, threaten guys with my speed, that was opening up the gate for me to spin. It's kind of hard for me to come in on a couple pass rush reps a game and just be able to spin right off the gate, because I feel like, a lot of them would be expecting that. But when I was able to threaten guys with speed and then, work that spin move, that's when it was more, that's when it worked better for me. So I definitely say the spin move. That's something that I've been working a lot on this offseason as well. So I'm trying to have the best spin move in the league, and that's without a doubt.
Nice. And that's great to see, because obviously we knew that both Bud Dupree and TJ Watt have a variety of moves that they use and excel. So, and we saw you utilizing a lot of different moves as well. So what is the toughest one right now to learn for you to get comfortable with? Or is there certain ones that you just don't do?
Yeah. I try to stick, to what I know. I think the main thing for me this offseason is just improving my get off. I feel that there's times last year, where I was kind of hesitant and slow off the ball at times. I know that I can be much faster. And so just continuing to work on that, that's part of my daily thing that I do is just working on get offs. And so I just want to continue to get better, because that's where pass rushing starts. If you don't have a good get off, the offensive line is going to get to a spot. It's going to be that much harder to beat them and get to the quarterback. So it all starts with the get off, but then you react to what the tackle's giving you. So that's the main thing I'm working on this offseason.
Nice. And Jordan, did you have a question for him?
Oh man. So God, I'm just curious, like going into this season as a starter, is there a particular offensive line that you're looking forward to facing the most, looking at the Steelers schedule? Because obviously there are teams that are harder, easier, whatever, but I would guess that you would want that kind of challenge going into your first season as a starter. You're up for it, you're ready for it. Is there a team that you're really looking forward to facing?
I always love playing, the AFC North teams in the division.
Mm-hmm.
So I always love going against them, because those are always good matchups. So I'm looking forward to those for sure. But, overall, I'm just looking forward to every matchup. Just really want to take it week by week, whenever our schedule comes out and everything. And so just want to be able to, just be the best that I can be every week, just get pressure and get sacks, like I said, apply pressure and get sacks every week. And so, but I'm looking forward to every game. But, really those AFC North games are the ones that I'm always the most excited for.
Yeah, those matchups are always solid. So good.
Yeah. And we're getting some news in here from around Steeler Nation off of Twitter, Fan of the Van podcast, one of the podcasts we like to watch as well. Saying Alex Highsmith going to have a great career in Pittsburgh. So giving you a lot of support here on Steeler Nation. Robert giving me some grief about wearing a black jacket. So said I should wear a gold jacket so it doesn't blend in with the blanket behind me, but I'm not a Hall of Famer yet. I can't wear the gold jacket. I'm sticking with the black.
It looks good on you.
Cheers. Thank you very much, Alex. I appreciate that. Scott Wells on Facebook wants to know, do you wear your jersey to the grocery store?
Not to the grocery store.
No, do you wear it other places?
I really just try to wear it, when I'm on the field and in practice. That's really about it.
Fair.
And I know you like to set goals for yourself. We talked about that when you were in college, and you like to set goals for yourself and numbers and things like that. Do you have a number of sacks that you were trying to set as a goal for you this year?
Definitely double digits. That's something that I want to get. And I know I want to. That's a goal that I've always had, and so I want to be able to get that this year. Whether that's 10, 11, 12, or even more. I'm just going to work to get that number. So that's my goal. But ultimately, my goal is to help this team win a Super Bowl, because that's what matters most. So I want to do whatever I can to do that.
Awesome. And yes. Scott also wants to know, how many brothers and sisters do you have, and what do they think about you being in the NFL?
I have a younger sister. Her name is Lauren. So she just graduated from UNC Chapel Hill. And awesome. So she's 2 years younger than me. And we were all Panthers fans growing up, and so we've all made the switch to being Steelers fans. But she's done a great job with that, and so I'm just thankful for her support, and it's all that she means to me.
Nice. And well, thank you very much, Robert, for calling me in the Steeler Nation Hall of Fame. I appreciate that. To me, I think only Myron Cope is there, but one day I might get there. Quick question for you too. I mean, obviously this is draft day. Steelers have some needs. How do you project the way that the first round as a fan, but I mean, you're more of a teammate, but how would you think the Steelers are looking to go in the first round this year? Do you think it's going to be offense? Do you think it's going to be defense?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not a draft guru, and I'm not the one to make those decisions. But either I'm just, I hope we get a guy, who's willing to come in and work, and just, to be a blue collar guy, and just, like I said, put his head down and work, and just help us to get number 7. So I'm excited to see who we draft. So I usually don't stay up late, but unfortunately, this pick's gonna is kind of later around the night. So I'll be up waiting to see who we get tonight. So I'm excited for that.
Nice. And I do know, at least it is tough to speak about like who they're going to pick up being a member of the team. But for one thing, we obviously know, since Bud Dupree and Ola both left for Tennessee Titans, it does create a bit of a vacuum behind you and TJ. So are you expecting the Steelers to draft an outside linebacker or an edge rusher here fairly early in the draft? And how would you feel, or how would you react then to them drafting another edge rusher to help you and TJ out?
I mean, either whoever we draft, I'm excited to see who we get. I feel like overall we got a good outside linebacking core right now, and so like I said, either or who we draft, I just want that person to come in and work their hardest to just be the best they can be.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Kenny Beamer saying you're going to have a great year. Everybody's excited. Sean is excited to see you as a starter in year 2. # here we go. Thank you, Sean McGowan. Kenneth Beamer also saying you're going to have a great year. So a lot of love coming across Steeler Nation, across both YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. So thank you all very much for joining in on the conversation while we have Alex Highsmith here. We love having you. And Alex, is there anything that you'd give, any kind of advice you would give to the Steelers' first round draft pick? Are you thinking about reaching out to them tonight or tomorrow to welcome them to the team? I'm not sure how it works out for getting communication for new players, but how does it normally work out? And how did people reach out to you when you were drafted the first night?
Yeah, I definitely look forward to meeting whoever we draft, tonight and tomorrow and Saturday. That's what happened for me. As soon as I got drafted, that was a really cool moment, seeing TJ and Cam, Bud and some other guys, text me. Ryan Shazier texted me as well. So just seeing those guys text me, welcome me to the team, it was so awesome. And so I just want to be able to welcome these guys in as well that we draft this year.
Amazing. Mm-hmm. Carlos Daniel Goncalves He's one of our Steeler Nation members from Venezuela, goes by Litos on the site. He says, Mr. Highsmith, I trust you are next in line to be part of the historic Steelers linebacker dynasty. Best of luck. Keep working hard, and you will make it happen. So Steeler Nation showing all the love tonight. We're so thankful you were able to spend some time with us, Alex. And I know you're a busy man. I know you've got a lot of stuff going on. Fortunately, it's not Top Golf tonight, so you're able to spend some time with us. But,
Not tonight.
Right? No, but it's so great to have you on the show. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for joining us on our first draft show.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for having me on. It was blessed.
Not a problem.
Yeah, thanks for being here.
We'll talk to you soon. Thanks, Alex.
Yep. See you guys.
See ya.
See ya.
What a great guy. Alex Highsmith, Steeler Nation, your outside linebacker, starting outside linebacker on the right-hand side this year for Steeler Nation. Jordan, I mean, what's it like to at least be able to start the show on such a high? Like, before I'll give Steeler Nation a little bit of backstory here. We were expecting to do a pre-draft, a pre-recorded interview with Alex at 5:00 today. He texted me, he said, Stryker, my Top Golf game got canceled tonight, so can I join at 7:30? I'm like, yes, you can join at 7:30. That's when we start the show. That would be amazing. And then I had to, of course, change everything behind the scenes, but still awesome to have him. And what are your thoughts on that, Jordan?
Things work out the way that they work out, and that's pretty awesome that he was able to hop on here and talk to us. And that obviously Chase Claypool being the first pick last year was kind of the talk of the draft, but Alex snuck in there under the radar, and especially now that Bud is gone, he is kind of the player to watch next season, because everybody knows that our wide receiver core is solid because Juju's coming back. We have Deontay Johnson, James Washington, and Chase Claypool is just a part of that incredible talent that we have and as wideouts. But Alex is filling in for Bud Dupree. Like that's a big deal. And he, in the games that he played last year, looked really good, and he showed flashes of absolute brilliance. So I think that for the most part, all eyes are on him going into next season, because everybody's wondering, is he going to be able to just kind of pick up where Bud and TJ left off? Is he going to fill in and be Alex and TJ now?
Yes.
So having a player of his ability, of his magnitude, that's just awesome. It's such a great way to start off draft night for 2021, especially when we have our speculations, but we really don't know what the Steelers are going to do with their first round pick this year. So it's good to kick it off on a high note like that and enter into the night, going strong.
Yeah, and it can go any direction. I mean, we've been talking back and forth that we're thinking running back, but if the running backs get taken, maybe linemen. But if all these running backs and quarterbacks get taken, maybe one of these great edge players or inside linebackers drop to us, possibly a corner. There's lots of needs. I don't see tight end going first round. Quarterback even being an option. You don't know. Like, we're hearing crazy stuff about quarterbacks possibly dropping for one reason or another.
Oh my God. Yeah. You just don't know. And that's what makes the draft so incredible, is that it's so dramatic, and all of the speculation just kind of stirs that up and stokes the fire. So it really is like, you have no idea. You have no idea. And until the Steelers are on the clock, it's fair game for anybody.
Well said. And for me, draft night is Christmas morning for football fans. It's when all of Steeler Nation gets to huddle around the TV set, waiting to unwrap that new gift of a brand new shiny first round draft pick, joining their team. And that is the way that I always feel draft day is. It's like Christmas. It's football Christmas, man. And for me, like, there's nothing like it. I mean, this is what we enjoy as fans. And now that we have a draft format and a show, so we get to add more people in here with us. I'm going to be asking Colton Gesser in here next. Colton, be getting ready to turn on your stuff here when I ask you to to activate your video. But one last question for you two, Jordan. So Steeler Nation gets to know, for the Yinzhers podcast, do we have any special guests that are on the horizon lined up that we can be looking forward to tune in for the Yinzhers podcast?
We do. I don't have any definite locks yet, so I don't want to say anything just yet, but we have some fun stuff planned over the next week or so, week or two that we're getting lined up. And obviously we didn't have a show this week because every ounce of attention that we have is focused on the draft and on all of our coverage tonight. So we didn't have anything this week, but yeah, next week we'll kick back into it. We'll have some exciting guests. So yeah, we're always kind of trying to figure out what we can do next and who we can have on next. So there are some exciting things coming up for Yinzhers for sure.
Nice. And I got a question here online as well. Let me see if I can find it. Hey there, Colton. Welcome to the show. Colton Gesser.
Colton,
my partner in crime. He's going to be joining me a lot of this show and just helping out and giving his great insight as he runs his own podcast as well, covering more teams than just the Steelers, though the Steelers are his favorite. Colton, welcome to the show.
Absolutely. What's up, G? What's up, Jordan? How are you both?
Oh, good. How are you?
I'm great, man. It's draft night. Last year, kind of, we'll sit back and watch kind of thing, and it's pumped.
So Gabe Gotti on YouTube asks Jordan, "What are you sipping on there, low key?"
All right. So
show off that drink.
That's right. My favorite local brewery, they're Grist House. Awesome. They're located in Millvale, so it's kind of a little bit up north of the city. They released they dropped, however you want to describe a beer drop. I don't know. It's a dessert sour, pineapple upside down. It's a basically like pineapple upside down cake, but a beer, and it is so good. I don't know how they do it, but it's really, really great, and I love it.
Nope, I guess you might have froze. Jordan, you still hear me, right?
Oh, hey, yeah, we lost Stryker.
Wow.
But we're here. Anyway,
he's back. There he is.
Hey, welcome back.
Oh my gosh. You don't know what just went through my mind there. It's like, yes, it's our first draft show and I screwed it up. But no, everything is still running. For some reason, I went dark for a second, but I'm back from the underworld and everything still seems to be running. So that is a good sign.
Good.
And keep tweeting us there too, all the Steeler Nation, so we know we're still working and running well here on the chat app. So we love that. Great. So now, Colton, I wanted to at least get the both of your opinion first before we add Ben to the conversation. Colton, how do you see the way that how is the draft going to shake out in your mind tonight?
It really goes on pick number 3 and 4 is when this is going to get crazy. I mean, back at 24, it's kind of where we're used to being in the back of the pack. So really nothing exciting happens back there. I think the excitement happens up front. It really wonders for me where Najee's going to go. I know every Steeler fan pretty much is waiting for that excitement. We kind of need a running back. He's exciting. We saw what he did at Alabama. Najee Harris is my guy that I want. It really comes down to the Jets and the Dolphins are the teams in front of the Steelers that are the rumors to be interested in Najee. Figure the Jets are 1 pick ahead with the Seattle pick, and Miami's 18, I believe. So that's where the dominoes are going to fall. Also, I saw rumors where the Steelers, if Justin Fields starts slipping a little bit, the Steelers might make a move. I don't like it for a quarterback this year personally. I don't know what you two think on the matter. We talked about it, Stryker, back when we lost to Cleveland. They brought in Haskins. I like the move. They do re-sign Mason. That is now official. While you guys were on with Alex, I'm sitting there like, they got it. It's a 1-year deal for him. It's got to go Najee Harris. See what happens up front, though. See.
Yeah, and like you're saying, the Jets being in front of us, that makes me nervous back when we took Lawrence Timmons because the Jets jumped in front of us to grab that great Pittsburgh cornerback who we've always been looking for to draft in Darrelle Revis. And something like that may stick in our craw again for the Jets. But the worst part is the Jets still don't know how to do anything with the talent that they acquire by jumping us to get it. But still hurts as a Steeler fan not to have those talented players on our team.
Yeah.
And Ben, I would like to add you to the show. I don't know where my settings have gone. At least there we go for participants. I'm asking Ben now to join in. He is our resident draft guru and has been a big part of our podcasts. Ben is joining us from a bachelor party where he still had the wherewithal to bring his Pittsburgh Steeler flag to hang behind him as a backdrop. That is professionalism. Ben, welcome to the show.
That was impressive.
Anything for Steeler Nation. That's all I have to say.
That's great. And we all respect your take on the draft. We know you and Matt Papiernick as well. You guys are super, and CJ as well on our squad, super into the draft and super into players, understand where they belong. So Steeler Nation, be sure to go to our draft tools at SteelerNation.com. On our draft tools, you can click and see Ben's big board, and it is charted out the way you'd see it hanging on a wall in any NFL room, that war room. So we're blessed that he made that for us. And Ben, is that a Steeler weighted big board then?
Yeah, to a certain extent. I mean, I kind of weighed it out, and the obvious and reality obviously plays in there.
Yes.
There was also kind of some hope in there as well. So I kind of left it up for Ben being a little bit more realistic, yet Ben being a huge Steelers fan. So I would take it with a grain of salt there with that.
Nice. And how do you see the draft shaking up this year then for Steeler Nation? Which way are we going this year in your mind?
I mean, I'm going to agree with Colton. Yeah, I'm going to agree with Colton where please, Miami and New York, don't screw this up for Pittsburgh. Please, I'm begging you. I'll do anything you want. I really hope it's Najee Harris. I mean, I really think that he's just going to be a beast in the NFL anywhere he goes, but specifically for the Steelers, I mean, he's a perfect pick for what they need in the running game. Yeah, I know, they need the, O-line help, but the O-line depth is so deep this year. They're going to be able to grab Harris and still get away with having a decent, either a tackle, a center, even here in the second, maybe even the third round. So I'm all on the Harris train here at pick 24.
Nice. And for me personally, I guess I haven't weighed in yet, but I've been talking to, a couple different people. I talked with Bryant McFadden earlier today. I'm one of the few people that thinks that one of the biggest needs for our team is cornerback. And it's just because I have a list too. I've got a depth chart needs spreadsheet also in the draft tools folder that you can click on, SteelerNation.com, where I outline specifically the priority that you need of someone coming in to draft somebody as a starter or as a backup. And I rate them as low, medium, and high. And then I kind of weight the system because of that. But if we have Sutton playing edge corner this year, right corner, which it looks like he's going to be sliding into, that means we now do not have a nickel cornerback at all. Whereas last year we had both Sutton and Hilton, two excellent nickel corners. And that is a huge drop off to go from, two excellent corners to essentially no one, unless we're expecting Sutton to stay in nickelback if we're bringing in three and slotting in then Lane or Pierre on the outside. So by doing that, just by default, cornerback has to be some kind of priority this year, at least for a nickel cornerback specifically, since we don't have a specific nickel corner on the roster other than Sutton.
For sure.
Yeah.
This is where the Steelers, you got to figure last year they did the same thing. They adjust their needs in the offseason. They're not splashy moves, but they allow themselves, they've done it in the past. I feel like every year they do it. They grab guys in free agency. They may not be flashy. Sure, the most recent one was Ebron. That was a big name who I'm expecting better of this season. But they filled some offensive line needs. We figured Pouncey leaves. That's huge. They bring back Finney. We talked about it. It was one of those things that was a lock. We saw him cut. That's a lock. He's coming back. And ironically, here he is. They always fill their needs with free agency. They always pick up a few guys. It's like, all right, well, if something's there that shouldn't be, we're going to take it. That's one of our priorities. So that's what I'm thinking. If Najee Harris isn't there at 24, they might go one of those corners that they're not going to have an opportunity for in the second round. Because a lot of those guys are going to go early. Some of those really good corners, like Asante Samuel, is going to be probably an early second round guy who I would like it's in reality, it's not happening later on in the second round. So that might be one of those guys that might trade back a little bit to the back end of the first round and grab them there. But they always fill their needs in free agency. Always find some pieces where it's like, we don't necessarily have to address that first round.
Yeah.
But see what's there.
And I would like to welcome also Job Morrison to the show. Job, you are a draft analysis man the way that none other on our staff analyzes the draft. You really get into the statistics and the metrics of what's going on for decision making for just about every team. And I wanted to at least pick your brain a little bit first on what are kind of the needs for our competitors within our division. What does Baltimore need most? What does Cincy need most? What does Cleveland need most?
Absolutely. Well, thanks for having me on. It's a lot of fun to be with the best in the business on this fine fantasy draft night. To answer your question, I been reviewing thoroughly, and a couple things stand out. Let's start with Baltimore. As we know, their offensive philosophy, they're a rush-heavy team, obviously. They had about 196 yards per game last year and had the highest yards per carry average. So what's that eliminate? Running back. Now, with that being said, they traded one of their guys to Kansas City. So they may be looking to create a little depth along the offensive line. And as we know, they're going to sign Villanueva. So now that asks the question, will they draft someone early or later for offensive line depth purposes? They also need a playmaker at wide receiver. Hollywood Brown hasn't quite panned out. I do think the potential is still there. But as of right now, where we stand, he hasn't quite lived up to that expectation coming out of Oklahoma. The next thing that I saw was safety. They have two guys back there, capable guys, but if you can upgrade a position in the NFL, like Hugh Douglas says here on the Fan Atlanta, you do it. And then I also looked at things like interior defensive line, edge, maybe linebacker, and maybe add a couple of other defensive backs, someone a little flexible that can do the slot work. Those were kind of things that I'm eyeing because their defensive philosophy is kind of a 3-4 and 4-3, but in modern NFL, you're going to run a lot more substitutions. Now, when we take a look at Cleveland, they really like to run the ball. It, quite frankly, amplifies Baker Mayfield's game. I feel like he's at his best when they run the ball effectively. I mean, I think we kind of saw a little bit of that on that game we're not going to speak about, but nonetheless, as far as their needs go, they just cut a guy who started last season. I think it was Sheldon Richardson, if I'm not mistaken. He got let go, so they're going to have a need there. They're going to want to beef up that linebacker spot and also kind of look at some cornerback as well, because Terrence Mitchell is now in Houston. So that's something to definitely keep an eye out for. And even though they added Jadeveon Clowney, I'm sure they're going to be wanting to think future-wise and add some edge. And then, of course, some things that they may not necessarily need, but it wouldn't surprise me if they picked them, was something like safety, wide receiver, tight end. They may put Njoku on the move. So something definitely to watch. And then finally with Cincinnati, one thing about Zach Taylor's offense is he wants to have a hybrid spread. He's trying to get into an air raid type offense, kind of similar to what you see with Arizona. And of course, their biggest need, which I have it listed twice, is offensive line. They have to protect Joe Burrow. I think after that brutal injury, that's one thing that if they can draft 2 or 3 times, not even to exaggerate, but 2 or 3 times, that's going to help them a lot. And of course, get him some weapons. And they're pretty stacked at defensive back, but I mean, the secondary is not too strong because I think William Jackson is a pretty big loss for them. They signed Mike Hilton, which we will miss, and he will add a dynamic into the slot. But as far as having an outside guy, William Jackson was very flexible. I would say maybe a little better version of Cameron Sutton, in my opinion. Not to knock on Cameron Sutton, but he was a stud. There's a reason why we wanted him back in 2016, and then I guess Cincinnati heard through the grapevine and snagged him away. So we were left with Artie Burns.
Nice.
But that's kind of my insight for the division.
That's some great analysis. And that's why we have the best analysis people on the board. It's for Job to be able to tell us how the rest of the division is shaping up. Job, for you, do you have a preference on the way that you would like to see the Steelers draft today?
My first thing is I don't want them to reach just to meet a need. Yes, there are some things we need to address. Offensive line has to be addressed. But if the best guy available is a running back, you got to make that move, because that is A, an area of need, and B, if we kind of get into the history of Pittsburgh reaching, 2 drafts stand out to me, 2011, 2016. Much respect to any athlete.
Hold on to that for a second, just so we know, Steeler Nation, the pick is in for Jacksonville Jaguars. First pick in the NFL draft, quarterback Trevor Lawrence from Clemson. A little, we're getting some surprises there. To me, who did you think was going to go, Jordan?
Oh my gosh, I'm joking. Of course we knew it was Trevor Lawrence.
Like,
oh my gosh.
That's what everybody was expecting.
Yeah, that's not shocking at all. We all knew it was going to be Trevor Lawrence. It's official now, though.
He is officially a Jacksonville Jaguar. The Jaguars also trying out Tim Tebow today, not as a quarterback, but as a tight end. So we'll have to see if that works out as well. I believe he did play.
He's 8 years late on that memo.
Right. So, Joe, back to your thought. I start talking about those earlier drafts where Steelers had some missteps.
Well, in 2011, I felt like they tried to overcompensate for especially after getting torched by Aaron Rodgers in the Super Bowl. They had the consensus that we need to go ahead and start looking at upgrading our secondary. They drafted 2 guys that maybe it could have been drafted at later spots in the 3rd round, Cresden Butler and Cortez Allen. Those kind of stood out to me because, granted, I was a teenager, so my NFL knowledge was still pretty vague at that point. But even then, I felt like it was a little bit of a intriguing pair of selections. And then 2016, of course, we have Artie Burns. Artie Burns, I think he started out okay, certainly. But then, of course, things just kind of went down from there. But I think those 2 instances are where you try to address something too aggressively. And you just didn't take the best guy available at that point.
Understood. And right now, too, the Jets are on the clock currently. And Jordan, I did not get your opinion yet on how you personally would like to see the first round of this draft go.
I feel like it's an old take at this point, but honestly, like, that offense needs a spark, and you can solidify the line rounds 2 through the end. Like, the draft is so deep for the line, like, and that's a necessary move to make. Like, I absolutely believe that they need to work on the line. However, getting Kevin Dotson in there as a starter is going to be huge for them. Having Zach Banner come back as a starter, healthy, is going to be huge for them. So I think that our perception of where the line's going to be starting out the 2021 season is all based on how it was when we ended the 2020 season. And those are 2 vastly different lines. Like, Villanueva is gone. Pouncey is gone. Like, hopefully we see David DeCastro, even though he's older, step up a little bit and improve his game, because we know that he can. And who knows what his deal was last year. But I think that what they're really going to have to invest in is a splash player in the backfield. And you're not going to find that in the middle rounds. Maybe other teams will, but the Steelers have proven that their ability to scout running backs, mid-tier talent, is not as good as it is mid-tier offensive line talent. Like, they got Dotson in the middle rounds. Like, they're very good and in tune with that type of ability on the line. Running backs, not so much. Benny Snell hasn't really panned out. Anthony McFarland, they didn't even try him. So, like, but what we did see of him is like, okay, so he's probably a serviceable second stringer, maybe, like, throw him in there occasionally. If they could get a guy like Najee Harris, who can make those splash plays and create things out of nothing. Like that opens up a whole new world for Ben, like who loves to get rid of the ball quick, who hopefully will have a more solidified offensive line in front of him just based on later draft picks. I started out the off season being like, maybe running back. I don't know. But now I'm like completely bought into the Najee Harris mentality. Like I want him. I would venture to say that I need him in the black and gold. Like I am so all in on him becoming a member of the Steelers just because of his ability and what he can do. And if we can get him, I think we need to get him. And it's just because he's going to make a difference. He's going to make a difference from day one on the offense. And I do agree that cornerback is something that they need to address, but our defense was not the issue last year. It was our offense. It was our stagnant offense and our lack of creativity. And if we can get a dynamic player like Najee Harris in on that offense, I would put the Steelers as a serious contender for a Super Bowl run.
That's great. Great insight there as well. I believe the only time the Steelers really hit on a late draft pick wasn't even really a draft pick. It was an undrafted rookie free agent out of North Carolina by the name of Fast Willie Parker.
Parker.
Right. But you're right. It's amazing that the Steelers kind of find these guys that can maybe fill a short yardage back role later in the rounds, or maybe a change of pace guy that sometimes those change of pace guys don't even stick their rookie season. So yeah. Yep. Picking a little earlier would be more of a benefit, I think, for the team this year. And Ben, I want to throw to you here for a little bit. We've got obviously the draft is running. You know, the Jets have different needs. Obviously, we all think that the Jacksonville Jaguars probably fit the best role. Actually, for some reason, it's resetting and it says Trevor Lawrence was not the pick. So maybe he wasn't picked yet. And now I actually see a countdown timer.
I'm watching live on
it
TV.
Sounds like it hasn't started yet.
Yeah,
wow.
They're on the clock now. Say, Stryker, where are you getting your inside source from here? Jeez, I'm watching it now. I'm like, all right, I guess you're going to break everything live to me. All right, what's next?
What's next? I got the info. Me and Goodell are like this. And just to keep me off of him, as opposed to making fun of him. See, Roger, people are booing you not because they like you. It's not a Cole Kitch thing. You're not in on the joke. You are the joke. And the reason why you are booed, Roger, is because there is zero consistency across the league and the way that you come down on teams for different violations. Case in point, New England Patriots. New England Patriots getting off with a hand slap when the last time they were hit for recording defensive signs on a sideline, they lost draft picks. Bill Belichick was put on notice, got caught red-handed in Cincinnati this past year. What happened? They got a lesser sentence than they did the first time they did it. So there is zero credibility to you, Roger Goodell, if you're trying to enforce these rules to make sure everybody is playing on a level playing field. What is the penalty for cheating? Because obviously you are fine with it. That is why you're booed. That is why you're hated. That's why I'm giving you one of these. See, we can do that on this show. We can't do that on regular broadcast. Roger Goodell, you get my middle finger. And boo! Boo, Roger Goodell.
Yeah, no bueno. Don't like that guy.
Jesse James caught the ball.
Yes. Preach it.
Oh, and Ben, I know that tell Steeler Nation at least what's going on in your life right now, because I know you're having some fun down there. Tell us where you're at.
I mean, how do I even follow up with that, quite honestly? So I'm just going to take a step back from that. And I am lucky to be I am broadcasting live from a bathroom in Myrtle Beach, in a beach house with about 14-year-old or about 13 13 30-year-olds jumping above me. So I apologize for any background noise. I'm just excited here, and I am lucky to be in the same house with a whole bunch of Alabama football fans. And so we can all kind of agree that we are all on the Najee Harris train, and we all like seeing a running back with the last name of Harris playing in Pittsburgh. And we also like, some, Alex Leatherwood is another, and some other big name, offensive line help that's going to be available in the second and third rounds as well. So we are all, it's not so much excited for this evening. Of course, we all are, but there's more than one draft, or there is more than one round to the draft. And we're going to be carrying this in here and tomorrow, Saturday, heck, even Sunday, the after party.
Wonderful.
Party. Love it.
And we're getting some great shout outs. Heatwave 316 off Twitter. Great point on Harris. I mean, I love the Harris name. We remember Franco Harris from back in the days of the Immaculate Reception, before Stryker was even immaculately conceived. That was a couple years before my time, but still, Franco Harris to Najee Harris. What type, especially, would they allow Najee Harris to wear number 32 in Pittsburgh?
Nope.
Okay.
No, I don't think so. I don't even think he'll want to.
Yeah. Now that you can wear like single digits, he might want to be like.
And 22 is open.
22
is yeah.
That his number in college?
Yep.
Yeah. See you, Steven Nelson.
Yeah, as an Auburn fan, I saw 22 run down the field quite a bit, so I can confirm.
Wonderful.
There you go.
Wonderful. And we are still down to 5 minutes here with Jacksonville on the clock. We'll see if my prestidigitation is correct for being able to figure out the draft before it even started for that first pick. But we all kind of think it's going to go this way. But I can remember back, oh gosh, just a few years ago, it was the draft where everybody thought Mario Williams was. Oh no, Devin Bush was going to go first, or not Devin Bush, the running
Devin
back.
White. No,
the running
Reggie
back.
Bush.
Reggie Bush was going to go first in that draft, and everybody's like mock drafts had Reggie Bush won, and that's when they went defense with the first pick. It was Mario Williams, and everybody freaked out. It's like, how could this happen? Oh, Mel Kiper's hair shifted a little bit.
My God.
So
your helmet.
my beard was just starting to grow back then, and but it's amazing because even though we all think it's going to be Trevor Lawrence, something crazy might happen. It might be somebody like Kyle Pitts because they really need a tight end down there. It might be a defense. I mean, shit. I mean, Jacksonville has so many needs.
Yeah, that is so true.
Who knows which way they're going to go? I mean,
punter.
Do the old Al Davis trade up for a kicker?
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I got to take Janikowski in the first round before somebody else snags.
Got to leave the Raiders out of this. Oh no, that's a disaster.
Oh my God.
Waiting to happen, man.
Oh geez, that's as long as we don't go long snapper, punter, kicker in the first round, I will be a happy man. But like we said, the draft is crazy. We never know which way it's going to go, but it's always fun, and it's fun to enjoy it here with Steeler Nation. Heatwave 316 is asking, can you give Franco's number away? And technically, the number is not retired. There's only two numbers retired, and that is number 70 for Ernie Stautner, and that is Mean Joe Green. They're the only two numbers that are retired officially by the Pittsburgh Steelers. There's a couple unofficial numbers that they don't allow players to wear. Bradshaw's 12 being one. Franco Harris is number 32. Yep, got a number 58 right there for Jack Lambert that hasn't been reissued. Anybody else remember any other numbers they kind of have?
Hines and Troy.
86, and Troy right now. Oh gosh, why did I forget Troy's number?
43.
43.
Yeah. How about 59 for Jack Ham? And
yeah.
And Mike Webster too, 62. I think he's another.
Yeah.
52.
Yeah.
Yeah, Webster was 52. Yeah, I don't think I've seen anyone with 52 either.
Yeah, so there's a lot of unofficially retired numbers from the Pittsburgh Steelers that they're just holding as a courtesy to those great players that wore those numbers at the time. So, there may be a time again where they will start to release some of these numbers, or they may retire them for good. I just find it interesting because the Steelers are one of the few teams that really don't retire numbers. A lot of teams are very into throwing numbers up in the rafters if something big happens, 5, 6, 7 numbers up there. But the Steelers, I mean, they only had one for the longest time. Ernie Stoutner was it for like ever. And I think it was only 2 years ago or 3 years ago where they decided to retire Mean Joe Green's number, which was a deserving number to retire. Don't get me wrong. But he was another one of those numbers that they just didn't issue. People like, oh, I want to be that number. They're like, nope, that's Mean Joe Green. You're no Mean Joe Green.
Not happen.
Yep. So, oh my goodness. Did we just have Heatwave is telling me that Rodgers was traded to Jacksonville?
What?
Wait, what?
Can somebody verify that?
No.
Okay.
No.
So we might just they might just
the
be
picks in.
asking for Rodgers to be traded to Jacksonville. Thank you very much for correcting me. Pick is in. We'll see if I am right and Rodgers has not been traded to Jacksonville.
No, if he's getting traded, if he's getting traded, the team to look out for is that number 3 pick is San Francisco.
Yeah.
If he's going anywhere, that's the team that probably was very excited around, what was that, like 4:00 when the news like, yeah, I want out. That was probably San Fran Shanahan's like, holy crap, is this real? Let's get this verified.
There's also a lot of buzz for Denver. Now Pro Football Talk is saying that nothing is imminent. But there's just, I don't know. It's one of those things, I guess, where people think there's smoke, there might be a fire. So,
and what's the talk there in Denver again?
Well, from what I saw, it's weird because they just traded for Teddy Bridgewater.
A bag of chips for him now.
True, very true. The problem is do they have the cap to sustain all that? Because they still take a pretty and a tight cap year. Teddy's.
20 million.
Horrible.
He was 20 million is what he signed for.
Yeah. But I know Aaron Rodgers, if they trade for him, he only counts as like 7 million towards this year's cap. So that's, I mean, it's not too bad. But what I saw was talks were happening, per sources. But if that happens, Drew Lock is going to be on the trading block.
Wow.
So that will be
Trevor Lawrence's official, by the way.
Pick is officially
there we go.
I was
finally, my God.
You heard it here first.
10 minutes ago, Trevor Lawrence, you heard it first on Steeler Nation officially before anyone else was able to break this. You ended up being right by being so wrong. Trevor Lawrence is now a Jacksonville Jaguar, and the New York Jets are on the clock.
Zach Wilson time right now. You can lock that one in too. Those are the first 2 locks of this draft. It's not a question.
So you're saying Wilson. Quarterback Zach Wilson from BYU, correct?
Correct.
Great.
Yeah.
We'll see if Colton has the next prognostic.
I hope so.
Correct.
I hope so. My buddies would be very upset right now if they do not go Zach Wilson here. Oh my goodness.
And I've also heard a horrible trade rumor right before we started the show today. It was shared in our thread with the Steeler Nation writers, and it stated that I think it was Chad Ochocinco broke it, stating that he heard rumblings that a Rodgers trade for Ben Roethlisberger to Pittsburgh has some legs to it.
He's full of it. There's no way. There's no way the Steelers would sign Ben to a 1-year contract and be like, let's ship you off to Green Bay for Aaron Rodgers, who's a year or 2 younger than you. There's no way.
Yeah.
And it also comes from the same guy who changed his last name to a number in Spanish. So let's just take it with a grain of salt.
It's not even the correct number.
Exactly.
Right. Yeah.
So cinco. If you just want to say 8-5, that's fine. I mean, I understand that. That's fine. You just say 8-5.
There's no way the Steelers are doing that to Ben. Again, they could do it because, I mean, personally as a fan, not just like regarding Ben. Say Ben's out of the picture here. I would love it because you're getting an MVP coming in with a win now team.
Yeah.
They're not going to do it to Ben. There's no shot. There's no way. Steelers are going to have to get first-round picks, and we know how tight they hold on to those things. They don't give them out very often. Jeez.
We're getting some great comments here at Steeler Nation over on YouTube. Thank you, Robert. Yes, we agree. Fuck Adele. We will continue to still report on that throughout the night. And yes, we are booing you because we hate you, not because we like you. So
pretty much
take that to heart, Goodell. And well, at least he's out of his basement this year. So now he's
true. Yeah.
And
oh my God, he seemed like drunk last year.
He did.
As the night went on, he was just more and more inebriated and slouched in his leather recliner.
Yeah, but Jordan, that's the best part. Jordan, it started him off all professional, then it worked to laying down on his couch. Who lays down and names someone's draft?
It was a progression. Oh, my God, it was incredible.
Had his leg kicked up and everything. He was like, "Oh yeah, this draft pick."
There was nothing more of like a first world billionaire elitist moment than seeing a billionaire ripped off his ass in his own basement, announcing picks, leaning heavily into the easy chair that was supporting his frame completely. Because man, I mean, though that was awesome. It was awesome television, and I did love seeing that. But he has to stay sober tonight. And funny enough, there's a report on the NFL.com that came out that says Roger Goodell is completely vaccinated. So it's okay to hug him.
Yeah, that was weird. I didn't like that. It made me very uncomfortable.
Yeah.
So it was awkward for everybody.
It's just one of those COVID-19 things. It's what it is. It's one of those, I
2021.
guess, trying to get back to normalcy look. I think that's what it is, because we're so used to seeing him hugging these guys, and such a big moment for these guys. And I think that's kind of what it was. And as you can tell, the first overall pick is not there. So that's kind of the big one that's usually there, seeing their name. And as you can tell, he's home. So,
yep. And we're with you there with our friends at the Fan in the Van podcast. We want Ben to let Ben finish it out as well. It's obviously he's taken the pay cut this year. He set the tone. And if you've noticed across the board, we've had players taking pay cuts to stay with this team this year. Juju Smith-Schuster. You got Vince Williams coming back, invincible, joining the squad again. Tyson Alualu coming back. I mean, that was the greatest re-signing. And that was like Christmas before Christmas, which is today, which is football Christmas. But that was like one of the first times where we ever had a report that, hey, you lost this player to Jacksonville. It was like a week, and then he's like, no, I'm coming back to Pittsburgh. And we're like, what? And that's all because of Ben, really. I would love to have Aaron Rodgers on our team. I think he's a phenomenal quarterback, but not at the expense of the man who's gotten us to the promised land 3 times, won it twice, and has did everything he could to recover from 3 connective repairs in his elbow to return at the level that he did last year, and to take a pay cut to show that he wants to ride and die with this team. I mean, this is just Big Ben's team, and we're going to watch him go out, hopefully in a blaze of glory, a la, Jerome Bettis in Detroit, his own hometown. I mean, that's
he wasn't the problem either.
Go ahead, Cole.
He wasn't the problem last year. You watched it. We heard the rumblings. It might be Ben. And then we saw what he did to the Colts. And he kind of quieted, hush, hush, everyone went. And I had Matt Starks on, probably a month ago, and we talked about it. He said, why are they pick 24? You tell me why. Oh, it's because of Ben again. So Ben is not the problem. We had no run game. We were all gloating over Harris. That might be the guy to give the boost to this offense. They have the weapons. The receivers are still there. Washington, Johnson, Claypool, Juju. It's ridiculous. Add a spark to the run game that takes away the short passing they were running with. Yeah. This could spark up this offense, and the defense is still there. You had Highsmith on. I'm expecting huge things out of him year 2. He's not the problem.
Nice.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure.
And the only thing I can say that might have contributed on Ben's part is there was that report where his knees were kind of, whether they were injured or like he said, maybe it's just because he's getting old. But you definitely did see it on film where some of his follow-throughs weren't exactly strong. And that will contribute. But to say that he's the issue, look, I understand that Randy Fichtner's a great guy. A lot of people had great things to say about him. But when you're in a playoff game, and on the first series, or one of the series, whichever one, it's 3rd and 1, you call a fullback dive. Awesome. Sweet. That's the first down. And then the very next series, you call the exact same play out the exact same formation and the exact same down. That is a huge issue. And that's something that we saw too much of. When Ben's having to say, I'm drawing plays up in the dirt.
Yeah.
to me, you're not doing your job of preparing your guys to the best of your ability. And he may have been just a little in over his head, but yeah, that was definitely I really think, despite our offensive line not being what it was 7 years ago, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, I think coaching and scheme matters. And I think the guys that they have in place are going to bring a fresh new look. And I think it's going to be beneficial.
And
we're going to see.
You were right, sir.
Zach Wilson. Yep.
Yep. Jordan said it. Zach Wilson in for the Jets, quarterback from BYU. We now have 2 quarterbacks off the board, Steeler Nation, and each and every additional quarterback taken off the board pushes talent down the board. So we are very excited for 5, 6, 7 quarterbacks to come off this board before the Steelers pick, because if that happens, Steelers are going to have a glut of talent to choose from at pick 24.
So
and I just noticed.
Mind if I have a question for you guys, for the whole group of you?
Sure. Go ahead, Colton.
So you saw the rumors of the Steelers. I don't know if it's fire or smoke. What do you want to call it? Kyle Trask rumors. I don't know if you saw that. I'm hoping and praying they don't do it. They have enough quarterbacks on the roster with Mason. I like the signing of Haskins. Please tell me you agree. Please do not draft Kyle Trask.
Don't even touch him. Don't even think about him. No, he's not the guy. He's not the guy for anybody, let alone the Steelers. So don't. That's what. No.
The only way I could have saw it happening was if they didn't sign Mason to a 1-year extension.
Yeah.
I think Mason getting signed pretty much eliminates that. It says, okay, we're going to have some guy that's on this roster this year come into next year, and we're not going to be totally with a paddle up Schitt's Creek. So, I don't see Trask coming at this point. If they do, I will probably go to bed.
And Haskins is their quarterback that they drafted for this year. So
great call.
Exactly.
Yeah. If it is all just smoke, that's it. It's just smoke. Let's move on.
Thank you. I love that. I don't know what you guys think on Haskins either. I love it. It's nothing. He's nothing for a possible future quarterback. Yeah. I love it. He needs to be in a good scenery. I love that he's in Pittsburgh. I love it.
We got the number 15 pick 2 years ago in the draft, still on his rookie contract. Well, actually, he's on a new contract now because he's actually – we get him for way less than he would have cost his third year on his rookie contract. He's paying for that minimum. We got him on a futures contract. So he's playing for the lowest possible value. He doesn't even count against our cap. So that's why I called him a no-risk option as opposed to a low-risk option, because we've got a quarterback on our roster that doesn't even count against our cap if he does anything. If he shows up and he's our third quarterback, awesome. That's a bonus. If he shows up and he beats out Rudolph to be number 2, better. If he becomes our quarterback of the future, that is the ultimate and the best possible scenario for the no-risk option that we had. So, this is the and so I'm with you guys, Colton. I'm with you 100%. Also, Jordan, Ben, Job. Yeah, I don't see the Steelers drafting a quarterback unless something crazy, like something really crazy, would have had to happen. There's been some talks about Fields dropping down to where we are. I still don't think that's going to happen. With New England needing a quarterback, there's already talks about them jumping up to try to get Fields, which I could see happening.
And Denver seems pretty set on really taking a hard evaluation at quarterbacks tonight per Ben Albright. So, I mean, if let's say the 49ers, who's on the clock right now, let's say they take Trey Lance, and then Denver takes Justin Fields or Mac Jones, the Patriots are going to get one of those guys. So
you think they're going Lance here? Clearly, all the rumors have been Mac Jones right here at 3. That's kind of been the talk.
It's kind of weird. I kind of think that I don't know. I know that organizations don't listen to media and fans very often, if at all. But I do think sometimes they'll put things out there to get a reaction. Example, when Auburn put out there they might hire Kevin Steele to take over for Gus Malzahn, people went effing nuts. And they hired a good coach, Brian Harsin. But anyways, back to NFL. So I kind of wonder if maybe something like that might have happened because, I mean, I don't know. Mac Jones, dude's I don't know. I'm a little biased, but I'm not sold on him. But I do think Trey Lance has the most upside. And to me, in a Kyle Shanahan type offense where Kyle Shanahan has the ego and wants to set his guys up for success and it be on his shoulders, I think Trey Lance is the way to go.
Nice. And coming in off of Steeler Nation over here on the chat boxes, Robert thinks it would be fun to see Drunk Striker on video would be better. And I will at least say our last podcast that I end up having with Ben and Matt, I didn't eat that day and I was drinking my beer, my German beer, the tall one. And I noticed, I don't know if you guys noticed, but 50 minutes in, I started slurring. I'm like, crap. And that's why I was like, tonight, I cannot drink at all because I will just keep having fun, keep drinking. I will be cracking a beer and enjoying it when we have a toast, Steeler Nation, we're going to have a toast after all of Steeler Nation's reactions when the Steelers draft their newest player, and all of Steeler Nation will be able to celebrate together. And I will be cracking a specific beer. Actually, it's a special Guinness. What's it called? It's called Black is Beautiful, and it is Imperial Stout from Guinness Brewing right here in Baltimore, Maryland, where Striker here is stationed. What are you drinking over there, Ben?
It's a very small microbrew. I passed on the way here. Probably haven't heard of it yet. It's a Miller Lite. It's a French beer.
Oh my God, dude!
It's a nice light
pilsner. Get out of here.
That's fancy.
Miller Lite.
What are you
the 49ers pick is in, by the way.
Oh, what? Oh, pick is in. Who is it, Jordan?
They haven't announced it yet, but I'm just giving you a heads up. They said that the pick is in, so we're just waiting.
Such a teaser.
Perfect.
It's such a teaser. Those jerks.
They're just like reality television.
Yeah, keep talking about your beer.
Yeah, Colton, what are you drinking, man? I saw you pointing your bottle.
Steelers. You know what's up. It's Iron City. Come on, icy light, baby.
Icy light. Is that icy or icy light?
Icy white.
Okay, I didn't know if that was the full bodied icy.
Nope, icy white.
Yins and them ices. Icy had a mango out that I went nuts for a season, and that was like 5-6 years ago. But
they came back out, or they're still out. We got one. I do prefer the regular icy light over the mango, but I did have it. More icy light regular.
I'm with you too, but it's fun for a change up.
Yep, curveball. You got to throw a curveball in there. It's one of those you go in the cooler. All right, this is different, and we'll try this. We'll give this a whirl. He's coming out now to announce the pick, so see what happens.
Great.
Boom, here we go.
Walking across the stage.
Mac
Jones.
I gotta go Mac Jones.
Mac Jones. You think Mac Jones?
I think it's got to be Mac Jones. It's where they want. See what happens there.
Trey Lance.
Oh, Trey Lance.
Trey Lance.
Whoa.
Off the board.
Wow.
So we're 3 for 3. Steeler Nation is.
No, you are. That's you right there. Well, technically, if we're going to go you on
Steeler
this
Nation
call, you
is
are correct
still,
on this.
the Steeler Nation draft show is still technically 3 for 3. Thank you very much there, Job, for getting that pick correct. So we will continue.
Ben, we got to sit the next
someone
one out,
different,
Ben.
so we have a shot.
Ben, we got to sit out, man. We got to sit out.
So that's great. 3 picks, 3 quarterbacks off the board. Do you think there will be another quarterback here in the top 5 going?
Yeah, for sure. Ben and Jordan, you guys are next here, or Striker. What do you guys got going on here? You got Pitts going for?
It's going to be Kyle Pitts, I think, because if you think about Pitts in the Falcons offense with Julio Jones, with Matt Ryan, you got Todd Gurley. I mean, they're going to be unstoppable. Yeah. They're going to be absolutely unstoppable. I know that, obviously their defense is a little suspect, but they're going to outscore anyone they play. So, I mean, I think Kyle Pitts is a perfect fit there.
Now, one thing I want to add, here in the Atlanta area, there's a lot of buzz that Julio could be a post-June 1st trade candidate.
Yep, I've heard that too.
If they do that, they free up $15 million. They don't have enough money to sign their draft pick, so someone's going to have to go or take a pay cut. And I don't see anyone on the roster taking a pay cut, but not to I guess burst your bubble per se. That's just something that I heard about, and I was like, oh wow.
So what are your thoughts on possible? I saw the same thing with the rumblings with Julio Jamar Chase to fill the void. What do you? I was thinking that too. I'm sitting. I'm like, if they're actually going to trade Julio, I would not be surprised if they go Jamar Chase. Even though Kyle Pitts, I think, is the best prospect in this draft. Not quarterback wise. I think he's the best. I don't think it's close.
Nice. Carlos Medina from Facebook quickly. Hello from Puerto Rico. We got a Puerto Rican Steeler fan over here to join our Venezuelan Steeler fans. Welcome all of you. Mi amigos. Gracias. And please be chime in and let us know what's going on in your part of the world as well. We love hearing from our Latina Steeler fans.
Okay, so question, because all of this Aaron Rodgers buzz from today, not just Chad Johnson, but other people as well linked Aaron Rodgers to San Francisco in a potential trade. So
yeah,
drafting a quarterback, pick 3, round 1, does that still mean that they could potentially be interested, or are they completely out?
Yeah, they nixed it with that single pick, I think.
I think if anything, a possibility out of that, you might see the Patriots trade back for Jimmy G, which they would wait till after draft to do.
Right.
TC on Twitter thinks Rodgers is going to get traded to Denver. Robert over on YouTube states Ian Rappaport says the Packers have no plans to trade Rodgers. So, I mean, I know it's like the number 2 hit right now at NFL.com that for some reason Rodgers does not want to play with the Packers. And it would be the first that I've ever heard of it. Interesting it coming out on draft day. I don't know if that's just a rumor to kind of switch things up to make people draft quarterbacks. So a talent slides maybe to Green Bay, but it'd be a smart
You can't say that. Green Bay didn't want to do it for him last year.
Right?
Right.
If you listen to anything I said, like in my podcast and stuff, Green Bay and Philly had the worst drafts last year, and it proved in the playoffs as Philly stunk it up. They traded their quarterback. And Green Bay does not advance to the Super Bowl again, as they do not get assets for Aaron Rodgers, who won an MVP this year and was on the top of his game again last year. It makes no sense. They don't deserve to be successful if they don't want to put anything about Rodgers. And I don't blame Rodgers for wanting out. So if you don't want to – they had the deadline. It was right there. Will Fuller. They could have done it. They didn't do it. I don't know what Green Bay was waiting for. They decided to blow it. They decided to draft for 5 years in the future, and that's what Green Bay gets. And they get a disgruntled quarterback who's probably more upset from Jeopardy, as the guy asked him, why kick the field goal? I think that is kind of what ticked Rodgers off, and this is why this happened again.
Everyone
Robert
knows.
On YouTube also is enjoying the draft with us. He's got a St. Arnold's Russian Imperial Stout for after the Steeler pick. That's a great choice.
Oh, dude.
Man. Love to hear that. M. Soko announcing for Miller Lite. Loving that. And also, you guys might be watching it on TV. I'm just streaming. I'm not streaming anything. I'm just watching the picks as they come in here on ESPN. And Robert stated that there's something like there are fans sitting in the chair on stage.
Yeah.
So
that just looked crazy.
They took the chair that Roger Goodell was sitting in his basement and put it on stage for the fan to announce the pick, which I think is great.
I don't want to sit in that chair. I don't care if he had his COVID vaccine. Screw you in your chair, Raj. I'll stand. Oh, that's crazy. And the pick is in. We're waiting on the pick to be walked across the stage here for the Atlanta Falcons. So in moments, we will find out who the 4th pick is. And I say if they go defense, it might be somebody like Patrick Surtain, cornerback, since I know that's a real specific need that they have on defense. Their secondary was having a very difficult job of shutting down anybody in their division last year. And when you got to go up against Tampa Bay and New Orleans twice, you better address that need pretty quickly.
Yeah,
absolutely. Plus, they also lack pass rush. Let's take a look at my little stat sheet here. The Falcons had exactly 12 sacks last year. 12.
Really?
That was the worst in the league. Yep. So
that was their team total.
TJ Watt himself surpassed that
significantly.
Yes. So I think part of that, I don't know, it's kind of weird. Like I remember our secondary was really bad in the mid 2010s when we had no pass rush, especially. Mm-hmm. They were also pretty bad with a pass rush too, but I digress. But yeah, if you can't put pressure on the quarterback, you can't ask your defensive secondary to do too much.
Well, they did cut Takk McKinley, correct? Their first-round pick from probably 2 years ago from UCLA, I believe.
Really?
Yeah. He was. He got drafted ahead of T.J. Watt in 2017, and he was just from what I understand with here in Atlanta, he was just a guy that his heart wasn't into it.
Well, if you watch some draft night, that kind of would be quite the opposite of what you'd expect. My man was yelling and holding his poster up. He was very lively that night.
Right. I mean, part of that could be because he was on the Falcons. So
it is Kyle Pitts.
I need to apologize.
Kyle Pitts.
Did I get it?
Kyle Pitts.
Steeler Nation's 4-4.
4-for-4. Hello. Someone's knocking at the door.
All right.
Kyle Pitts, 6'6", 245-pound tight end from Florida. Now a member of the Atlanta Falcons and the Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock. Division rival. So this will be a fun one coming up. But Jordan, I have to officially apologize to you because not only are you choosing to spend time with us, this means you are spending time away from your Pittsburgh Penguins tonight, who happen to be playing the Washington Capitals. Do you have it on a small screen at least next to you so you can update it on the score?
I have it on my TV over yonder, so I can kind of see it in an angle. I've caught after each score, so it's 3-3. So I've been updated on what's going on. I haven't really caught all the action, but the Penguins will play again Saturday, so that's no big deal. But
keep us updated. Brandon was mentioning that in our thread, and he's like, "Why would you have the draft party during a Penguins Capitals game? At least have it in a small screen on the broadcast." But
if only we could do that. Yeah, it's 3-3. I think they just went to the second intermission based on what I can see, but it looks like it's been exactly what you could expect from a Penguins Capitals game. And Freddie Gaudreau is playing his first game back from injury. He scored. So there's that. Kasperi Kapanen scored. And Zach Aston Reese scored. So you got that depth scoring. That's huge. But I don't know what's up with the first line. It looks like they've been a little bit invisible. So that's never a good thing, but at least they have the ability to utilize their third and fourth lines and get those goals. But that's where we are right now. So
great. So our division rival, Cincinnati Bengals, Ben, I want your thoughts on this since I know you got to leave here pretty soon.
Yeah, I think it's going to be offensive line here, quite honestly. I know they need a lot. I'm kind of torn in between a wide receiver versus offensive line, but seeing the injury to Joe Burrow, I think it's going to be offensive line, either it's Darrisaw out of Virginia Tech or it's Penny Sewell out of Oregon as well. I think it's going to be Sewell because I think he's the best OT in this draft, and that's where they need the help. So that's where I'm going.
Well, I'm not going to lie, but I am glad that they did not get Kyle Pitts. That was the type of
that would have been bad.
That we have problems defending. I know a bunch of mock drafts were throwing Pitts to Cincy, and it made perfect sense since they've already got some great wide receivers there. They, of course, have a playmaking quarterback, and just giving him more and more talent would be a lot tougher for us to go. So you're saying wide receiver would be the way that you would go here, Ben?
Offensive tackle.
Okay.
Yeah. See, Ben has a brain.
Yeah.
I don't know if Cincinnati does. That's the real question. I don't know if Cincinnati has a brain.
They drafted really well last year.
They did.
They did a good job. So who knows?
That's my point. I'm very scared they're going to go Jamar Chase here. It would make no sense. I was very tempted to get in on the money here because Penny Sewell was 6.5 over under on his pick. And he should be a lock at 5. He should be because we saw what happened to Joe Burrow. Should be a lock at 5.
He's the best offensive lineman available in this year's draft.
Bingo. He is. It's not a question. He should be going here. I saw memes. It was Penny Sewell blocking for Joe Burrow for one, and it was Joe Burrow getting rocked, overthrowing Jamar Chase as another one.
Wow.
Like, it's not a question here. Cincinnati should go Penny Sewell or
And you have to
one of the
protect your
other
greatest
offensive
asset.
linemen. It's very simple.
And we got a couple comments here from Steeler Nation on Facebook. Scotty Bates over here. It's my birthday. Would love if Darrisaw fell to us after that Harrisall, ETN, or trade back. Happy birthday there, Scott. Thanks for sharing your thoughts, too. And Carlos Goncalves, Lido down there in Venezuela with a rum and coke. Do they not call that a Cuba Libre down there? Making sure. I think that's the name of the drink. Correct me if I'm wrong, please, Lidos. Love to hear back from you, obviously. And somebody just asked here. David Green asked Ben, where are you? I think we just mentioned that earlier. You're in Myrtle Beach.
He's upstairs.
Oh, he's upstairs.
He's one of the drunk 30-year-olds upstairs.
That's amazing.
So it's time for Ben probably to leave the show.
Thank you very much.
The people in his house where he is partying and enjoying his bachelor party. Thank you so much, at least, for taking some time with us, Ben. We love your insight. We love having you on. Enjoy your weekend. Don't worry about us and have a blast.
Najee Harris.
Cheers.
Let's go.
Nice.
See ya.
We'll see you soon,
See
bro.
you, Ben. Have fun.
All right, the pick is in for Cincinnati. Just waiting on the announcement.
This is going quickly. I love this format, guys. I love our conversation. Steeler Nation is having fun chiming in with us as well.
Yeah.
M. Soka said Fiji pulling an over yonder on us tonight, and I love it. Sounds great. and BM, come back upstairs, please. David just keeps shooting stuff.
Oh my God.
That's awesome.
Shooting tweets or shooting chats here to the podcast.
Gotta love it.
For the show. And just to say, Ben, it's time to party. So thanks for taking time from your party, Ben. And it's nice to have you on the show. Ben knows what he's doing. Devin, another one. Chiming in as well. So, Chase. Dustin Fisher chiming in, my good friend over there on Facebook, loving the beard. Thank you very much, Dustin. He also helped me out with, he has a degree at University of Maryland, and I think both mathematics and in film. And he helped me out with being able to run through for the switchers and everything to try to make this look as professional as possible for our broadcast tonight. So thank you very much, Dustin, for your help. So the
MVP.
Hey man, you can easily ask me. You can easily ask me next time. This is kind of what I'm doing at the radio station now. It's kind of what I'm doing now.
Oh, so you're doing all the switching and everything for them?
Yep. I finally got hired. I'm working on the weekends with 97.3 ESPN. So yeah, it's kind of
nice. Way to go, man.
So yeah, it's kind of what we're using.
I must have gotten Dustin's mathematics degree wrong, but I'll give you an honorable mathematics degree, Dustin. We'll just state it at that. It was definitely a cinematic degree in film studies. So great, and thank you for your help. When asked my age, Steeler Scotty says, when asked my age, I say I leveled up, level 53. I like that. So happy birthday there for your 53rd birthday there, Scott. Emil Scales asking us, are we getting a running back? And we think that's the way we're kind of pushing toward. We think it's going to be running back. David Green on Facebook, Mazel Tov. Mazel Tov to you too, sir. Hope you're enjoying a fine beverage, and we'll all break a glass with you together when the Steelers finally make their pick in this draft, because that's going to be a lot of fun.
So fun.
Oh, thank you too. And Robert's also stating this is a lot better than listening to talking heads over on the other stations. And that's something that I always had a vision for. As a fan, I am just so into the draft that I want to hear people talk and be themselves. And you just hear so much ass kicking from the normal stations. And I understand it. They have to play the game. You can't get fired, but we are fans. And with all of the outlets that we have now and the ability to broadcast ourselves, how fun is this that we just get to give our own opinions for a draft show, try to keep this as Steeler centric as possible. And, to keep following and addressing and even talking with Steeler Nation as we're going. I mean, this is just the ultimate way to enjoy the draft. So thank you very much, Robert, for stating that. And I'm glad you're enjoying it.
The pick is in. It's Jamar Chase.
Wow. They don't like
They don't like protecting their guy. Yeah.
Oh my
Wow.
gosh.
They're going wide receiver. I thought they might go wide receiver. I didn't have a chance to say exactly which one it was, but
hope they run a lot of screens.
So all right. So this is where I'm at now. Trade out. There's gonna be a trade out right here. It's gonna be a trade out, or the Dolphins are taking Penei Sewell. That's what's gonna happen here. The Dolphins traded back up to 6 to put themselves in a spot to get Chase or Pitts. They're both gone. They're trading out here. I feel like they're trading out, or they're going to take Penei Sewell. I don't know anymore. I really don't. Cincinnati doesn't like each other.
Is this too high to take Penei Sewell in your opinion?
No, he should have went earlier. He's the best tackle in this draft.
Yeah. Usually tackles go top. Yeah. Yep, you're right.
So far, according to Matt's top 150, if Penei Sewell were to be selected, all top 5 folks would be selected except for Justin Fields. So that off of his board. Yep.
Nice.
I've got that updated.
Thank you very much too. It's Job Morrison is also on both of our spreadsheets from the draft tools that you can open up and follow along from home. He is updating them as we're going along. I see you've marked the picks, and according to Matt's top one, he's like, it looks like 4 of his top 15 prospects have come off the board. Obviously, quarterbacks are highly rated. And I want to talk about quarterbacks specifically too. And the big board is also being updated before I get too far ahead too. When someone is picked on the big board, we just deselect their color, so they just show up as white as opposed to being part of the colored scenario with everybody else on this colored board. This beautiful big board that looks like we're pulling off names here, as they would do in the war room for any NFL team. But one thing I wanted to get your opinion on, guys, is quarterback wise, like Mac, was it Mac Jones? Was he the one that's been like projected to us, possibly dropping that far? And I've heard him like coming up and down in the draft selection process, being kind of all over the place for being, a quarterback that can go as high as the top 10 or as low as the, around where we're picking.
Well, I feel like they've said the same thing about Justin Fields though too. Like
Fields has been tossed around. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, they're just any of those fringe pick quarterbacks that weren't Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson have been kind of like projected to go anywhere from pick 1 to pick 32. Like people are so across, like all over the board with. Yeah, because I've heard the Steelers linked with Mac Jones, and I've heard the Steelers linked with Justin Fields. It's like, what?
Pick is in.
What are you smoking? I would love to have a hit of that, because it sounds like you are enjoying your life way more than I am, because that doesn't make sense. Like, that's not logical. And I'm not super familiar with college football, honestly. Like I start to pay attention to guys once they become Steelers. Like if I invest too much in players beforehand, then I get attached and I get heartbroken, and it's not productive for me.
So what I'm hearing from my sources that I kind of just received from upstairs, Jalen Waddle is going to go here with the Dolphins.
Yeah, really?
That's what I'm thinking too.
Jalen Waddle is what I'm kind of hearing.
He is fast.
There you go.
What position does Jalen Waddle play?
Wide receiver.
Alabama.
So 2 wide
receivers going next.
Roll Tide.
More weapons for Tua.
Wow. And we've got Let's Go Niners at Colton from TJ Van Gordon over on Facebook. That's probably funny. One of your boys.
That is, yep.
Emil Scales, Steeler Nation for life. Of course, that's the way we roll. Heatwave 316 on Twitter saying TJ Watt is smiling, obviously referring to the pick of offensive tackle, having that rookie to be able to try to stop and slow down TJ Watt, and our friend Alex Highsmith, who was happy enough that we were happy enough to have him join and start and kick off the Steeler Nation draft show today.
It looks like someone in the group said that they did indeed take Waddle, but I don't see it updated yet.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see anything updated as well.
Yeah, my TV decided just to crash. So there's that going for me. So I'm actually blind on what's going on in the draft. So that's you guys now.
So
someone marked it on Ben's big board already. So
that was me. I marked it. I'm locking that one. I'm locking it. That's gonna be my lock right here.
Yeah, we're the only three that have access to that. And I'm
okay. Gotcha.
I'm running the chat, so I've got no chance of updating that. That, and I'm running all the texts and stuff on my phone that's coming in. So I'm kind of running I'm doing the directing and the hosting today. And
Love
the
it.
only way you can kind of try to make it work.
It's like M. Night Shyamalan with his movies. He would act in his movies too.
And there's going to be a twist. We're going to draft a kicker.
Oh my God! Shut up! Don't even say that.
No, all this excitement for us to draft Kyle Trask 24th.
Oh, please don't. You're going to make me a sad person. Stop. Come on. I'm in a good mood. It's as Stryker said, it's like Christmas. Please stop. Please stop. Don't put that on me.
It is.
Is it like a Christmas story? He gets the pink bunny outfit if that happens?
No, this is like
I have the lamp that says Fragile.
This is like Christmas past. It's like it's a bad time, man. Don't put that on me, man. Oh God.
Oh, we got people chiming in. They should have taken an offensive tackle to protect Tua. Heat wave 316. Bungles gonna bungles there, Scotty. I'm with you there too. We'll welcome them to Pittsburgh when we play them. Emil Scales, thank you very much. Oh, there you go. Nothing worse than a college guy you like getting drafted by a team that you hate, like Cincy or the Pats or the Ravens. Then they are indeed dead to you. I think that's the way we all believe, Robert. And we'll think that way too, Robert, when those teams start taking Houston players. So just remember that. He's a big Houston fan.
All right, so Detroit is up next, and
all right.
Their clock has already been running because I see they're down to 5 minutes already. So they're trying
to
as quickly as possible.
They're a team. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say they're another team who is wide receiver needy. They lost Galloway, so it wouldn't surprise me to see. Let's see who. I'm gonna reference Matt's top 150. Up next, he would have Devontae Smith, and I can definitely see that happening. Other needs they have linebacker and cornerback, which I'm not going to lie to you. I really think as far as what will give us a better idea of what to expect in our later rounds is watching the offensive line and defensive backs. Whichever one's valued more, we're going to get the opposite later. That's how I really feel. And so if they go offensive line, if anyone goes offensive line soon, I think we'll have a pretty good chance of getting a solid guy in the second round.
Nice. And we have Heatwave saying Detroit has to be excited if Sewell is still there. Obviously, the pick is in, so we're waiting to see on what this one going to be announced. What were you going to say?
That was quick.
Yeah. They're like the Steelers. They're sprinting to the podium.
Detroit has a lot of needs. They got to somehow protect Jared Goff. When he has protection, he looks decent in the play action game. Yeah, they need receivers too, though. They lost Marvin Jones. Kenny Gott is gone. They do need a receiver. So this is
they have a couple of good running backs. So
yes, they do.
Yeah, I think
Swift, man.
Wide receiver, offensive line, definitely.
And M. Soko has a great filler topic from us over here off of YouTube comments. How do y'all feel about Minka's progression this past year and the future? I will at least start off by saying I'm probably as excited as the Pittsburgh Steelers that we're able to get anybody of his caliber, a top 10 pick essentially in his draft for essentially nothing, just swapping out a first rounder when he was already an all-pro, and he's been an all-pro for the last 2 years. We love him so much. We've already used and or activated his fifth-year option, which comes into play next year, which means his contract is fully guaranteed for the next 2 years now. So I'm glad for the pick. Is everybody?
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's not much more to say, honestly. I really think he's
pretty much it.
Game changer.
No, he's legit. I loved it. Thank you, Miami. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
We'll happily take an all pro instead of drafting somebody who might pan out, might not.
Yeah.
And Robert needs us to specify that he's a Houston Cougars fan. So, okay, I guess we could get it confused with the Houston Rockets or the Houston Astros. Okay, Houston Cougars fan. Thank you very much, Robert. Cooley, man, we appreciate you, bro, always. And he also stated that the Steelers would have outrun them to the podium, even though the Detroit is off the clock right now. But here's the interesting thing. We have 32 teams picking in the first round of the draft. Each team is allotted 10 minutes. Essentially, that's supposed to be working out to over 5 hours. And all draft coverage ends at 11:30 tonight. So there's going to be a lot of teams, I guess, like the Pittsburgh Steelers that help out the NFL to make sure that all 32 teams get to run up to the podium and get their picks in before the cutoff tonight at 11:30.
Yeah.
And the group just said it is Sewell to Detroit. So let's get that updated, which I think that's a great pick, honestly.
You're getting that off of our group text?
Yeah, off of the group me.
Awesome. Great. I'll start going off of that too. Because somebody's on Twitter or something getting it quicker than we
right.
Yeah.
So what is this? Detroit? Yeah. Yeah, I think he's definitely going to help them out because like you said, Jared Goff was at his best, especially on their Super Bowl run when they could run the football. Even with Todd Gurley out with his, I guess, arthritis on his knee, they were able to run the ball well with what's that guy's name? He's played for Denver. C.J. Anderson.
Yeah,
they ran the ball well with him, and honestly, that's the key to success for any young quarterback. Is if they have a run game, that's what builds their confidence. Yeah. And what helps them develop. Because if you just ask them to go out there like they're about to ask Trevor Lawrence to do, I mean, I hope it pans out. You just don't see those happen very often. Because when I think of like Peyton Manning, that first year he had a rough year, but then they drafted Edgerrin James, and boom, things turned around.
Well, to be fair, though, James Robinson was very, very good last year for Jacksonville. He was very, very good undrafted guy.
You're right.
I do kind of expect some things to grow out of him. He was very effective in the passing game, and that's kind of where you can go with a running back situation.
Yep.
You can get running backs. You can find a really, really good player. Myles Gaskin, kind of an unknown guy, turned into something really, really good for Miami. James Robinson, undrafted. So you can grab running backs here. I don't know what your guys' take is here. If Najee's gone, I'm not taking ETN. I'm not doing it. I'd rather wait third, fourth round and get Trey Sermon out of Ohio State. I don't know if that's just me.
I agree.
I love Trey Sermon tape. I don't know what you guys feel on that topic as well. I just want to hear you guys, your thoughts.
I 100% agree.
Yeah.
I would say, I would agree that the only running back that's worth a first round pick is Najee Harris, and anybody else just kind of wait and see what you can get later. I would not waste a first round pick on ETN.
Really?
I
like that too.
Not saying that he's not good, but I feel like you might be able to risk it and see if he's there in the second round, or go with a guy like Trey Sermon if you're not able to get a player of Harris's caliber.
And Javonte Williams is really, really good, where you can be a second round pick if you want to go there with him. And his running back mate there was really, really good. And I believe that's Michael Carter. I just had to double check, but I'm not going ETN at 24 if Harris is gone. I'm not doing it.
And
Sewell's dad just got real lit. Sorry.
Really?
His dad was like, I mean, he was more excited.
Yeah, he is. I'm watching him now.
I love that. I just showed the highlight too of Alex Highsmith to him when he got drafted, and his dad was easily more excited as well that his son got drafted. And of course, to the Pittsburgh Steelers, they were very excited about that. And coming up here on the show, we're going to have Kevin Dotson joining us on the show later on, right before about pick 21. I think he's going to be joining us on the podcast and or on the draft show. This is more than a podcast. This is a podcast grande. And so he's going to be joining us. We're going to be doing a quick interview with him as well, talking about his year, and just the most interesting aspect for having Kevin Dotson on the show is not only is he a Pittsburgh Steeler, He's been a member of Steeler Nation since birth. His dad has a Steeler Nation man cave where he was sitting in proudly when I interviewed him as a rookie. And it's going to be great to talk with him again and get his Steeler fan perspective as well as his Steeler players perspective coming up here when he joins us in the draft. So for the draft night tonight. So I'm super excited to be talking to him.
He was such a steal. It's kind of crazy to go back and look at it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. Fleeced everyone. Thanks everybody. Jeez.
In college football screwed up too. He was an All-American, first team All-American, was not invited to the combine.
It's embarrassing. Some players are invited, some aren't. It's embarrassing.
Yeah. So thank you everyone for an excellent guard who I feel is going to be on this team for a very long time.
Yeah, for sure.
Coming up here after this pick, Caroline is on the clock. We're going to be hearing from Bryant McFadden. I sat down with him a little earlier today and we discussed the upcoming draft and his thoughts. So that segment will be coming up and you'll be hearing directly from former Steeler cornerback, 2-time Super Bowl champion, Bryant McFadden.
Yeah, B-Mac. He had breaking news this week on his show with Patrick Peterson being the first guy to go to single digits, number 7 for Pat
Yes, his cousin that he shares the podcast with.
That's right.
I didn't know that they were related until I spoke with him today, and he let me know it was his cousin. I was like, that's awesome.
Did you guys see Manuel Sanders going to be number 1 in Buffalo?
Really? Did not see
that.
See, like, that's weird. What number did he wear in college? Did he wear 1?
I don't know. Let's take a look real quick.
That's like a weird number. Like if he wore 1, then all the power to him. Then it makes sense. But like you're just picking one to be like, yep, I'm being the guy to wear number 1. I'm being the guy to break the rules and be the new person to do it. I'm being the first guy.
He wore 17 in college.
See, that's weird. It's gonna look really weird. I'm kind of like excited, and I'm also gonna be like, what are you doing? Because it looks weird. But
I think we got a little preview of it, like 2019. I remember there were a lot of teams out there where they just didn't have enough numbers, and some of their guys were running around with single digits, and I was just like, WTF.
Yeah, well, I remember the same thing. I remember being at a Giants game years before, like 2 years before Victor Cruz became Victor Cruz. And I remember watching him returning punts, and he was wearing like number 2 or some crazy number. I'm like, huh. And then you go back, and Victor Cruz became the star that he became in New York. And it's like, I remember when that dude was returning punts as number 7 on like the practice squad. So,
my God.
Crazy.
It's so funny. When I was in show choir in high school, we did a piece with the salsa, and the entire time I thought, man, I'm going to look like Victor Cruz when I do this. Of course, I was incredibly stiff and looked nothing like Victor Cruz, but
In Steeler Nation, I'm getting some really interesting news here from our Steeler Nation group of reporters and the people within the know of the NFL. We may have a situation where we are going to get the pick before everyone else does. So this is why this show exists. So Steeler Nation can break the pick to everyone, kind of like the way I broke the first pick in this draft, except it won't be 10 minutes early. It will be slightly before everyone else hears because we have someone on the inside that's able to give us some information. And that is why you watch us as opposed to watching other draft shows, because we are geared specifically for Pittsburgh Steeler fans. So thanks, Steeler Nation.
That's right.
All right.
So here we go, baby. Here we go.
Great.
What do we got?
So Panthers are up. They're a team that does not need a quarterback.
Correct.
So
they just got Sam Darnold.
They might, though. They might. They might.
Yeah. When I looked at their stuff, they need a lot of secondary help because let's take a look. They need secondary and frontline because when I looked at they were at the bottom of the league. And all right, so about total defense, about 18th. They only had 29 sacks, which is better than Atlanta, but still. They only had 7 picks. So they allowed about 121 yards a game. I can't think of many defensive linemen that they could take here. I'm not sure about that. But
chatter over on the Steeler Nation board, they're talking about it possibly being J.C. Horn. And that would be interesting.
Ooh.
Horn went above Surtain. So We'll have to see if our inside track has the inside.
There it is. J.C. Horn, you're right.
Oh my gosh, Steeler Nation. You have the inside track to the NFL draft. If you are watching this show, you are one of the lucky ones.
Over Surtain, that's wild.
J.C. Horn being the first corner off of the board. He is the person that I wanted as a Pittsburgh Steeler at pick 24 when we were all doing our draft mock. All the writers and podcast members were able to make a selection. J.C. Horn was my top selection, but I still did not think he was going to go as the top corner in this draft.
Yeah, it's wild. Now that opens the play here for Surtain to either one of the NFC East teams.
Well, he's going to drop no matter what.
Yeah, Matt had him as the 13th overall and second defensive back. So
that's kind of interesting here.
And Steeler Nation, we are going to go quickly to hear from Bryant McFadden. I am going to be ending some videos here. Stay here in the weight room, guys. I'll have you come right back. And I'm going to have to stop my own video to make this work. But let's take it from our video and let's hear what Bryant McFadden has to say on the draft for this year's team. Everybody mute. Hey, Steeler Nation, we have the extreme pleasure of having one of our alumni cornerbacks, two-time Super Bowl champion, now announcer for CBS Sports, Bryant McFadden. B-Mac, how are you doing, sir? And thank you for joining the Steeler Nation Draft Show.
I'm doing wonderful. Thank you for having me.
That's great. And now you've been doing sports announcing almost exclusively since you've left football. You've been doing an awesome job. I know you're really into the draft, so I wanted to get your take since you played for the Steelers and kind of, I imagine, still our communication with them. Who do you think would be a good pick, or which way do you think they should be going this year?
Well, when you look at the Steelers getting ready for this upcoming season, I think the positional needs that we all know of, in no particular order, would be running back, offensive line, and edge rusher. You know what I mean? So I think those are the three important priorities the Steelers need to resolve at some point in time early on in this draft. So it depends on the players that fall when the Steelers are up to select their first round selection. And I think that would determine which direction they will go. But clearly they need to improve in their depth at the running back position, the offensive line, losing some key pieces from last year, especially when you look at the quarterback of the offensive line and Pouncey, and then, trying to find, not necessarily saying the heir apparent to Bud Dupree, but continue to add production to that area on the defensive side would be huge.
And that's a good point. A lot of analysis around the Steelers in the draft don't really take the edge as being as much of a priority as what you're saying, but you're 100% right. There's really no depth behind Highsmith and TJ, and it would be, a disservice to the Steelers not to address that position early on. And I'm also interested to know about your thoughts, because this is a need that I thought you were going to bring up. You playing the position of cornerback for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I know with them losing Nelson recently, I know they have some off-field troubles with Lane here for a little bit. So we're still going to figure out how that works out. But now with Mike Hilton leaving in free agency and Sutton now moving from the nickel cornerback, it looks like, to possibly be the edge quarterback. Now the Steelers went from having two great nickel corners to it looks like having basically none if Sutton's going to be playing the edge. So I also think the cornerback is a big need for the Steelers. And are there any cornerbacks that you see that look really good in the top of the draft, day one, day two, that would be good fits for the Steelers?
Yeah, I think when you look at that position, you never can have enough good corners, cover corners, and good guys that can tackle the football as well. The Steelers are selecting they're 24th in this draft. So the top tier guys probably will be gone. You know what I mean? And we're hearing speculations with Caleb Farley that he could fall. I do believe that will happen, but will he fall that far for the Steelers to be able to draft him? I don't think so.
Okay.
So if you're talking about maybe drafting a cornerback in the first round, a guy that could be available is a guy that played at Florida State, and Asante Samuel Jr., who I know very, very well. He's a feisty corner. he's like a Steeler before becoming a Steeler because he plays with that Steeler mentality. Yeah. You know, a chip on his shoulder. He's not afraid of any task that may be before him. And he just goes out and he makes every battle personal. You know what I mean? So I think that is a name that could be available right around the time the Steelers select, if we're talking about maybe addressing the cornerback position in the first round. But who knows? The thing about the draft and why we're so hyped about the draft, it's entertaining, and you have to expect the unexpected.
Yes.
You know what I mean? So for us, it's almost like trying to, when you associate the draft and trying to predict what will happen, it's like trying to predict March Madness. No one has the perfect bracket. You know what I mean? No one will have the perfect mock bracket. No one will have the perfect mock draft analysis. You know what I mean? And that's why we're so hyped up for today, because who knows what will happen. But to answer your question, I think he could be that could be a player that could be right there for the Steelers to select if they decide to go that position in the first round.
That's perfect. And also with trades coming in and out, you never know how the positions are going to even switch up, and that even changes the draft even more. That's part of why we love watching it as well. So
exactly.
BMAC, I really thank you so much for your time and your input on the draft today. Hopefully the Steelers follow your model. We get ourselves a good lineman or running back, edge player, possibly cornerback, but we'll see how they do. And we'll be checking you out. Tell Steeler Nation how to follow you too during the draft and where you're going to be.
Steeler Nation, make sure you follow me on social media. All 3 handles is the same name, BMAC_sports talk. You definitely can check me out throughout the draft, starting with round 1, second day players as well. CBS Sports HQ. I also have my own podcast and YouTube channel. The name of my podcast is called All That I Do. I'm a co-host with my cousin Patrick Peterson. Some Steeler notables that we've had on in past episodes: Mike Tomlin, Juju Smith-Schuster, Jerome Bettis, Mel Blunt. So don't worry, I am a bit biased because I love having my fellow Steeler alum on, and we will continue to do so getting ready for this upcoming season. So if you like listening to podcasts, give us a shout. If you like watching podcasts on YouTube, give us a shout as well. You won't be disappointed.
Perfect. Steeler Nation, you know where to check out BMAC. Check out those great interviews and great podcasts. And thank you once again for joining us on the draft day today, Brian. And we're looking forward to watching you and listening to more of your podcasts.
Thank you.
And what a wonderful time it was to join with Bryant McFadden. We're going to have 2 more segments coming up with him throughout the days. We're going to hear from him on day 2 and day 3 as part of a 3-day promotion that we did with him. He was nice enough to sit down and talk with us this afternoon. So thank you, BMAC. Our hearts go out to you, and we're looking forward to talking to you again soon. I'm going to be inviting to the show here Bill Wyszynski. Bill has not been with us yet, but he is our historian, our draft historian, and he is joining us from beautiful, sunny Tampa. How are you doing down there, Bill? And nice to see you again, man.
How you doing, G.Stryker?
Doing good, man. We're loving the draft show. It's going great. We just heard from Bryant McFadden. We had Alex Highsmith on earlier in the show. You're going to be around here with us too, probably when we have Kevin Dotson joining us. And I hear you drinking something. What are you drinking tonight?
Oh, I've had enough beer. I got to go to a ginger ale.
Perfect. You guys are going the opposite. I'm all straight on bubbly tonight until I get to the pick, and then I'll crack my beer. So
me and the little woman had to have a little dinner. And
great.
Then
and we wanted to talk specifically about your thoughts on the draft. You did a lot of great articles about draft history. I want you to share one of those stories here with Steeler Nation.
Well, going back, I actually learned quite a bit going through some of the books that I had bought and learned things that I didn't even know. Like going back to 1991, Chuck Noll really checked out badly to the point that he really missed having Tony Dungy and Tom Moore as his offensive defensive coordinator. He just was not, his heart was not in it. He thought that they had a Super Bowl team, but he's like, he went to his wife, I'm not the guy. He actually tried to hire an assistant coach that he never got back to, and they had taken a different job. So when we had that great pick of Huey Richardson, if you remember him.
Yes.
With the 15th pick.
Great pick being a sarcastic moment for drafting Huey Richardson, number 15. Yes.
Yeah, he was quite a bust, and they had a number of players on the board, and they all went, and they were just completely unprepared. Wow. So you can, the engagement of it, and the other thing was learned a lot more about some of the drama behind the scenes. Like we only had, since Chuck Noll came, we've only had the longest streak that we've gone without going to the playoffs in 4 years. And that's only happened, and then we had a 3-year gap. And one of the two things that were in common were that Art Rooney Jr. and Bill and Chuck Noll were feuding over power in the late 80s. To the point that Dan Rooney had to fire his brother, who was a partial owner of the team in charge of scouting. He was Bill Nunn's boss. So, and then of course everybody probably remembers more the Tom Donahoe and Bill Cowher feud.
Yeah.
But those are our 2 times that we've had our longest playoff droughts, and there was a lot of distrust, high tension behind the scenes when those times were going on. We had terrible draft picks, especially in the late 80s. There was just so much misdirection. Chuck Noll actually said about not taking Marino that he called up Don Shula same day after taking him and congratulated him for taking the best player in the draft.
Oh, wow.
There was just so much disconnect.
Yeah.
So some of that stuff, we should be happy sometimes that they take for granted how much Colbert and Tomlin get along and have a similar vision on what they're trying to do.
Nice. Yeah, and that's really interesting because the history of the way people are drafted and the different people that are involved in the draft process, you have a lot of times where it's the general manager that has the most say. Then you have other times when the coaches get more of the say, and there's a lot of behind the scenes feuding between the both of them, which you have done an excellent job of at least letting Steeler Nation know over at SteelerNation.com. Please read Bill Wyshynski's articles. Also, or if you want to chat with him in the football forum as well, he posts under FSF. So we've been having a great time here tonight, and I'm going to be asking some of the people to start coming back here and joining us as well. And because we just ran a nice segment. There's Colton jumping back here with us. You remember Colton as well. We got Jordan coming back as well. And so, Bill, is there anything from a historical perspective, the way the Steelers approach the draft, that you see the way that they're going to be approaching tonight?
Well, the one thing with Kevin Colbert is that he does Jimmy Johnson came up with that draft board, the value.
Yes.
And he does not look at that. So I think that, going up to the first Super Bowl they won in 2005, he was ready to wheel and deal.
Yeah.
Okay. After that, we had so much talent. We had a good thing going that he kind of backed away from doing that quite a bit. I think that they almost forgot they needed to kind of keep that up. But you see, again, he's not looking at some chart. If they see somebody they like, they're going after them.
Wow.
By the way, we have a trade.
Yeah.
Interdivision. The Philadelphia Eagles have traded with the Dallas Cowboys. So there's that.
Hell.
They moved up 2 spots. So this, I don't. This has got to be Devonta Smith. They don't want the Giants taking Smith. That's what it has to be. So I'm going to go on a lock here. I know you guys were just talking. I didn't want to jump in with the trade. But
no, go ahead, please.
I'm going Devonta Smith here. That's what I'm assuming. They're jumping the Giants to get Smith. That's what it has to be.
And we just had Surtain go off the board, too, while we were talking with B-Mac and talking with Bill. Surtain went to which team again?
Surtain went Denver.
Denver.
To the Broncos.
I thought they were going to take a quarterback for certain.
Nah, Teddy Bridgewater, I think, is where they're going to rely on Teddy this year. Maybe teach Drew Lock a thing or two, and maybe kick at the tires next year again, maybe.
How many times in a draft would you ever think to trade or try to help out an interdivisional opponent?
That's unusual.
If the Eagles would have called me, I would have been like, okay, who do they want? Who do they want really badly?
Well, we got Chris Wormley from them. We got Chris Wormley from an interdivision team.
Well,
but yeah, draft is differently.
About trading draft picks on draft day, especially in the first round.
Especially in the top 10, you're getting a premier player most likely.
Exactly. That's an incredible.
That is odd.
What? And Bill, do you remember that ever happening before with the Steelers interdivisionally? In the draft?
Obviously, we haven't done a whole lot. Chuck Noll refused to trade draft picks at all.
Wow.
And I can't run any time with us. No, not in our division.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I can't think of one.
Awesome. Well, thank you. Yeah, that's great. But thank you so much.
Baltimore's the only team that's active that are really been actively trading in our division, and they never trade with interdivisional.
Yeah, no, that's great. Thank you very much for your insight, Bill. We love hearing your draft perspective. If you want to hang out here in the writing room, we'll call you back up here in a second after a couple segments here. But we love having you on, and we'll be seeing you soon. Awesome, guys. Yeah, so the draft keeps chugging along. We're down. Phillies looks like they inherited the time left on the clock with the Dallas Cowboys. I thought the clock was going to reset, but no, that's not the case, which is fortunate because you got to keep this draft running. Trying to get all 32 teams done in the next 2 hours right now. And which pick are we at now?
Pick is in. It's pick 10.
Pick 10. Oh, we're doing all right.
It has to be. It has to be Devonta Smith.
Yeah.
It has to be. You don't do that trade without jumping the Giants to get Smith. There's no way.
Yeah.
Yeah, the pick is in. Devonta Smith is the one that is Steeler Nation is reporting before anyone else states anything. We will see if that is true.
It's got to be Devonta Smith. That's what it has to be.
Yeah, that's what you've been saying, Colton. So,
you know what I feel bad for is Mac Jones. I don't know if anyone's watching the draft right now. They just continue to show him, and I feel bad for him because it's not like you're sitting in the draft room or in the green room and you got a bunch of family with you at least.
Yeah.
No, he's in a chair by himself. He's just sitting there.
Sad.
And it's like, all right, it gets to a point. We know he's sitting there. I know television doesn't care.
That happened to Johnny Football. That happened to Aaron Rodgers. I remember that whole sitting in the chair, like keep watching the guy. And there's some drama to that. There's some drama to somebody that you expect to be going top 5 that slides 10, 20 slots almost out of the first round. Sometimes I know there's people that are slotted in the first round that don't even go in the first round. So it was crazy. And the interesting part, I remember the draft where the Steelers drafted Terrell Edmonds, and Terrell Edmonds wasn't specifically invited to be a day one draft person to be sitting there for the draft, but he was there with his brother and got to come up on stage and accept the Pittsburgh Steelers making him a first round draft pick because he was attending with his brother. So it was super awesome that worked out as a positive for a guy that wasn't, that didn't get an invite to a day one of the draft.
Yeah.
The guy that turned out
Devonta
really
Smith.
Good.
Yep.
Devonta. So Steeler Nation, it looks like our pipeline is clean. And we are getting these picks quite a bit quicker than the television. At least there's also a 10-second, 20-second delay. You got the internet, you get more delay. So we're getting these picks essentially as they happen in real time. So we're going to get them just a little bit quicker than most people can, unless you're sitting there at the draft party itself in Cleveland, because I think that's where we're getting this from. So that's awesome.
Yeah.
So I guess it sounds like the Cowboys might have even traded back because both cornerbacks went off the board right before they picked. It seemed like they were pretty high on drafting a corner.
Yeah, it makes the most sense. You knew both Dallas wanted one of those corners, and Horn went earlier, kind of than expected.
Yeah.
And then Surtain clearly was going to go, and he went to Denver, and that kind of was – you didn't really expect it, but they went there. It's kind of crazy, these linemen just sitting here.
Yeah.
It's wild seeing these linemen sitting here. What are
Yeah, I think we talked about that earlier. That those are two positions to watch: defensive back and offensive line. With the defensive backs going so quickly, though, I mean, I don't know. You might see some offensive line start to get rattled out here in a second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what the Giants do here. It's kind of my area from New Jersey here. I don't really know what they do now. I was kind of expecting them. I didn't get it. There was rumors that if Waddle was there, they're going to take Waddle. I didn't understand it for New York's purposes. They bring in Kenny Galladay, Sterling Shepard, Darius Slayton. It makes no sense for New York to go another receiver. I get you can't have enough targets, I guess, for Daniel Jones, but it makes no sense. They bring in Kyle Rudolph in the offseason as well to pair up with Pro Bowl Evan Ingram. I don't really get it for New York for Waddle there. So, yeah, now this might be offensive line territory. This is where they might go offensive line.
Nice.
How'd they do on defense last year?
Their defense is very solid. They pick up Adoree Jackson. They re-sign Leonard Williams, extend him. So I think New York's defense is going to be really good. Xavier McKinney came back at the end of the season, safety from Alabama. He kind of made some impact there. Logan Ryan gets to slide back to his slot, I'm assuming. Adoree Jackson is going to team up outside with James Bradbury from the Carolina Panthers, who was, I thought, the best free agent signing last year for the price tag compared to Byron Jones to the Dolphins. I think New York's in a really, really good spot. It comes down to Daniel Jones for New York.
Yeah, looks like they were top half I'd say a little more top half. They're ranked 12th in total defense and had 40 sacks. That's a pretty respectable number overall. Could definitely be worse.
Nice. You know what? You're right. That's what they're going to. All righty. We have a trade. Chicago's up at 10. Or 11.
Quarterback.
Traded up. There's a quarterback. Justin Fields, or it's got to be Mac Jones. There it is. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And we got a couple of marks here on the chat box here. McFadden is a way better analyst than many hacks on TV. Thank you, Carlos Goncalves. We appreciate that. Thank you for the kudos on the interview, Robert. We love this stuff. And, of course, thank you, Soko. He's got a new podcast to listen to. BMAC is an awesome, awesome guy. So thank you very much, Bryant McFadden, for joining us. Also got to mention, Robert asks, what type of draft show ignores a pick being made? And I'll tell you what type of draft show ignores a pick being made. A draft show that throws to Bryant McFadden because we want to listen to him as opposed to hearing the Broncos take some guy. And then we come back and the Steelers, Steeler Nation draft will still get the picks before everybody else. But we can let a couple picks go by if we're running some great content here for Steeler Nation.
Wow. Another first-round pick for the Giants.
Because wow. They come up?
No, they got another first in the deal.
So the Giants traded back. It sounds like they traded pick 11. The Bears trade pick 20, pick 164, and the 2022 first-round pick and 2022 fourth-round pick. Wow. So they packaged 4 picks for 1 pick. Great kudos to the Bears, and hopefully the Giants get the guy they want, because the last time they had to make a trade during the draft, which was San Diego, and they did it to acquire Eli Manning from San Diego, and that ended up giving them 2 Super Bowl rings. So
it doesn't. Okay, now they're back on screen. So I was going to say, well, no, maybe it is Fields because they shot to Mac Jones. He wasn't on the phone. Then they shot to Justin Fields' house, and there was no one in the living room. but now they're all back in. Okay. And it looks like he was on the phone.
Oh,
so
it's definitely.
It looked like Fields was on the phone, is what you're saying?
Say it one more time. I'm sorry.
You said it looked like Fields was on the phone?
Yeah, it looked like because he had his phone in his hand. Looked like he did the whole, like coming into the frame, had it coming down.
Yes.
So maybe he might have been outside to make the call because Kennesaw. I know that some of the cell service is spotty out there. So.
Oh yeah. But there's been an intent by ESPN, by NFL Network to kind of stop, filming that phone call before the pick comes in because they kind of devalues what they do by announcing the picks. So they got away from that. So that's one of the reasons why. And
all right.
Fields to
Justin
Bears, we're getting told Fields to Bears here on the for the
damn. There you go.
Steeler Nation. Justin McGonigal breaking all these for Steeler Nation. I don't know if he knows somebody in Cleveland at the draft party specifically, but he seems to be getting us all the good stuff.
Wow. Still shocked. Chicago finally going up and getting a quarterback.
Yeah, that's so unlike them.
I'm trying to think of the lots. Did they move up to get?
Yes, they moved up to get Trubisky.
And wasn't that like the number 2 pick or something, or 3?
Yeah, they moved up one spot. They were 2 and moved up like one spot.
Because they were worried about somebody getting Trubes.
Yeah. Whoops, you missed on Mahomes and you missed on Watson. Good job.
Rumor has it that Chicago called San Francisco and we're like, hey, we want to trade spots and get this quarterback in. San Francisco kind of put a little smoke screen, like, well, we really like Trubisky, and basically made them offer it more. And it turned out that assessment was wrong. So it gave San Francisco a bad look for like a week. Of course, now, that's probably the greatest trade that San Francisco's made in recent years, draft-wise.
Damn, yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. Wow. So where does Mac Jones fall? Here comes the trickle effect, and he's going to be sitting in that room for a long time, I think.
Yes, he is.
I think he's going to go to the Patriots.
Yeah, and the Patriots aren't going to have to give up any assets to get him.
Nice.
I don't think so either. I think, he's just going to fall because let's take a look at the draft order.
Unless somebody jumps in front of him.
True.
Yeah.
But who would want to granted, I am biased. I'm just not on a Mac Jones trade.
You're not just biased. I hear you on that. I hear you. You're not biased on that. I didn't understand the hype that Mac Jones got like kind of midway through the draft process where it's like, all right, here's Mac Jones, full throttle, fly him up the boards. I didn't understand it.
Yeah. I mean, maybe Washington. I just don't think they would jump. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 spots ahead of New England to get it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But they wanted to go get the guy they wanted.
Yep. So Matt's top 150. Mm-hmm. We now have the top 8 positions all selected within 11 picks. So good job, Matt.
Yes, and all of his picks being taken within his top 14 selections. So he's doing an excellent job here. It seems like they agree with a lot of his assessments. But thanks a lot to Ben and Matt. Matt will be joining us later on here in the show as well. So we're looking forward to him jumping on and joining us here quickly. Because I was just going over and looking at the spreadsheet, which you get over SteelerNation.com. Check out the draft tools link, and it links you to 3 different spreadsheets for one's a top 150 from Matt, one's a big board by Ben, one's a depth chart ranking of needs by position by myself. And they're just a fun way to follow along and see what the needs are for the Pittsburgh Steelers and being able to track them at home. But we're updating them in real time. Thank you very much, Job, for continuing to do that. A couple quick comments over here on the Steeler Nation chats. I got Brian Jacox over here from Steeler in Lebanon. He's a Steeler Nation forum member, and he's asking who on the board is here. We know Litos is here, obviously. He's Carlos Goncalves. Robert is Cooley Man. You've got myself posting as Cope. I'm not sure. We just interviewed and spoke with Bill Wyshynski. We'll have him back here giving us some more draft perspective as FSF. So we've got a lot of fun members joining us as well, from the getting out from behind the keyboard on the forum site to getting behind the keyboard on our visual sites for the Steeler Nation Draft Watch Party, all made for Steeler Nation. And thank you so much for responding, guys. You make this show as fun for me to do and keep me moving forward. So we love hearing from you. And Kelly Martin's there from Waynesville, Ohio. Hello, Waynesville. Welcome to the show.
All right, so Justin just shared with us a tweet. If the Cardinals do not trade down, it is because no one wanted to come up. If they stay at 16, they are looking at, or he says, the guy says, I am looking at Zaven Collins, and if he is gone, Najee Harris, which is interesting because a lot of recent mocks have the Steelers going with one of those 2 guys.
Wow.
Damn.
Huh, that's interesting. I didn't think Arizona was in play for a running back. I did not think that.
No, they had. Who they have? What's that guy?
Chase Edmonds.
Edmonds, yes, and they have Connor, of course.
That's right. I mean, I guess it makes sense because they're kind of going all in on that offense kind of thing. Yeah.
They're gonna.
I don't.
They're gonna take the 2018 Chiefs approach, I guess, and just outscore you.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, they have some solid pieces. J.J. Watt. What's his name comes back? Chandler Jones comes back, one of the best guys getting in the quarterback, but their secondary is still very questionable. Patrick Peterson's gone, so I don't understand why they wouldn't go corner, but sure. I mean, I guess the NFC is really all in on just offense. Figure Dallas is on that approach. Arizona, if that's the way they're going to go, they really don't like their secondary either. Yeah, I don't know, man. It gets me nervous that he's not going to be there. There's a bunch of teams that are just rumored in front of Pittsburgh. It's like, and I hope the Steelers don't trade up and get him. You don't trade up and get a running back. You don't do it.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So it's one of those things. I don't think he's going to be there.
Dallas trading back, though, you got to think that they're pretty happy with their position of need not being a position of need for Philly, for the Giants. So, I'm thinking like offensive tackle, thinking possibly on defense, maybe middle linebacker. It seems
they're going to go Phillips here, I think.
Up there, you're going Phillips.
I think they're going Phillips at the U.
I think they could. They're also in need of corner. Then they still have Newsome and Farley on, but
true.
I mean, like when I look at to reference, I mean Newsome is ranked 21 overall, and Farley ranked 24th. Of course, Santi Samuel Jr. is out there too, but he's a little further back. But first linebacker is Micah Parsons from Penn State.
Yes,
he'd be a good addition there.
Yeah, but they have linebackers though. That's what makes no sense for them. They have
Didn't Sean Lee just retire?
Yeah, but he was their third string guy. It was just one of those things. Sean Lee just hung around a little too long.
Well, he was always kind of banged up. Same thing with Van Der Esch.
I guess they invested money in those guys though.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. Dallas is weird. Dallas is a weird place, so they might not invest in their defense.
Dallas is one of the few teams, probably the only team where the owner is the GM. The owner makes all the picks, and I thought they drafted well last year. At least tracking for value of best player available when they were picking, it seemed like they were getting good value for their picks. But there's a lot of positions that are wide open with so many cornerbacks now, wide receivers, and quarterbacks coming off the board. They're essentially the only positions that have been taken. So you got a lot of positions that are wide open for plucking the top talent in the draft. I think only one tackle's gone, so now you're still pretty deep at tackle. You got lots of you take the best edge, you can take the best inside linebacker, and it's just like, gosh, what is this? Pick 11, pick 12?
Pick 12.
Yeah.
You know what's crazy?
Taking the best edge player at pick 12.
I wouldn't mind them taking Micah Parsons because I think it would be a lock for the Chargers to take him if he's there. I think the Chargers would be like, holy crap, it's like Derwin James all over again. Derwin James fell to them when he was out of Florida State, and they were like, holy crap, we're going to take him. And I think that could happen with Micah Parsons.
Dallas pick is in.
This Cowboy fan's lit on stage. She's pumped. Gotta be a good one.
Having a great time.
Cowboys. Sorry. I need to step on you there, Jordan.
Oh my God, no, you're good. Oh Lord, people are having fun.
Oh, I just love yelling. I lived in the Eagles territory as well, and the funny thing about living in Philadelphia is they hate anybody that's not an Eagles fan. Micah Parsons, look what we're talking about there. Top linebacker from Penn State, joining the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh my God, she's funny. She really is tuned up, man.
Oh yeah.
Oh my gosh, I love it. Though.
I mean, hey, to be fair, if I was announcing Pittsburgh's pick, I mean, I'd be pretty.
That energy kind of required.
Did she announce it, or was she just sitting there when it happens?
Oh no, they let her announce this one.
Wow.
I don't get it though. Like he's again. If you're going best player available, he's probably best player available. He shouldn't have been here.
Job, how is he looking on Matt's best player available chart?
He was 9th overall. Okay. So getting him at 12, that's pretty good.
It's good value.
Good value.
Yeah.
Was he the BPA on our board at that time?
Let me take a look. Sorry, it's kind of a wide spreadsheet.
I know you.
It looks like
looks like he was the top.
He's right there with a couple of offense, like an offensive tackle, offensive guard.
Yeah,
if I'm reading this correctly.
It looks like edge behind him, Quiddy Payne, and offensive tackle Slater at 11 for for Matt's numbers. So Matt's top available. He just took Matt's top available picks. So for Steeler Nation, the top available picks now coming up. Number 1 would be Kwity Paye, edge player from Michigan. Number 2, Rashad Slater, offensive tackle from Northwestern. Number 3, the offensive tackle, Elijah Vera Tucker, USC. And then number 4 being Trevor Moring, the safety from TCU. Number 5 being Christian Darrisaw, the offensive tackle from Virginia Tech. So we got a couple tackles here. Tackles obviously sliding now a little bit just because of all of the action here around the quarterbacks, the cornerbacks, and the wide receivers. Big tight end off the board as well, which now I want to get your opinion on this too, guys, because for me, Kyle Pitts seemed like he was the only first round draft caliber tight end. Am I wrong?
No.
I mean, I don't think you're wrong. I mean, I think what's his name? Jerry Dulac said a sleeper for the guy from Penn State potentially, but other than that,
Piermuth, whatever his name is.
Yeah. That's the only guy I could think of that could potentially be there and be picked in the first round. But as far as slam dunk, like bona fide, slap it with a US Prime sticker. Definitely.
Nice.
Yeah, I think we're going lock here as well for offensive line. I think that's kind of where this is going with the Chargers. I don't think it's a question. They got to protect their guy in Justin Herbert, who exceeded everyone's expectations coming out of Oregon.
Nice. You got a puppy joining you in the war room, I see there, Job.
Yep, this is Khaleesi. She is our youngest pup. Thanos was on a little earlier, but this is Weesey. We got, It's so funny. These small little dachshunds have the biggest names.
Yeah, I know, right? So I've got my giant cat, Lexi, that you guys are probably familiar with most of the podcasts, jumping on my lap most of the time because I am in her room. So she will sometimes jump up on the ledge behind me and walk around, knock Steeler stuff off of the ledge. But she is a Bengals fan, and that's what you can expect out of a cat. And so I'm not.
She decorate the place herself.
Yeah, she gets upset that too much black and gold in here. So. But she's still a good cat. So that was your dog probably barking earlier right when I started the BMAC interview. I'm like, everybody mute. Or was that yours?
Yeah, that might have been.
Is your dog being quiet tonight, Jordan?
She's been very, very calm. Yeah. She typically is. If I'm not paying attention to her and there's not really any activity going on outside, she's chill. She sleeps a lot, but yeah, she's been good. So thank you.
Nice.
Yeah.
And we're checking over here. Next pick now is on the clock. We've got the San Diego Chargers. They've got plenty of needs. I mean, obviously their quarterback situation is taken care of. So now it's trying to either get talent around him, people to help protect him, or defense to help make plays on the other side and get him the ball back.
Yeah, I think their defense is getting healthier. They're supposed to get Derwin James back again. Can he stay healthy is the real question. He's a top 5 safety. It's not a question when he's healthy. They might go here for protection. Is Melvin Ingram still a free agent? I know he was a free agent this year. Joey Bosa's little running mate on the other side. Yeah. I believe he might be a free agent, if I don't recall.
Wow, dang, okay.
Kelly Painter just dropped some great news here off of Twitter. And Jordan, are you aware of this or not? But the Pens won.
Yes. Oh, yes. In overtime, courtesy of Jake Gensel. And the Rangers lost, which means that we clinched our 15th consecutive playoff berth. So that's the longest active streak in any major league.
Wow, that is amazing. Fantastic job. And kudos to what they're doing in Pittsburgh.
Oh, yeah.
Sidney Crosby and Malkin. I know he's been hurt. Is he slated to come back anytime soon?
He just started skating again in a regular contact jersey. That was like yesterday or today that started again for him at practices. So he should be back before the end of the regular season, which is next Saturday. So I wouldn't necessarily want to see him come back against the Capitals or the Flyers, because I feel like that might Might be a little bit too down and dirty for him coming back from an injury.
Yeah.
Maybe like bring him back in against Buffalo next week, but we'll see.
We're being told,
but yeah,
we're being told the Chargers get Slater.
All right, there you go.
So we will see them walk across the stage and confirm what Steeler Nation is able to break to you before anyone else, that the offensive tackle Rashawn Slater from Northwestern is the next San Diego Charger.
Figured that. Had to go offensive line, protect their franchise guy.
Yeah, that would be a smart move. And is he more of a is he a left tackle then?
I believe so.
Yep.
I believe so.
Oh, now my cat's yelling at me.
There you go.
Let's see. See all these dogs here? Yeah. Yeah, our dog currently is at Camp Carol, who is our breeder, and she's doing some training with her. So she's been gone for a few weeks and just won a blue ribbon for best in her class. So that was a big news we got today. Albeit she was the only female dog in her class, but still got the blue ribbon. She's just a little one, though. She's not even one yet. Oh, she turns one, I think, next week. So we're going to be celebrating her birthday next week.
Nice.
Yep. She's a good puppy.
So one thing I'm doing on my spreadsheet here that I've made independently is I'm tracking the average value per spot. And right now, the best value per spot, granted, is only one selection, is tight end.
Okay.
I'm hoping that it'll give us kind of insight as to where teams value players the most based on scarcity and frequency of picks. So, but right now, the lowest value, other than ones that have been selected, is cornerback, then it's linebacker, offensive line, wide receiver, then quarterback, and tight end. So tight ends are very scarce in this draft thus far.
So that's what your metric means. It means the tight ends are scarce. The top value is kind of out for right now, and you got to wait to get more value later in the draft.
Right. Correct. Yeah.
So then which positions, so just so we can kind of frame it in a way that I understand because I'm slow. So which positions now are you saying have the most value for teams getting the most for their pick? Like which positions right now have the best players left?
Left?
Yes.
Hold on, let me take a look.
I think it's got to be edge. I think Phillips and
because you have Pay,
and
then you have
Quiddy Pay was not supposed
Phillips,
to be
then you have Ojulari. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah.
Then you have Owe, and then you got a lot of guys that can go here pretty quickly. So
are they on commercial break right now?
No, they're announcing the pick now for the Chargers.
Oh, really?
They're getting ready to announce it. Yeah.
Okay. I must be super behind then on my stream.
Still here.
Yeah, Chargers are about to make their selection now. I mean, this is where I was seeing on mocks, Quiddy Pay going here. And then figure 15's got to be Mac Jones. Minnesota is going to be on the clock now, clearly. Might go rusher. This might be your first edge rusher here. This might be your first edge rush here going to Minnesota, who's now on the clock technically. As we kind of broke down, Slater goes here to the Chargers, kind of expected offensive line. But I'm thinking next has got to be Phillips or Quiddy Pay, possibly to Minnesota. Again, those guys shouldn't be sitting there, but they are.
Yeah, let me take a look at Minnesota's defensive stuff last year. They ranked 27th in the league, only had 23 sacks. So pretty middle of the pack when it comes to turnovers total, but they were up there with interceptions. So that's interesting. So you got to think with some pass rush help, that's going to raise your stats there to better levels and also get you some more turnovers as well as more picks.
Yeah, I think they're going, again, if I'm taking a guess, I went offensive line last one. If I'm going to go 2 for 2 on area of need, I'm going rusher here for Minnesota. I think they're going to be ecstatic that Phillips and Quiddy Pay are both available, and they're going to have their choosing of which one they would like.
Zimmer loves those that defensive line. So
Figure he had success with Griffin. Daniil Hunter should be back this year. He got banged up, so he should be back. So team up someone with Daniil Hunter. It's got to be Phillips or Kwity Paye here from taking a nice gander.
What's the guy's name they traded for last year?
He went to Baltimore
from Jacksonville.
In Yahweh.
Yes. Yeah, they traded for him.
Wow,
and they trade him into Baltimore then.
And then, I thought it was funny, Baltimore and Packer fans were in on a conspiracy to get him to the Pro Bowl so that the Vikings have to get a lesser pick, something like that. They either had to give up. No, they had to give up a higher pick to Jacksonville. I thought that was funny. The pettiness.
Hey man, it's all about the pick.
So petty.
It's all about the draft pick.
Yeah, and I want to touch base quickly too on my draft needs, at least for the Steelers, for the depth chart needs. I know I referred to it a few times. Go to the draft tools at SteelerNation.com. Click on the 2021 depth chart needs. I ranked every single position by starter urgency. High being a high need for a starter, and then for the backups as well, between none, low, medium, and high. Starting off, just these are the needs that I see specifically. And the biggest ones, we have running back, high need for a starter. Really don't have a starter, with Snell and McFarland both being spot starters, as well as Samuels and Billage, who we just picked up as well. So these are all guys that kind of come in and spelled and done some work here and there, but have never really been the guy for an extended period of time. So I have running back up there very high, as well as center, because currently we have Hassenauer and BJ Finney, both as centers. Neither of them have more than 4 starts in a season. And that's saying a lot for BJ Finney, because he's been in the league for about 5-6 years. Then moving on from that, I have nickel corner, because we don't really have a starter. If Sutton's playing left, then it's high for a backup too, because there's no backup at nickel. So that's one of those positions where I'm you have to have somebody in there. And past that, now we're getting to spots where we need depth. And depth now is at both tackle spots. So tackle's pretty high for getting somebody at depth, because we have Chuks Okorafor, who looks like he's going to go back and play left tackle, which was the position that he played in college. Now we don't know how he's going to perform as a pro. He did okay as a right tackle. But
wow, Jets traded back up. Sorry to cut you off.
Oh no,
Jets
that's
fine. Wow.
Jump up when there's news to be had.
Dang, okay.
Jets have traded up.
So let's see.
So we'll see who the Jets come in, because that's going to be coming in quickly, because they were pretty low in time.
Yes, they were.
Down to 47 seconds. So yeah, let me just continue here quickly. Right tackle, we got Zach Banner coming back, but I think the world of the guy, but he's a question mark just because he missed with injury. But you give this guy a chance, I think he'll be awesome. But still, not really any depth behind either of those guys. Jones behind Chuks. You got Haig and Coyle or Leglue behind Zach Banner at right tackle. So really nobody behind them as well with any experience, except for Haig. Haig has a little bit of a starting experience as a vet starter. And then rounding out tight end, we have a starter in Eric Ebron. Gentry right now, Radar, Raymond, and Jones. None of them have any experience as even a player really for the NFL. So big question mark. I think tight end's got to be one of the positions to take. And then the last 2 positions of depth, cornerback depth, because we're still got to fill in some slots. If we find a nickel corner, we need some depth at edge. And the last place being somebody to put behind TJ Watt, Alex Highsmith, who we spoke with earlier, and that is depth at the outside linebacker position. Right now, currently it's Cassius March being the swing backup, but he's basically a spot starter at best, in my opinion. Definitely can get upgraded there. And Kuntz is the only other person on the roster.
Yeah, I think this is summed up quite perfectly, to be honest.
And it's once you set it out to really rate everybody on a scale and to see what the values are across the board, then you really start to understand how needs work and where you need to draft. So yeah, so I guess according to my board, it should either be a running back, a center, or a corner in the first round. And then you've got your depth positions. So you can fill in with tight end, you can fill in with tackle, which probably aren't that much of a need, but now linebacker might be it. It's odd. I wouldn't say inside linebacker that we even need. a starter or a backup, I'm fine with Bush and Spillane. Having Vince Williams and Marcus Allen as backups, and even UG3, I'm very comfortable with those players. Hopefully UG3 can stay healthy because he's done nothing but flash when he's on the field in the preseason. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see if they valued him to try to find a freak athlete that may fall at inside linebacker that can pair with Jones, that might be there to be able to take over if Spillane leaves next year. Because Spillane's only on his exclusive rights free agency contract this season. That's what he's playing under.
Yep.
So pick is in. Vera Tucker is what we're being told at SteelerNation.com. Thank you very much, Justin McGonigal. So it looked like they moved up to get a offensive tackle.
He's a guard.
So now
Tucker's a guard from USC.
Darn. Wow. See, I thought he was a tackle. Thank you very much for the correction. That's why I can't do the show myself, because I'd always be wrong.
I'm just going off this board. So that's Ben. That's on Ben right here on the board. So you're multitasking. You're running this thing. I'm here just popping in, looking at the board, keeping track of the board here for you.
Yeah, my spreadsheet had offensive line as a need. He says Vera Tucker.
Yep.
Okay. Matt had him listed at 15, and that's about 14. So hey, that's not too far off at all. Good job, Matt.
Great. I'm going to switch over here quickly to Bill Wyszynski. I'm going to let him know that we're ready for him. He's got something that he would like to talk about with us, and that is the running back position and the way he's been tracking them throughout the draft. So really interested to see what Bill has to say. Bill, thanks again for swinging back in and joining us here at the Steeler Nation Draft Show. And I know you wrote an article too. Was this an article, or were you just doing a review on the running backs taken in the first round?
I was more like I kept track of the last decade.
Yeah.
And it was looking at like draft trends, and most of the there were only 4 running backs taken in the top 10 over the last 10 years. 3 of them hit. The one who didn't
was that
kind of goes against my general rule. I think Ohio State and Alabama are the football factories, and Trent Richardson was the one bust.
Yes.
But in most of the drafts, there's been maybe one running back at there's only one draft in the last 10 years that I've seen that had more than one running back taken in the first round. Le'Veon Bell, for example, was the first running back taken in 2013.
Yeah.
So
was he taken first in that draft? I thought
second round.
Okay, gotcha.
2013 was one of the worst drafts. Sorry, Jarvis Jones, but everybody missed that year. By the way, if you really look at that, everybody's first round pick was pretty bad overall. 2013.
Was that the year we took Wallace in the third? Was that 13 or was that?
Not 13.
No, that was before 13. Yeah.
That was Mike Wallace was 2009.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Yeah, because that was the one.
I'm big on just getting that running back that can. I don't think our offensive line is going to make that big a leap up, given that we haven't put a lot of attention to it. Hopefully, new scheme. So I'm really big about getting a running back that can maybe, we got a 3rd and 2. That guy can maybe beat that linebacker one-on-one and get 5. Just move the sticks, somebody that can make the play. Like Derrick Henry, who went in the second round and was the top pick in his draft. I want to say that was 2017. He's the kind of a guy that another Alabama. He was, again, no running backs taken in the first round. Somebody that can break that tackle and make that play, because we're not going to have that offensive line blowing open holes.
Trey Sermon, Trey Sermon.
For anybody.
Nice.
Trey Sermon.
They're coming in now.
It doesn't mean that we can't have a running game.
Yeah.
So keeping an eye on those 2 running backs that you guys have been talking about on the board, Harris and Etienne. Those are the 2 guys that I want. I want Harris first, but you guys have been more the savants about that. I just go with, hey, who's from Alabama and who's from Ohio State outside of quarterback.
What are your thoughts on Sermon? What are your thoughts on Sermon later on, like 3rd, 4th round possibly for the Steelers?
Here's my thought process on honesty. I want to get the best possible player if this is Ben's last year. So I don't want to take a chance on having somebody that needs a year to develop. Like even Le'Veon needed to figure out, hey, I got to drop 20 pounds from year 1 to year 2 to become really dominant. So if we can get the best possible guy that can come in right off the bat and make an impact, that's what I'm hoping for. You know, hopefully we get that guy this year.
Well, that trade right there, that trade takes one of those teams out of that question. Big question was the Jets at 23 right before Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
They're out. So that's one of those, all right, that's one out, and the Dolphins are the other one that is coming up very soon on the other team that I think Najee would go to. So that's kind of where we're at Steelers watch.
And who slid back then into that 23?
I believe.
Minnesota.
I believe.
Vikings, yep.
Yeah. So would you think
Vikings aren't taking a running back? That's for sure. They got
Dalvin Cook, baby.
Yeah, they're good to go.
With Dalvin Cook.
So coming over to Steeler Nation online, thank you very much for the kudos. Fan in the Van podcast. This podcast is amazing. No better fan base than the Steeler Nation. Of course, we agree with you completely. Thank you very much, Carlos Goncalves. Hey, guys, this podcast is great entertainment. Seriously, guys, congratulations. And thank you so much for the kudos, Steeler Nation. Matt's list is killing it over by M. Soko over there on YouTube. So thank you very much, Matt, for providing this list. Matt will be joining us here very shortly. I've been in communication with him as well. Oh, speak of the devil. Speak of the devil. So here we have Matt Papiernik, our other draft guru. Matt, welcome to the Steeler Nation draft show. As soon as you figure out how to activate your video. There he is. Hey, Matt, how you doing? So, Matt, I just wanted to let you know, I just said this as you were joining. M. Soko over on YouTube said your list is killing it. So we're going over and following along with your top 150, and we are marking as we're going along. You're pretty much spot on with all the talent that's been going on at this time.
Well, until Mac Jones right here, I mean, I had him ranked pretty low, but, you know, the Patriots obviously saw something in him. You know, quarterbacks can get bumped up a little bit.
Yes. And that is who went. Mac Jones, quarterback to the Patriots, which we were all kind of figuring out that they were going to take a quarterback. There was a lot of pre-draft chatter that the Patriots may be moving up to acquire Mac Jones. Looks like they didn't have to. They stood pat. The quarterbacks kind of fell where they expected all the quarterbacks to fall, and it seems like they got the guy that they wanted. So, Matt, how does that look for you?
You know, I mean, he has a very similar skill set to what Tom Brady did. If you think about it, he doesn't do anything, doesn't do one element great. He's a very smart quarterback. You know, he beats you more with his head and with his not making mistakes than he does with his elite talent, like a Pat Mahomes or, you know, Aaron Rodgers. So, I mean, I think paired with Bill Belichick, I think he could do well there.
That's great. That's great. And Matt, since we have you on the show too, with the way your board's shaken out, who would you be the most excited for the Steelers to pick up that hopefully will be there in, what is that, 8 more picks?
8 more picks. Wow, this draft, even though it's taking 2 hours now, it feels like it's flying by.
Yeah, it does. We're halfway through. Yeah. I
mean, you know, Najee Harris is still a favorite there. I'm still a fan of ETN. I know some people aren't as high as him, but you know, Najee's still there. You know, Joke's still there. The linebacker from Penn State, Jeremiah Owusu-Karamoah, I believe I pronounced that right.
Yeah.
You know, all of them are strong options. Najee, I think, is going to be the pick as long as he makes it past this pick. And the Cardinals, I think he makes it. I don't think Miami takes a running back like some are insisting. So my guess right now would be Najee, even though I wouldn't hate Creed Humphrey either.
Yeah, the center.
Yeah, some people said even when Pouncey was taken, you know, what was it, 11 years ago, maybe now, 12 years ago?
Yeah.
Some said he was a slight reach, but he's an athletic center that really profiles similar to Pouncey, and the Steelers know that they need a elite center, just like how they knew back then, you know, how important it can be. So there's a couple. The Steelers really have a lot of people still on the board that could really be solid picks.
It's been pretty rare to take a center in the first round for what it's worth. And Pouncey was a little bit, I'd say, 2 standard deviations away from regular. He was that good, you know. So centers usually are a 2nd round pick. Pouncey was special. You know, they had to take him, and that's why they wanted Mike Pouncey the next year.
Yeah.
And nobody would. And Miami's like, no, we're keeping him.
That's it. And Bill, I wanted to check with you too quickly. I haven't asked you yet. What is your preference for the Steelers' 1st round pick this year?
Oh, I've absolutely been running back. I wanted running back. I was big on J.K. Dobbins last year. Very satisfied with Claypool. I really want to get Ben. So he's doing a John Elway type thing at the end of the career, where he's handing the ball off. Well, it's kind of like what we were doing at the beginning of the season. We were handing the ball off a lot more. Yeah. He was only throwing for 220, you know, wasn't like picking the spots. That way he can just turn around, hand off, not get beat up as much, not wear himself out, and let that running game just chew up time off the clock. Go back to 2004 or 2005, if you will, and take some of the time of scrimmage off of there, take some of the pressure off the defense. I really think a running back would do him. He might get another year out of him with a great running game. Yeah. So, you know, he doesn't have to carry like he did in the playoffs and down the stretch.
And Gabe Gotti over on YouTube is loving all the Steelers backgrounds. So, guys, I mean, we've been decorating nicely for this big event today.
I just got the hat.
Yep, I know. It's fine. The
all our stuff is over here.
Yeah, unfortunately,
Matt, we got a question here from Scott Beatty, specifically for you, Steelers Scotty. He says you have ETN rated higher than Harris. He wants to know why you specifically rated them that way.
ETN is just simply the more explosive player. He does great work in the passing game. He has elite speed. He just offers an element that not many players can offer to an offense. His ability to break any run, any catch, make any play really a home run kind of sets him apart. And he showed previously that he can also be a complete runner between the tackles. He just hasn't always, you know, at Clemson, he hasn't run that traditional offense, especially at Steelers. He hasn't been in the pro style a whole lot. But he just has an explosiveness that not many people in this class have, especially with his speed and work in the passing game. So Najee's a complete back, but he just doesn't have that same type of skill set, even though I still love them both.
So Zaven Collins just went to the Cardinals, the outside linebacker, first outside linebacker off the board. Good value there, right, Job?
Sorry, I'm flipping over there right now. All right, let's take a look.
And we got the Raiders on the clock now at pick 17. And we're still moving forward in the draft. That one we didn't get as early, but it's fine. People were worried that one of the running backs could have possibly come off the board here when the Cardinals were picking. That did not happen. So a lot of Steeler Nation is still excited about Najee and ETN still being available.
Yep. Matt, you had him ranked at 28th. So, I mean, but you've been pretty spot on with your board, man. So kudos to you. If you don't mind me asking, how long would you say this project lasted for you?
It took a lot of work. So, you know, I put out a lot of draft profiles, but a lot of those people I have on this list, I didn't have time to really get too, you know, detailed and typing it all out, but I still had to do research on them. It was a couple weeks to truly, you know, look at each player and see where I ranked them, especially because it's not all just about how good the player is, you know, it's what positions they play sometimes, you know, because quarterbacks sometimes get a little inflated there, you know, because positions are a little more important. Hence why, you know, I have someone like Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields 1 and 2, you know, I may think, you know, Jamar Chase and Kyle Pitts maybe belong to Justin Fields on pure talent, but the quarterback position pumps him up just a little bit. So it took a couple of weeks to truly get it all together. But I was Zaven Collins ranked 28th, like you said, but he has the highest upside out of any linebacker draft, just as high as Michael Parsons. So he's an incredible athlete, just played at slightly lower competition level. So I still think it's a great pick for the Cardinals.
Yeah, we read Sweet Life earlier where that guy was talking about the Cardinals. He said Zaven Collins or Harris. So that guy was pretty good with that. Just something I just thought about.
Yeah.
You said you went to the Senior Bowl, right?
I'm not. I think he did. I'm not 100% sure if he. I think he might have attended, but I don't know if he exactly played. I think he might have been one of those players, kind of like how Harris did. Harris went to the Senior Bowl, didn't exactly play. Yeah, he didn't play. He didn't play in. He didn't even play in his bowl game. Now that I look at it, Zayvon Collins.
Gotcha.
Brian Jacox on Facebook stated he would take Williams over both ETN and Najee Harris, and by trading down to grab that player. What is still the value of Williams compared to Najee Harris and ETN, Matt?
He's definitely more of a bruiser than Najee is. Had the highest broken tackle rate in college football last year. He's very explosive, kind of different explosive than ETN is. He doesn't have top end speed, but he just breaks tackles. He's explosive like a Derrick Henry, where he breaks a lot of tackles and he wears you down throughout the game. The only knock on him is he didn't have extensive work in the passing game. When given the opportunity, he showed to be decent there, but Michael Carter handled a lot of that work in North Carolina. So just some questions there, but pretty much just lack of real experience, considering he only has 1 year of high production and hasn't really been too in depth of being a true number one to carrying the workload is really his knock there. And, but he can break a lot of tackles. He's an explosive runner. So if they want to trade down and that's who they like, I'd be all for it. Because the next 5 to 7 picks after the Steelers don't really look like they're going to be running back picks. You got the Browns, you got the Steelers, Saints, Packers, all of them really kind of have running backs kind of all fit into their roster. So if Williams is who they like, definitely trade down and try and grab him. I think that would be a great strategy.
Since we're talking running backs, again, I've mentioned a few times before you hopped on, what are your thoughts on Trey Sermon? I think if they don't get Najee Harris, they got other needs. I think they need a bruising back. I think Trey Sermon's a guy. I think if you watch that tape, that guy's a legit running back, and you can get him in the 3rd round. I think he's that guy that you can just hand it off to, clearly 3rd down. You could twinkle in and Anthony McFarland they drafted last year in Maryland. I'm very interested in Trey Sermon here if Najee's not the guy, which we're coming up on the opportunity where it looks like Miami's coming up here really, really soon where you're going to find out if he's going to be there for us.
Yeah. I'm a big Trey Sermon fan. He kind of reminds me of poor man Le'Veon Bell a little bit. And I say poor man, but I mean like Le'Veon's an A and Sermon's like a B+. Because he's not like he's like you're getting the great value brand, but they both have great contact balance. Both of them handle contact well. Both of them always fall forward. If you remember Le'Veon, in college, he was a bit of a bruiser, but when he got to the Steelers, he never really lost yardage on runs, always was able to make it work. And, just constantly fall forward, gain a extra yard or two. Really was kind of deceptive with how explosive he was because he's not a fast guy overall. He didn't run a fast 40. That's how Sermon is. Great contact balance, really goes down on first contact. Neither of them really had a lot of receiving work in college, but both, when given the opportunity in college, showed to be good receivers, and obviously Le'Veon, where he can really become that number one guy just because he doesn't go down on first contact, always falls forward, really just kind of gets yards regardless of the situation.
Yeah, I'm a Michigan fan, so trust me, I watched him play, and I'm like, dude, this guy's – that's why I think if you can – again, I would like Najee Harris. I think they do need that explosive back. I just think best situations, what's his name down there?
Alex Leatherwood has just been selected by the Raiders. That's a lot higher than a lot of us were expecting.
The Raiders for you.
a lot of people were the Raiders. Yeah.
The ghost of Al Davis has
taking the fastest receiver in the draft way earlier than they should. You always expected the Raiders to do something to make you scratch your head on draft day. And I thought that was honestly going to change with Chucky joining as the coach. Is he also the GM now, or is
he wields a lot of authority with that ownership.
What's her name? Is it Mike Mayock's her GM?
Yeah, Mayock is.
Yeah, Gruden has partial ownership according to his deal.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like Bill said.
Wielding a lot of authority there. I'm sure it's a joint, but yeah.
I love that the Raiders keep botching picks in the AFC. Oh my god.
So here we go, Steeler Nation. We have our first what the fuck moment of the draft.
Thanks, Raiders. Yep.
When it comes from the Raiders, as usual, Colin Farrell, would they take him at 4 or 6?
I thought he might not even be a first round pick.
Darius take
Hayward
Josh
Bay.
Davis. Oh, sorry.
Darius Hayward Bay, one of our best special teams player of all times, took him in the first round at like the 15th pick because he was fast.
I think he was higher than that. I think he was like 7th overall.
He might have been.
Yeah,
he was the first wide receiver to go in that draft, I believe.
Yeah.
But Alex Leatherwood's a good player. He's a mauler in the run game. I mean, he got voted the best offensive lineman last year in college, but I don't know if I'd take him at 17, because I don't know if he sticks at tackle either. I think he might have to move inside because he's a large individual. Put it this way, he's going to open holes for Josh Jacobs, that's for sure. It's just whether or not he can stick at tackle or not.
Yeah, but it's just the Raiders, though. You just mentioned Josh Jacobs. Why in God's name did you need Kenyon Drake? What are you doing? Like, you have so many other needs. Like, it's the Raiders. It really is. This is a Raiders pick. Are we expecting anything less?
Wow.
Seriously, it's the Raiders. Are we expecting anything less?
The pick is evidently in for the Miami Dolphins already.
Oh, good Lord. Okay.
Oh, God. Don't put this on me. Don't do it.
Brennan to the podium. I'm waiting to see if who we're getting as a thing, but as a quick turnaround pick for the Miami Dolphins.
They knew who they wanted.
Who they wanted.
Yep.
Don't put this on me, man.
Hopefully it's a defender.
I'm reading
another good tackle.
There's really good linemen sitting there. I feel like they're going to go tackle here, or they're going to go edge rusher. These rushers aren't supposed to be here. Phillips and Kwity Paye were supposed to go like 15, the latest. They should.
Haraway's there, and Dershaw's there too.
I put money on the Paye over. I didn't think he was going to go early.
And
a lot of mocks had him going like 15, the latest. That's why I'm like, clearly Phillips is better. But like they shouldn't be here. So I don't think Miami's going Najee Harris here. I think they like Gaskin. You can get a better running back possibly later on. I don't think that's really their top need here. They're still trying to build around Tua. I think they go line here or one of these edge rushers that are just sitting here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everybody in the chat's like, Justin, you got an update?
I know. Come on. Hurry up.
Justin's on the shitter.
Damn.
And just so we know, Scotty over here was stating that you were spot on, Bill, on your assessment there with the Elway Ben breakdown. M. Soko also wants to know. Also, let that. Who is it?
Jalen Phillips.
Jalen Phillips.
I knew it, man. I knew they were going to go rusher. These guys shouldn't be sitting here.
Sorry to interrupt you, Striker.
That is fine. That's why we do it. We want to know before everybody else. So selection is made. Jalen Phillips, 6'6".
I mean,
I personally
out of Miami.
Lower on him, but
so he's going from Miami to Miami. That's great. That's a nice quick drive for him.
And these guys shouldn't have been sitting here. It's like I don't understand the Raiders. I really don't like. I really think so. I'm glad the Raiders hate themselves so much. This is one of those things. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah. Oh gosh, we didn't even talk about the first overall pick in the NFL draft that year when they picked the quarterback.
Marcus Russell.
Marcus Russell.
Oh God, no.
Yeah, the best the best story about DeMarcus Russell was when they gave him blank tapes to take home and come back and tell him the next day what he saw on the tapes because they didn't think he was doing any film study. They gave him blank tapes. He came back the next day and told him what he saw and what coverage is and what he should be doing. And they were blank tapes.
And they're like, what plays do you like? And he was like, all of them, coach. All of them.
I love football. Great.
Did you hear about?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, did you hear about the one for his rookie skit or whatever, where he just threw money and won?
No.
Oh, so Kirk Morrison.
Kirk
Morrison on Rich Eisen's podcast. Long story short, after his holdout, he comes in and they're like, hey, you didn't participate during training camp for the rookie skit, so you got to do your own.
Yeah.
So he comes in with a book bag, just stuffed with ones. And they were like, but they didn't see the money in it initially. He goes up on a little stage, he starts throwing ones. That was it.
And everybody went crazy like it was making it rain.
Yeah, that's basically what he was doing. He just made it rain. Yeah. Jamarcus Russell. That guy had an arm though.
Yeah, he did. He just didn't have a heart.
That's all he had.
Yeah.
We'll never forget about the Raiders and Sebastian Janikowski.
We've been mentioning that a few times.
Yeah.
Like, did they trade up for him too, Bill?
I don't remember if they did, but I know they traded away a lot of their first round picks in the early 2000s, and they tried to get other first round picks and got guys like Napoleon Harris. Remember, we got courtesy Mike Mitchell. Thank goodness they took Robert Gallery in 2004.
Yes. Oh my gosh, and that's a rare tackle bust. That high.
Darren McFadden, they loved him for his speed. Orlando McClain, who was a busted linebacker. They just went for.
Darren McFadden was good though. To be fair, McFadden was very, very good when he was healthy. That was the problem. He couldn't stay healthy. Was the problem.
It's because they just drafted everybody who was fast, and they didn't want to build a team.
They got to hit on one of them. They're thinking.
Yeah. Right. Well, they did get a Hall of Famer in Troy Brown back in the day for being the fastest receiver on the field.
Didn't they draft Mike Mitchell high too, off of him being a highweight speed guy?
He was a second rounder.
Yeah, and then the Steelers ended up getting him after he stayed in Carolina, right, or something?
Yep, Carolina. Yep.
They did draft Khalil Mack and then got rid of him because you can't have somebody who's good.
They did get like 3 first-round picks for Khalil Mack. They got a haul for Khalil Mack.
Yeah, they did.
Don't
worry, they decided to blow all of them. Don't worry.
I mean, they didn't turn it into anything, but they got a haul.
Didn't like a reporter ask John Gruden mid-season when they had like 9 sacks throughout the season? They're like, "What are you gonna do about your pass rush issues?" And he was like, "I don't know." And everyone was thinking, "You traded him away. That's what you did."
Right. Went to Chicago. Jeez, that was insane. Gabe Gotti states, "Can we at least draft the Washington football team a real name this year?"
I like football team, man. But they did. So I saw on Pat McAfee's show they had a list of like 30 names that they were putting out there for just kind of like get feedback on. And I can't remember off the top of my head right now, but it's some pretty interesting names.
We're getting some good ones here. We got one in here for from Carlos Goncalves, the foreskins. I think that's cool. I think I personally like a WFT. Just change it to WTF. That way it more matches the city.
I'm gonna say I think soon here they're all just gonna be city names, kind of like how all the European sports and soccer and all of that is, and the Premier League and everything.
Oh, I'd hate that.
I'm not saying whether I'm a fan of it or not. I think that's what's going to be the long-term answer. Probably, I'm not saying it's going to be in the next few years. I'm saying, 90% of the world does it that way. I think eventually they're going to transition to that.
Nice. And shout out to you, Matt, from Carlos Goncalves for wearing the Shazier jersey. Great jersey to be wearing today.
This was actually one of my anniversary presents.
Awesome.
Dating anniversary, not marriage anniversary.
Yes, and you are currently in a destination currently?
Yes, I am in Daytona Beach.
Daytona Beach,
As
Florida.
you can tell by the lovely art behind me.
Is this like a rental or a hotel or something?
I have a timeshare down in Daytona Beach, so I'm in my condo down here.
Awesome, cool. And you're down here for
my wedding.
Congratulations.
Dude, congratulations.
Yeah, geez,
thank you.
It was just amazing because both of our big draft guys at Steeler Nation, Matt's getting married this weekend. Ben has a bachelor party this weekend. It's like weddings are screwing up our ability to cover the draft. But we're super happy for you, Matt. That's awesome news, man.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
This is an interesting pick here.
Oh,
Davis out of Kentucky.
Yes, Jarman Davis, the inside linebacker from Kentucky, going to Washington.
I thought he was going to get taken earlier than what most people did, but I didn't think it was going to be top 20.
Wow. Yeah, especially the way the quarterbacks have already been taken. We already have 5 quarterbacks off the board. A lot of talent been pushed down, and they picked somebody that's lower than you were anticipating. Where was he on your board, Matt?
He was mid 40s, I think, probably like 45.
So essentially, you had a second-round grade on him.
Yes, I thought the Jeremiah Owusu-Karamoa guy out of Penn State, I thought he was a better linebacker overall. I even had Nick Bolton higher. Granted, I put this out before the pro days where Nick Bolton didn't test phenomenally, but I thought he was going to be a fringe first rounder based on just linebackers tending to go a little higher than their rankings sometimes. But he's a good player. He dominated his last year at Kentucky. His senior season at Kentucky, he looked like an all-pro. So
nice.
I'm not surprised that he snuck up some boards, but I'm surprised he went top 20.
Gotcha. And New York is on the clock here at pick 20. So we're going to announce this pick, and then we're going to be cutting down the board here a little bit, hopefully having our good friend Kevin Dotson join the show with us. And we'd love to be hearing from him here soon as well.
I thought that was a David Little jersey because you had the block numbers.
Ooh, David Little.
Ooh, yeah.
That's a name right there.
Yeah, that's a throwback name right there.
Well, he was part of the Blitz. He was part of Blitzburg, right?
No.
No, he was predated Blitzburg.
Oh, so he must have been around like
he's
92, 93.
Yeah.
He was in the he took over for Jack Lambert.
Yeah.
And played in the majority of the 80s and seeded it to Hardy Nickerson.
Yep.
After 92, I think.
He played with Olszewski, didn't he?
I think they were on their roster 1 year together, but I don't think they started together.
Okay.
That was at the tail end. He was a solid linebacker. But those were our linebackers back in the 80s. They were big, not fast, and that was one of the biggest things that started to change when Donahoe took over.
Yeah.
They started going for a lot more athleticism at linebacker instead of being just the big guys, and changing that 3-4 to a kind of a different type of 3-4. Because we kept trying to get pass rush out of our defensive linemen. Then we started getting the pass rush out of the linebackers, especially after Greg Lloyd shone in 1989. This kind of, started a new wave in the 90s. Hasn't stopped with our linebacker since.
Nice.
With the amount of talent still on the board, I wouldn't be mad at all if the Steelers traded back right here. I know they're still
thinking about that. I'll ask that. There's one question I also want to ask you guys real quick before given the fact that really Ben had Connor open a lot underneath this past year, but our receivers, when things were going well, they were getting open. So I mean, why do a little drop off to that little 5-yard pass when you got a 19-yard pass that was going to Claypool or whoever?
Yeah.
Given that, you guys were talking a lot about the receiving nature of the running backs. It's kind of my take from watching the film. If we can, I don't think we really need right now with our roster next year. Our running back doesn't really have to be that great receiving running back.
Connor dropped a lot of balls, though. Connor dropped a few balls and was like, oh, that's a first down. Dropped a touchdown against Jacksonville a few years ago.
But yeah, he was open a lot. It's just that we had guys open down the field. We got so much talent receiver. Why dump it off?
I guess it also depends on the type of offense Matt Canada wants to run. Because if you think when Haley was there versus the last year or two, they ran a lot of short routes the last year or two. So even though the dump off was there, your wide receivers were running short routes too. Yes, they had some people running down the field like Deontay and Claypool occasionally, but Juju was often close to the line of scrimmage. Some other people. So I mean, they almost acted as a dump off for like a quick short throw. So yes, I 100% agree. If they continue to run an offense like that, yeah, you don't need a running back that's going to be that featured receiver. But if you start operating a little more downfield, say later Todd Haley, because early Todd Haley, he kind of brought in that short passing to help Ben because their line was struggling. He was getting hurt. Or like a Bruce Arians offense that's more of an air raid offense. I don't know what Matt Canada's 100% going to run in the NFL, but if you start operating more downfield, that dump off or the ability to flex out a running back and run those option routes becomes a little more important. But I agree, if you run the same offense as last year, it becomes less important.
Yeah, the offense was very frustrating at the end. Sorry to cut you off, Bill. Very frustrating, the offense. You just said the receivers all were running at the line. It's just like it was a lot of head scratching and seeing Juju get lit up when Claypool's wide open. If he just fakes it to Juju, Claypool's probably got a touchdown or at least a 30, 40-yard gain. You got to get these guys downfield. Juju didn't look as effective. I know he kind of turned into that Hines Ward role, getting those gritty yards and those big, tough first downs that he got. But you got a bunch of explosive receivers. Get them down the field. All right, what's the pick? I see you. Wow, you're ahead
Tony.
of me.
Looks like
you're ahead of me.
Tony.
Justin's saying it's Tony to the Giants, which that's a lot earlier than I expected.
Nice. Guys, we've got a special guest waiting in the waiting room, Mr. Kevin Dotson. I'm going to be dropping a few guys off. Just wait in the waiting room with us. We're going to be interviewing Kevin. We'll be having you guys back on the show here quickly after we talk with him to get your reactions, and we'll be all on for the picks when Steeler goes to pick for their first pick in 2021. So see you guys soon. I'm going to be dropping some of your videos here, and Jordan and I are going to stick on here and welcome Kevin. And be sure to mute too also, please, while you're in the waiting room, because I can't always control everything. See you in a few here, Colton. And we'll admit Kevin. There we go.
Round two would be about his range there. Yep. Fantastic breakout.
Sounds like Kevin's got his TV set on.
Kevin.
Thank God, how you doing, Kevin? Good to see you again, man.
How y'all doing?
Doing great. Great. And I had the pleasure of being able to interview you the last time. I know you might not recognize me. I got a lot hairier since our last interview. I just let it grow during COVID, man. I'm just done. So had to have something to do. Are you down? Are you your parents' house right now? Currently, are you in Louisiana? Where are you at right now?
I'm still in Dallas. That's where I train in it.
Cool. Nice. Because when I interviewed you the last time, you were sitting there in your dad's basement with the Steeler man cave, which is one that even I envied, with that beautiful, gold felt across the pool table. And it was just so great. So the first thing I have to ask you, man, has your dad come down yet from the fact that you're a Pittsburgh Steeler? Is he?
Definitely not. Definitely not. I just feel like every time he comes to a game or something like that, like the intensity never fell off. Just like, dang, my son is really and it just, I don't think it's worn off at all on him. I don't know.
How often does your dad get to come to games?
He went to every game this year.
Oh, that's
that was so awesome.
He went to every one.
Oh, he could, and that's got to be the best, because then he gets to root for you and just root for his Steelers at the same time. And you are also one of the unique players, because you were born into Steeler Nation before you ever became a football player for the Steelers. I mean, you've been watching the Steelers your whole life with your dad and seeing his passion for the team. So what's it like on draft day? Do you still get excited about the Steelers drafting, even though you're a member of the Steelers, or does it feel a little different now that you are a Pittsburgh Steeler?
I feel like it's a little more, it's more important now, because it's like, these are people that you're about to be working with now for the next few years. Yeah. So you want to be able to get that good pick, but you really have no say so. So you still in the same predicament you were before you were even in the league. So, when it comes down to it, it's always been important. But
and Kevin, I need to introduce Jordan DeFigio's here with me.
What's up?
She's with the podcast a lot and also hosts quite a few Helmet Hair, as well as the sister podcast, which is Yinzhers podcast here at SteelerNation.com. She's been chomping at the bit to meet you, and I'm sure she's got some questions for you as well.
Yeah, you were, dude. I can't remember a draft pick that the Steelers fan base was so excited about without knowing anything about them, because right, you weren't invited to the combine, like you were on nobody's radar, and as soon as they called your name, it was almost like we knew that you were a Steeler. Like it just deep down, there was something about you that was Pittsburgh, because we were like, oh my God, yeah, that's it. That's our guy. And we were just so pumped. And then all of that video footage of you training, and like, oh my God, the amount of weight that you can lift, and just your work ethic, and the way that you approach the game, and the very few opportunities that we got to see you play last year just made us want more. Like we are so excited to see you every single snap this year, because oh my God, you're an electric presence on the field. And it was awesome. So what was it like coming into the NFL in the middle of a pandemic? Because like you came in, there was no rookie camp, there was no real like OTA type stuff going on. You had a very limited training camp, and then no preseason, just kind of like right into it. What was that experience like?
The fact that I didn't get to like really go through the true process of becoming a Steeler, but it's kind of, I could say it was kind of nerfed down for me, the experience a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that the city and the town was just so welcoming to me, it was like you would talk about, like I got so much love off just, I don't even know how I got that much love. Like nobody knew me, like you said, nobody knew me, nobody heard of my school before, really. So when I got drafted and I had so many people like, oh man, you're gonna be great, yada yada yada, I rarely got hate.
That's
I was just like, I got friends a whole bunch of friends who got drafted last year, and I'm like, they're telling me these things that like people are going in their DM like, boo, like it's like I didn't get any type of hate. I'm like, this is great, like I'm good. And then once they found out I was still a fan, that just multiplied it times 10.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm Steelers for life, regardless of what happens. Whatever happens in the future, I'm gonna be a Steeler through and through. So I feel like these are my people, and I'm just trying to make them proud for real.
That's awesome. And just quickly here, Kadarius Toney was just taking the wide receiver to the New York Jets. We're now at pick 22, it looks like, and the Colts are on the clock. But I know, at least for me, you're one of the people that did put Louisiana Lafayette on the map, to being that raging Cajun that you are. And we see how you rage on the field, both at right guard and left guard last year, because you had to first come in for David DeCastro when he got hurt early, and you had an excellent game. And after that, you ended up coming in for Matt Filer then at left guard. So I know mostly you played right guard in college. It looked like you had an easy transition, almost seamless, because you were playing at a high level on the left side either. Did it feel that much different to you going to the other side? Was there a little bit of a learning curve for you?
It's a huge learning curve. It looks like I was doing, like it was easy, but the only reason that it looks good, because I have to think on every play.
Yeah.
So when I'm on the right side, I'm on autopilot. I know how my body moves, and my body is just it's going through the motions.
Yeah, because you've been doing it forever. Since high school, you've been playing right side, right?
Since high school.
Yeah.
So when I get on the left side, I have to say, all right, foot here, hand here, foot here, hand here. So the fact that I had to think about it constantly, it kept me in that motion,
Yeah. Oh, that's great. So I know when we talked before earlier, we said that your brother, who I knew back in high school when you were playing with him, that he was the center for your team and that he was helping you a little bit with taking snaps. Now, have you been working out at taking snaps at all this off season? Is there any chance of you coming in and possibly competing for that center slot?
No, I'm not really training for center. Center is just a different beast, man. It's not a thing where you can just come off the ball and, well, for me at least, it's one of those things you got to do a lot of thinking. You got to be in the room with the quarterbacks. You have to know safety movements. You got to know all this stuff. And I feel like it would mess my game up. So I'm just trying to focus on guard.
Nice. And now we're getting to the point of the draft where everybody wants to know, do you have a preference of who the Steelers should be taking here coming up in the next couple picks?
Not really. I see a lot of people talking about Najee and a lot of people talking about getting a tackle. I feel good about either decision, really, when it comes to that. I feel like this year's offensive line and what we're doing on offense, the things that we're changing, I feel like it'll be good for anybody that we bring in to plug into the system. So if we get a tackle, that'll help. If we get a running back, that'll help. Really, anybody will help in this situation.
Nice. And I know that for me, though, I know that it's tough to be able to say things, but for me, I mean, I'd be excited as an offensive guard to be able to come in and block for a new player. Somebody kind of excited to give you a little bit of extra energy there in the off season and preseason there to see the new kid come in and hopefully help out the team. Same thing with the safety or somebody that you'd be blocking next to, as opposed to somebody jumping on the other side of the field at defense. So definitely understand that. I've got a couple girls here on the that I'm going to admit who are the other parts of the Yinzhers podcast, and of course they are on the Yinzhers podcast with Jordan DeFigio. I am now introducing Morgan Erzo and Samantha James. They are all huge fans of yours, Kevin Dotson. So they all went to come on and say hello and welcome you to the Steeler Nation draft show. So welcome, Morgan and Samantha. How you been?
Good. How are you?
Hey, what's up, Striker? I'm just stressed out of my mind. How are you?
Stressed out of your mind because we're getting 2 picks away to the.
Oh my God, we're so close.
We're going to be drafting, right?
Easy.
So, Samantha, Morgan, I want to give you the opportunity to talk directly to Kevin. Please, I'll start with you, Morgan, because I know you've always got something to say, and give him let him know at least what you're interested in learning about him today.
I mean, you can't put me on the spot like that.
Well, I am.
Now I have nothing to say.
I've got the Yinzhers. This is your job to interview people. That you have the podcast. But I'll throw to Samantha then. Samantha. We'll let you calm down. We know you're excited. He's a famous Pittsburgh.
A little stressed.
We know how it is. So Samantha, what's on your mind?
I don't know. Okay, a couple episodes back, right? I did not think that we would go running back first round, and now my perspective has completely switched, which is why I hate also talking about the draft, because I know someone's going to come back and be like, "You didn't think we were going to take a running back," and now I'm like, "Oh man, I think we are."
Yep.
I really don't know. I don't understand like mock drafts and things like that.
Yeah.
It's really just getting people hopes up. You never know what a team is thinking. You could be thinking this dude's going to be going first round. I had some people before me last year, like every mock draft, I'm like number 5. Some of the people didn't get drafted. And I was like, that's crazy. So I'm glad I didn't really fall into that hype of looking at those, but it can really hurt.
I'm so with you on that. Like, I don't understand mock drafts at all. And I would have people on Twitter daily, "Morgan, who are we taking? Where's your mock draft?" I'm like, I don't like mock drafts. They drive me insane, to be completely honest with you. I tweeted something like, "Can't wait for the draft to be over," not because we're going to have like all these awesome new guys on our team, but because all the mock drafts will just disappear. And then someone was like, "Yeah, until someone puts out the way too early mock draft for 2022." And I'm like, oh, can we just not with the mocks, please?
Yeah. And like, how many people had Chase Claypool going to the Steelers at 42 last year?
Yeah.
Right. Please stop. It's a way for people to scratch that itch of being a GM when they know that they never will be able to. I don't know. I'm with all of you. I don't really get them. Like it's good to speculate, but I feel like whenever you do get into that rhythm of like mock draft, it's like, oh my God, settle down. Like you don't know what you're doing.
Right. There's a reason that you're doing a mock draft and not a real draft.
Mm-hmm.
And it loops you into a false sense of security as a fan because you're expecting the Steelers to take these players. So when they don't take these players, you get offended, which is like an odd
so
way
I was just gonna say,
existed.
I was just gonna say, like, you watch these fans who are at the draft, right? Live reacting to their team's pick. Right. And half of them have no idea who these guys are. And it's so funny because you just know that these people had someone in mind because they read one too many mock drafts. And when it wasn't that name, they can't hide it on live television. This is the biggest night of these guys' lives. And they're just standing there like,
that's a
reaction.
It can kill a player's whole ego. So if somebody, because teams can talk to you, they can tell you anything they want. They can lie all day. They could tell you, I'm getting first round. Hey, you won't be up there long.
Right.
Won't get drafted. And that could mess up your mental. Like,
sure.
It's not even a thing that you can really, that's why I don't understand really putting those out. Yeah. And it's like, you don't get anything for being right or wrong. Nothing happens when you throw these just fake numbers out, these fake picks out. So
I mean, it's really just for those people who want to, after the fact, be like, this was my mock. Here's proof that I kind of know what I'm talking about, or not at all.
Yeah, unless you're putting money on who getting drafted.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you the one thing that I thought was incredible, that the Steelers, even without a first-round draft pick last year, ended up getting incredible value the entire way through the draft. Not only just from front to back, everybody made the roster at one point in the season. Everybody's rostered. Everybody's returning next year. There was no first round draft pick. And what did they do? They still got the best players they could find. Chase Claypool coming in, making plays on offense. Alex Highsmith coming in, making plays on the edge and now starting for us there. Anthony McFarland coming out next, just right before you, Kevin, and you're now our starter at guard. We have Antoine Brooks Jr., the thumper from Maryland as well. Carlos Davis making waves too on the sideline. Do you remember, and this was interesting, I interviewed Carlos too, and I got to have him back on to ask, but it was toward the end of the year. It looked like he and Bugs were getting into it a little bit on the sideline during a game. Did you hear what was going on during that, or was it just a whole lot of nothing?
I think they were just trying to get reps. Once you get into fighting for that position, you really just trying to get reps. And if somebody supposed to be in and somebody else trying to make their move, something's going to happen. Grown men trying to get paid.
Yes. And that's the competitive nature, as your coach says, two dogs, one bone. And he loves to see that competition out of his players, and he gets the most out of it. And what's it like now that you've played a full year under Coach Tomlin?
Feel great. Tomlin is legit exactly as I thought he would be when I met him. Like the way that y'all think of him right now, that's exactly how it is. Like he's talking football 100% of the time. It's not 99% of the time. And it's like when he's not with his family, football. We walking through the hallway, football. You see, you go in and get lunch. You see somebody, you see him. Oh yeah. What about this when this happened on this play? Oh well, I mean, I was just cooling. I'm not trying.
That's it. Yeah. That's great. And just quickly, Caleb Farley, the cornerback from Virginia Tech, was just taken by the Tennessee Titans. We are on deck.
Oh, God.
Take away.
Yep. The Minnesota Vikings are currently on the clock. So Steelers are on deck. I will be inviting the rest of the contributors on here shortly once the pick is in here for Minnesota. So all of you in the waiting room be prepared to jump back on here with Kevin Dotson to get all of our reactions here when the Steelers pick Kevin's newest teammate coming up here shortly within the next 15 minutes. So who's
Sorry
excited?
if you could just hear me typing. Everyone says like type loud. Type angry.
Oh, you mean ready for when everybody comes back out for being upset?
I mean, you can feel the heat right now in the keyboard. I'm just like, yeah, I'm sweating a little bit.
Yeah. Right? Well, you're getting a lot of love, Yinzhers, over here on social media. Yinzhers in the house. Yo, Yinzhers. Love me some Fiji. Morgan, Samantha. Hashtag Yinzhers from Gabe Gotti, Robert C, M Soko. And M Soko said, Samantha, you need to unblock me with a sad face. I don't know what's going on there.
God. It's not going to happen.
Morgan needs to join Steeler Nation and deal with Coach. That's an inside joke for the people on the forum. No one needs to deal with that. Robert, get that out of your head.
What are we talking about? Now I'm scared.
No, this is just strictly things that happen before social media like Twitter and Instagram. We used to have things called forums. And us old people still jump on these football forums.
Oh, my dad, that's all he does.
Yes.
That's all he does. Every day he's calling me. He's like, the boys in the burger pissed. I'm like, what, Dad? What did they say today? Something off the forum.
So now we're at the point, like, Steelers, there's going to be a lot of talent on the board. Either they're going to go up and grab the guy they want, or they may be in the talks to trading back. Who knows what's going to happen, because there's going to be a lot of talent on the board with all the wide receivers, cornerbacks, and quarterbacks, which has come off the board. There's some positions I don't think that have even been touched yet. Let me go over to the big board quickly just so I can take a look. And running back has not been touched yet. And that right now, that's pretty much the only position that hasn't been touched. So it looks like best value coming up could be running back. There's some good offensive tackles. There's some good edge players still left here on defense. Another good, linebacker, an edge rusher here, and an inside linebacker too from Jeremiah from Notre Dame. I know some people have been talking about. Greg Newsome is still around. Caleb Fairley, I know, just came off the board, but still some good talent here. I know it's not something that the Steelers usually do. I know they would not trade out of the first round. I just don't see that happening at all. But it's getting to excitement time here for Steeler Nation fans and who we think we're going to be drafting.
I mean, I seriously would love the thought of trading down, because, I'm so happy if we can get like more draft picks, right? Like that's what we could really use, is more draft picks. And with so many guys still on the board who have been tied to the Steelers, and we know, like, we can't really trust the reports that come out, like they're interested in this guy and this guy and this guy. Like maybe they're not at all interested in any of them, and the guys we liked in the first round are already gone. Like we'll never know. But I love the thought of trading down. In theory, my stress right now cannot take that. I need to know right now. I need to know the Vikings pick is in, by the way. So
great.
Yeah.
And I want to congratulate Gabe Gotti. He has just won the Kevin Dotson signed Color Rush jersey from Enterprises. Congratulations, Gabe Gotti. I will be reaching out to you via YouTube and be writing that down so I don't forget it. So congratulations, Gabe. You won Mr. Kevin Dotson's signed Color Rush jersey. So
love
cheers.
It. Congrats.
I think the Steelers need to stay put where they are throughout the draft. Like I know that there's strategy to it, and I know that things change, but I feel like this is a team that needs to choose their identity moving forward and figure out what their goal is and stick with it. And I think that because at this point, all of the guys that are or have been linked to them are still available, then go with the guy that you want, because they obviously have a number one choice. Like it's not like they're all three the same, like same level. I think just go with it. Don't risk missing out on your number one guy, because if that's what you view as your number one need, go for it. Address it right away. And then maybe later on in the draft, dabble a little bit with movement. But I feel like management at least and ownership needs to send a message like this. We know what we're doing. Like we've made up our mind. This is how we're going to move forward, because we know that we have a very limited time frame to work with Ben, because he's old and he's probably on his way out, if not after this season, after the following one.
He's bionic. He's got that bionic arm. He's around for the long haul.
But that's big. Hey, Kevin, I wanted to get your thoughts on this. And Ben Roethlisberger came back this year. He took a pay cut. How does that speak to him as a leader, and it set an example for the rest of the team when you've got your leader out there taking a pay cut, putting in the work also last year just to come back and play? How does that feel to you to play for a guy like that?
I think it just shows that he wants to win, and he'll do what it takes to win, and he doesn't feel like he's out of the loop yet.
Yeah.
It's not one of those things where you just leave the game and like nothing happened. He want to leave on a good note.
Yeah.
And he feel like he can still do that. So, to know that somebody is willing to give up money, which is what the league is really about. Like, you can say it's about wins, but it's really about money. To give that up, everybody in the locker room knows that you really did something then, that you really care about football.
Nice.
It definitely made a statement, for sure. To everyone, to fans, to the media, to other teams, but especially in the locker room, right? Especially to the Steelers organization, that front office, the locker room, his teammates. I think that was huge.
I think it was also big for a lot of the free agents that we expected to leave this year.
Yeah.
May not have left because of that, because Ben was showing the example. Could that be a reason why Vince Williams came back, Tyson Alualu, Juju Smith-Schuster? I mean, we've got a lot of big things coming on, and we got the picks coming up. We're on the clock. Steelers are on the clock. So I'm going to start.
Justin said it's official. Najee Harris.
Najee Harris.
Pick is in.
Well, I'm going to be inviting everyone back here quickly.
I love G, guys.
Oh my God. God, yeah. And Cam Hayward tweeted it too.
Wow.
The defense's best friend is a good running game. Man,
Devin, you got me blocking for this cat now.
This feels good. This feels good in my soul.
I really feel good about this, because just the new offense that we getting now.
Yeah.
I feel like he's gonna put it right in.
You're gonna do great, man.
Yes.
I watched a lot of film of you last year. You did great. I thought you should have been starting by the end of the year. I'm excited. I can't wait.
The Steeler Nation.
Power over, guys, man.
We have said early it's Najee Harris. We have been right all day selecting early, even when I selected 10 minutes before the draft started this morning. This early afternoon. Feels like morning. Feels like I've been on here forever. It's awesome. So we will see if we are 100% correct. If Najee Harris is the next Pittsburgh Steeler.
Wow.
Oh my gosh. I'm feeling,
even though everyone's
a glass case of emotion
on the TV, I'm still thinking like,
I didn't think he was gonna go this far down.
Right. Yeah. There's no running back that's been taken yet, and that would be the first running back.
So weird. It feels so weird.
I was getting curious if they were going to go offensive tackle, even though the lock has been
official.
These
Najee
linemen,
Harris
these
is
linemen
the next Pittsburgh Steeler running back from Alabama. How do we feel, Steeler Nation?
Woo!
I'm excited.
Wow. So pumped.
Awesome.
God.
So,
wow.
Kevin, I'd like to go with you first, since this is your newest team member. How do you feel about this? How do you feel about you having a new running back to block for in Najee Harris?
I know I've seen what he can do, so I know what we're getting. So we getting a polished product off rip. I'm not worried. I feel like he can do the job better than most people. So I'm happy with the choice. I'm happy with the decision.
Yeah.
Oh, that is great.
Alabama, it makes a lot of. I think he's already part of, like a winning type of culture.
Yes.
So he gonna fit right in, because I've been to more teams. Well, I haven't been more teams. I've been around people who've been a lot of teams, and they say coming to the Steelers is every time they've been to the Steelers, it's been a totally different atmosphere.
And how is that atmosphere?
You can feel that there's a standard as soon as you walk in.
Yep.
Not one of those things where we're gonna make this thing happen. We're building it up. No, you coming, we're plugging you in, and you're gonna run what we ran. So
awesome.
I love that Kevin said that he's coming from a winning culture because a lot of people don't realize how crucial that is to players' mindset as they make the jump from the NCAA to the NFL or in any sport. Quite honestly, my boyfriend played baseball and football at LSU, and he talks all the time about how big of an impact coming from a program like LSU, a winning culture. He won a national championship in both baseball and football, and how
high school to college.
Exactly.
Yeah,
it is a huge.
From a 1A school to a 4A school, and when I was at the 1A school, we lost every game for 2 years straight. I came to that. I went to the 4A school, and you can see that they've won some games, so everybody has a little bit of, we got a chance of winning this game. When I was at that one school, we just went out there just because.
Just because you had a uniform and you had to.
Hey, we had 14 people. We got to make it happen. So I'm like, this is crazy. So once I got to the 4A school, it was way better.
It makes a huge difference. I love that you pointed that out.
All right, so specifically, guys, I want to get your input on how this pick feels for you. Matt, I want to start with you, sir, and I want to highlight you, and I just want to hear your opinion. You're the draft guru over where we are. How does this feel for the Steelers taking Najee Harris to you?
I've always been a little up and down on how high I am on Najee, but I like the pick. He's going to come in, be an immediate contributor, winning culture. He's a complete player. He's not one of those guys you got to project to see how good he's going to be. He's proven that he's already a great talent. So, he's going to come in and be able to immediately contribute to that offense. So I like the pick. Steelers are always about winning now, not trying to win down the road. So Najee's going to help them win some games this year. So I love it.
Nice. And Steeler Nation is noting the Steelers' time got down to 5 minutes, so they didn't sprint immediately to the podium. They took a little time this time. It's a big inside joke, Kevin. I know you've been probably following the Steelers for a while, but the Steeler Nation has always commented on the fact on how fast we get to the podium when the pick is up for the first round. And it seems like they try to break 4.40 records when they're when they're on the clock and it's draft day. But it helps out the NFL keeping the timing, I guess, between 11:30 and 8:30. So best of them on that. Moving next, I want to hear from you, Colton. I'd like to highlight you if you don't mind, and see what you'd like to say on this pick for the Steelers and what it means to you.
I love it. We talked about it when we first started this thing. Oh my gosh, feels like forever ago we started this video. But yeah, we talked about it then. We wanted Harris, and here he is. And it I posted when you were first talking to Kevin, I didn't know if they were going to go Najee. A lot of these tackles were falling that were supposed to go in the top 15, 20 range. It's like, all right, these guys shouldn't be sitting here, but they got their guy they wanted. It's kind of been told they were going to go Najee Harris. They got him. I can't wait to see Kevin blocking for him for this line. I think it's going to be a really scary backfield now with him. Throw a little sprinkle of McFarland hopefully this season, see if he takes a step as well. Same with Samuels and Snell. I think it's a legit backfield now, and you could trust that Harris is going to stay on the field. Love James Conner and all, and I love the story, everything with him.
Yeah,
he really couldn't stay on the field, and when he was healthy, he was legit. And the thing was, he's got to be reliable in there. I think that's what you're getting from Najee Harris. So I'm pumped. Here we go, man. And got their guy that we were talking about all night.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome.
You know what I'll also say really quickly now that you mentioned Connor?
Yeah,
I'm his biggest fan and so happy that the Cardinals did not go running back in this first round, because I know that they were one of the teams that people were saying may stand in the way of us getting Najee. And I'm really happy to see that they didn't go running back first, so that they, you know, maybe that means they're planning on utilizing him in the way that I hope they are as their starting running back. I would love to see that. So that was also really cool.
So Morgan, what are your thoughts here on Najee Harris being the newest Steeler?
I've been preaching for weeks about how I didn't want to go running back in the first round.
Yeah. But now the way the draft fell, do you still feel the same way?
But I'm also, you know me, eternal optimist. Like,
right?
Hell yeah, I'm so pumped. This is the best idea we've ever had. Let's go.
Great.
I'm really excited. Obviously we've seen what he's capable of, what he brings to the table. He was the best running back in this class, if you ask me. I liked Javonte Williams a lot, and I think that he would have been maybe the guy if we didn't get Najee, but I'm pumped about it. Obviously, it's been an executive order from the top down that we establish and build the running game so that we're not, you know, following everyone else, you know, trailing the pack in the NFL in that category. So I think he does give us the best chance to do that.
Nice. So that's great. Job, I know that you're the stats guy, you're the analytics guy. What does this mean for you personally, having Najee Harris as the newest Pittsburgh Steeler?
Well, as is noted, I'm an Auburn fan, so I'm glad that he will be running through wide open holes, hopefully. That aren't against the Tigers.
He will be.
Yes, absolutely.
Right.
So it's gonna be nice to see him running for my team versus for my rival. So that'll be nice. It's kind of looking at analytically. I really think this is going to be something that, you know, I get there's a lot of as the Yinzhers highlighted a little while ago, the wannabe GMs are going to be dogging it, saying, oh, he's too old. He had too heavy of a workload in college. But, I mean, he's a baller. The dude is a stud. I am excited. So I think he's going to do really well, especially with some of the things I've observed in Matt Canada's previous college offenses. I think he's going to translate well.
Nice. And I'm getting zero shade online. No smoke. I'm getting lots of excited remarks here from Steeler Nation stating, yes, they're excited to have Najee Harris. Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. Let's go, Harris. Steeler Nation is excited. This is great because this is rare, Kevin. This is rare when the Steelers make a first-round pick where everybody seems to be on board. And we just saw there was a Twitter feed that just came across our feed earlier today that was shared throughout the writers here at Steeler Nation, and it was showing fan reactions when TJ Watt was drafted. And
so good.
It was hilarious because you had all of these, you know, pseudo GMs with their pseudo draft charts stating like, this is the worst pick ever. They picked the worst Watt brother, and how wrong you are with not understanding how drafts work, how scouting players worked and finding the right players to fit your team. And it's also even more difficult because I think for certain teams, they look for different types of players, and it's tough to get a square peg into a round hole. But when teams have a certain identity, and now this identity seems to be commitment to the run. I mean, drafting you was a big moment of commitment to the run, Kevin, as well as making sure that they drafted a running back here today. We heard that Rooney was upset. He wants more of a commitment to the run. What does it mean to you to have a team be more committed to the run?
It's one of those things where they know that if you can establish the run, it's guaranteed that you can get into the head of the opponent. Because if you can't stop the run, you can't stop anything. We run, it starts through the run, it ends through the run. Yeah. So if you can't stop the run, we're gonna be able to do play action all day. You're gonna be scared to to actually get back into coverage because you want to be in the box. So if we running it down your throat and you can't stop it and we just keep doing it, I mean, what can you do? There's nothing. You just getting beat and hoping that somebody does something wrong.
Yeah.
It opens up so many doors whenever you have that run game. And that's why the passing game became so ineffective there at the end of the season, because opposing teams just knew. They were like, okay, so Ben's going to get the snap and he's going to throw it right away for
some of the defensive lines, like sometimes you'll watch film and they'll come off crazy and do all the moves, but they knew that we didn't have that much of an effective game. So they'll step and hands up, just on a spot.
Right.
So it makes a huge difference when you can actually run and they have to be on their toes 24/7. Not get into a groove of, okay, he gonna pass it, he gonna quick pass, he gonna throw it deep, he gonna you got to actually worry about the run going inside, outside, and the thing we're adding this new Matt Canada offense is gonna be, we've been going over the stuff for the last 4 days, and the defense is gonna be confused.
So, Kevin, how big of an influence was Matt Canada with the offense last year? It seemed like you guys were doing a lot of pre-snap motion earlier in the year before the injuries started happening, across the line and some skill positions too at running back. How much influence did Matt Canada have in the locker room last year in instituting the offensive game plan?
He didn't have too much say. He didn't really have that much say so. He still had to go through Randy. So it's not, he couldn't have a full grasp. We couldn't do exactly what he wanted because we still had to run the game plan through Randy. You can't really tell somebody what else to do. I mean, what they need to do if they're over you.
Right.
So, I think now he's going to have that full range. We'll be able to see a bigger, more diverse playbook,
Yeah.
I can't wait for that.
Yeah. That's going to be good.
That pumps me up for real.
Jordan, what are your thoughts now that Najee Harris is finally a Pittsburgh Steeler? I think that kind of falls in line with your thinking all night. So how are you feeling about it?
Oh my God. I'm having to really exhibit some self-control and not buy his jersey right away. I'm super pumped. I know, right? It should be in my cart and shipping by now, but yeah,
you have room on your wall for it?
I would make room.
Build a new wall, Jordan.
Yes.
I need to create some wall space. I honestly, I love it. I think that speaking of walls, I think the writing has been on the wall for quite some time that this was the direction the Steelers were going to go in.
Yeah.
And I'm just so stoked to have a player of that caliber in the backfield. Like Morgan was saying, James Conner's awesome. I loved him. I was cheering for him so hard when he was here. And I will continue to when he's in Arizona. Like, I love him. He's such a great dude. Yeah. But you can't even try to claim that there was no drop off between Le'Veon Bell and him. It was monumental. Yeah. Like it was a huge loss having somebody who's that explosive in the backfield just leave.
Anyone would have been a drop off from Le'Veon to be fair.
Oh yes. And that's not, it's not a knock on Connor. It's just a knock.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. You lose a player like that, you're going to notice it. And we noticed it all across the board again, because when you don't have a run game, it's difficult to have an effective passing game. So now that we're incorporating that piece into the offense again, and hopefully we'll see them start to really pour into like addressing the other needs, like center and maybe grabbing another tackle or guard, and just to solidify the line. And then we'll see what happens there. But I think for me, it wasn't address the running back position and ignore the offensive line. It was get the best running back available and then address the line. Like I was always hoping that they would go for a really talented back up front, because whenever they have tried to find somebody and kind of like dig through the weeds in the middle rounds for a difference maker at that position, they just it hasn't really panned out for them, and they haven't really been able to establish a running back by committee approach to anything. So like I'm very, very happy with this.
I love
I'm
seeing
pumped.
you this excited, Jordan. I really
love
do.
it.
And it's a good thing that the Steelers did take Najee Harris when they did, because the next pick in the draft, Jacksonville Jaguars took Travis Etienne. So that was probably going to be Harris if the Steelers traded back.
That would have been interesting. Would have been interesting to see what they did, especially with Trevor Lawrence. I don't know if they would have went Najee, and they might have went Etienne just to keep him with his guy.
Yeah. And what were you saying, Kevin?
And I was at a toss-up with both of them because I like both of their running styles.
Yes.
So I feel like whoever we would have got in that situation, I knew we were going to get one of them. I felt like I never really felt like we was going to do that for tackle.
Yeah.
Kind of wanted sometimes, but I feel like we got our tackle. We have at least 12, 13 offensive linemen right now. So
yeah. Wow.
Three on each side competing for position. So I feel good about that competition.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And then Cleveland Browns, just to let everybody know, keep up with the draft. They ended up taking Greg Newsome II. His father played in the NFL. He's out of Northwestern. He plays cornerback. So their defense is getting a little stronger there in Cleveland with the addition of Greg Newsome II. And I know with Steeler Nation, Matt Papiernick as well, myself, we feel the same way as you, Dotson. And that was, we would have been fine either with Etienne or with Harris. We love both of their skill sets, at least from a watching perspective, being able to see how diverse these athletes are. Matt, if you want to add too, I don't know if you're muted right now too. Just give your thoughts.
Yeah, sorry. I was keeping myself muted. My wife just got back, so she's been creating a little bit of noise in here as I'm trying to watch the draft and focus.
That's perfect.
But no, I was a fan of both Etienne and Harris. Like Kevin said, they both kind of offer something a little different, and could really help the Steelers' offense. Etienne offers that speed element, whereas Harris offers more that all-around traditional Steelers running back feel. So I enjoy them both.
Nice.
To touch on the Browns pick, Greg Newsome, he's a good quarterback, and it'll be interesting to see him try to cover some of those Steelers wide receivers, especially since Newsome played a lot of zone in college. So I don't know the Brown scheme specifically, but converting from zone to possibly a primary man scheme, trying to line up against a lot of the Steelers wide receivers will be interesting. But it's always interesting to see who gets picked within the division.
I was just gonna say, I feel like our division is drafted pretty well tonight.
Mm-hmm.
They've been drafted pretty well for the last few years.
And Ravens coming up, yeah. So
they're going receiver. They
have to. They have to go receiver.
They're going for
getting there.
The Ravens are going for the next wide receiver that they will use poorly for the next couple years. They just cannot pick receivers no matter how high they draft them in the first round.
I really hope they don't. Who gets to catch passes from a running back.
There you go. Well, Bill, I wanted to get your input also. What are your thoughts on Steelers adding Najee Harris to the lineup?
I absolutely love it. This is the guy that I really wanted more than anything. Getting from an Alabama, there's been a great track record of Alabama players transferring from Alabama and making an impact in the pros and doing it pretty quick. So that was a huge thing on me as I looked up. Alabama, Ohio State seem to have that big impact fast, and it'll make the O-line's job a lot easier to have a guy who can make a play. Not that James Conner was not able to, but there's a different level of a player that can, hey, you got one guy to beat, you can maybe make a move, you can stiff arm, you can run through him, you can turn that 3rd and 2 into a moving 5 yards and move the sticks. So I'm excited as heck about getting him and getting that running game going and grinding it out and getting into that rhythm. I think that we got the best running back that was on the board which means, in the past, the best running back on the board would go so much earlier.
Yeah.
So we got an impact player that can come in right away and start, right off the bat. Just like everyone else, I love James Conner. I think that, he was a power running back. He didn't have that great, initial burst, that Oregon once told me, you have that, breaking speed, right off the bat. He didn't seem to have that. He was more of a power back and more like a Eddie George without, Eddie George is, a Greek god with his physique, So it's not a knock on him to be like that. But he tried to run like that, and it took its toll. So I root for him very highly, and I look forward to seeing Najee because I think he's gonna be a difference maker for us on offense. Give us a chance to turn the ball, hand it off, and
hang on a second. Morgan's showing us something here. Let me pin you here, Morgan. What is this a picture of?
Parental advisory.
Parental advisory. Looks like they're getting ready to drop a new album. That looks absolutely fantastic. That's our coach, Mike Tomlin, and Kevin Colbert. Looks like it's hanging out at the draft.
Shad Bateman to the Ravens. There he is.
Yep.
Shad Bateman, wide receiver from Minnesota.
Wow.
The short one who Lamar can overthrow.
Right.
Bateman's legit, man. Bateman's gonna be really, really good if Lamar can get him the ball. Is the problem?
Yeah.
Malik is in everywhere.
There was the old joke about Mark Malone that the Soviet Union was afraid of him because he was the only person that could overthrow their government. We may have someone else here.
Yeah. Samantha, I wanted to go to you also. I saved the best for last. I want to get your thoughts on this pick for Najee Harris now being a new Steeler so we can get everyone's opinion here on the board. Oh, you're muted. Yep. There you
go.
Nope.
Act like you've been here before, Sam.
Is that it? Yeah, it's just in delay. I guess you're in delay.
I'm in delay. Okay.
But I can hear you. Go ahead and talk.
Super excited. At first, I was kind of apprehensive about going running back first, but as the draft class went on, I was like, okay, it's really deep in the offensive line, so we could draft all our needs later. Whereas there was really only three top running backs in my opinion.
Yeah.
So I'm super stoked. We really did need to establish that running game, and we did it tonight. So
awesome. And now it is time for all of us. If you have a beverage, I have a beverage. I'm going to toast to Kevin Dotson's newest teammate, Najee Harris. Welcome to the Pittsburgh Steelers, Najee. You get a specific salute for Steeler Nation. Go Steelers.
Go Steelers.
Steelers.
Here we go.
Coffee at
Here we
10:30.
This is what we do, Najee. We drink and we talk Steelers.
Doesn't get much better.
Right.
Can I ask Kevin a quick question?
Sure can.
Just football guy to football guy. So when I played football, one of the most energizing things I would do as a defensive back is when the receiver came to my zone, I got to, back in the day, we could lay people out. So that's exactly what I did. I would lay them out. What would energize you as an offensive lineman more? In a passing situation, you just put the guy on the ground, or in a running situation, you just drive him back 15 yards. What gives you more energy, would you say? I've always been curious about that.
It's definitely running, because when you really, really just push somebody back 10 yards and put them on their back, it's demoralizing for the rest of the game. It can, if they're not secure in what they do, you just messed up their entire game plan, their train of thought. So say I went against a rookie and he's not very good, like he's not very true to his
fundamentally sound
fundamentals. Yeah. So if I were to knock him back 10 yards, drive him on the ground, like push up and get up off of him, that would make him go into survival mode. He's not working his moves anymore. Now he's just trying to not get beat. that bad again. So once you do that, it can mess up somebody. But you go against somebody like, just think of somebody that you know for a fact is going to be that guy, regardless if you beat him. Just like
Aaron Donald.
Yeah, Aaron Donald. If you were to pancake Aaron Donald, the next play he gonna either get his revenge or he's not gonna get beat like that again.
Yeah.
So you just gotta. It can affect people in different ways.
But maybe he gets too aggressive at that point, and then you just maybe get into his head a little bit. You think?
Yeah, that's
that kind of situation.
If you can beat him again after that, it's gonna get in his head in a different way.
Kevin, if you don't mind, I got one for you as well. Playing alongside a guy like Maurkice Pouncey, what was it like playing alongside of him? Probably one of the best guys, one of the best centers in the franchise's history, the long line of centers in the history of the franchise. What was it like playing with him and Dave DeCastro, two top-tier guys?
Definitely Pouncey's mentality is he has that dog in him, if you know what I'm talking about. Like he has that in him in the locker room. We playing anything. We could be playing little bag toss, the cornhole. He has that dog in him at all times. And even at practice, we walking through, he's still going full speed. So I'm just standing there. So we do it where we just walk through on drills. His punches are still full speed. So when I'm just standing there, we just really just moving dummies, and he is punching full. So anytime you line up over top of Pouncey, when it's supposed to just be a walkthrough, nobody even supposed to really touch each other, he is punching you full hard in the chest, in the stomach. You have to be tensed up because he's not about to change what he does for anybody.
That's awesome. Hilarious. We're gonna miss him.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that was tough.
Yeah, and I want to give at least a quick shout out. Yeah, go ahead, Kevin.
I said that was another position I felt like we were looking at a lot with center.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, and I think that's going to be addressed here probably tomorrow.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. But I'm telling you one thing, and like you're saying, the dog in Pouncey is going to be the toughest thing to replace at the center position. But but hopefully you guys can get another great player in here that I know that you and Double D will be able to help out and make him the best he can be.
I got one for Kevin.
Sure, Bill.
Right. See, now I want to be able to say that I hung out with you after winning the Super Bowl like I did with the team in 2008. Can I get that picture with you next year?
Hey, I guarantee you can take that picture with me anytime.
Amazing.
That was with Brett Teasel. He said to me, "I've taken 1,000 pictures tonight, and I'll take 1,000 more."
Hey, get to that point. He's just like, anything is a go. I'm ready to. Whatever we're trying to do, I'm ready to do it.
I want you to envision this because I got in that Super Bowl party at the Intercontinental Hotel in Tampa in 2009, February 2009, and it was just rocking. The excitement, all the players just partying and just celebrating, and everybody just having a good time. I'll get that vision in your head because that was real. I got to experience that. It was cool as heck.
And you live in.
Everybody on the forum was jealous.
Yep. Bill lives in Tampa Bay, so he's been around that area for Super Bowls. So it really helps him out that the Steelers were able to win one in Tampa for him. And we have a new pick as well. New Orleans picked Peyton Turner, the defensive end from Houston. That's got to be one of the first defensive ends taken off the board.
It's the third. Kwity Paye, and then the kid from the U.
Awesome. That's why I got you stats guy to correct me, because I'm never 100% on this. But that is,
I'm sure Houston followers really happy he went in the first round.
That's right. That's right.
There you go, Cole. We got a Houston player going to a black and gold team. Enjoy it.
Yeah, just not the Steelers.
Yep. No, he said, "Damn, Peyton Turner to the Saints."
Green Bay turned that card in really fast.
Oh,
they turned that card really fast.
Maybe it's another quarterback.
Kyle Trask.
Oh, is it already?
It's like Green Bay drafts. It's probably Elijah Moore, honestly.
That'll be the please stay Aaron draft pick.
Right.
They need more than that, man. They messed that one up. Hello.
And you're getting a lot of love too, Kevin, here on all of our social media, on Facebook, on Twitter, on YouTube. Dot is a true Steeler. Agreed. Mash some linebackers, Dot. Got to make some money to buy a K-Dot's jersey. Just everybody sending you lots and lots and lots of love. And like the ladies were even saying earlier, it's like you are a unique Pittsburgh Steeler in the fact that we loved you immediately, though we knew very little about you when you were drafted. And you were not even, were you invited to the Senior Bowl as well? You weren't invited to the Combine and weren't invited to the Senior Bowl, even though you were an All-American and a consensus All-American, which is completely insane to us as followers and lovers of football, that you would not at least be invited to either of those.
Yeah. Well.
but it doesn't matter.
It was good for us, right? Like that worked out for us. Thank God.
Meant to be.
I don't care about it no more.
That's great because we love having you, Kevin. Man, that's it. Nothing makes, and I know nothing makes your dad happier than being able to tell everybody that his son is a Pittsburgh Steeler.
Oh, for sure.
Just wait till what it feels like when you go out there and you see the sea of terrible towels that are going to go. You didn't get to see last year.
Yeah.
You're gonna feel something different there. I promise.
I never got to go to a Steelers game before playing for the Steelers. I've only got to watch it on TV.
Wow.
So my only experiences are TV, ESPN, the NFL Network type stuff. So I didn't really get to know about the Renegade. I didn't really get to know about a lot of stuff.
I'm so excited for you.
Yeah, right. I'm more excited for his first Renegade. Jeez Louise. I'm
right. I was just going to say, like, Bud Dupree's piece, I forget where it was, but about Renegade.
I think it was
right?
Athletic,
I think it was too. I'm so excited for you, Kevin, to just experience that, like for the first time with the fans and everything. Like, I'm getting chills thinking about it. That's so cool for you.
Yeah, you always remember your first Renegade.
Always.
Yeah, you sure do.
Always.
2017.
And if you're lucky enough, you might be at a game where they play the double Renegade.
Yes.
Don't do that to me.
Times.
I mean, this year I was sitting at home playing it on my phone. So I'm not kidding. We would need something. And I'm like, all right, play Renegade. And then the next day I would listen to it all day.
I almost had Renegade queued up to play it during the draft. Go ahead, Kevin. What you say, man?
I was saying, like, we didn't even have half capacity, and it was still a lot of energy up in there. So I know when it's full, which I know the Steelers going to always have it full. So it's like, I can't wait to see that full energy. Definitely in like a close game or something like that, and we win. Like,
yeah,
I can't wait to see
Oh my God. I can't wait to be at Heinz Field this season. It's going to be so good.
I know.
That was upsetting. I was supposed to go to the first game of the season against the Giants. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Last year, yeah, I remember we talked about that, and then they made it a Monday night game.
You
couldn't make it because of work, right, Colton?
Nah, COVID. Oh my
COVID.
gosh.
That's right.
Oh, I live in the awful state of New Jersey, and COVID, no fans at all at Giants or Jets games. I'm like, oh my gosh.
That's right, because both New York teams play in New Jersey.
That's right. Oh, that was very upsetting. Kevin, I got a question for you again, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
What was it like playing with, again, a future Hall of Famer? Ben, you're going to be blocking for him again this year. I just wanted to hear what it's like. I talked to Matt Starks a month ago, and what he said about it. I just want to hear what your thoughts are blocking for a Hall of Famer in the future.
I think it's one of those things where it's just, you can feel the confidence. Like, as soon as he walking in the building, he has that power in the building. So his presence is known. And then when he's on the field, he's smart, so he can make things up as it comes. A lot of times, not even a lot of times, but a few times we did last year where it was like he knew the defense. So, all right, hey, we're going to run this play, but you do that and this because the safety's going to be down and somebody should be trying to wrap around and somebody should be open in this gap over here. So he'll make it up and it worked. We going for 400 yards passing because he knows what he's doing. And so it's just like, it's an easy thing to be able to follow, you know. You know there's an established leader. He is the leader, and there's no doubt about it.
I was just going to say, what is it like? You know, you see it watching TV, and I love watching him. He's sitting there coaching Claypool, Juju, you know, telling him, yo, go over there. And I remember him calling out that play to Claypool when he had the linebacker match down him. He's like, just run, just go fly right by him and led to a touchdown. You like ever hear that stuff and you're sitting there like, oh, there's no way they're stopping this play coming. You ever hear something like that?
So you'll do it for the first 2-3 times, and then you just like, well, he know what he's doing. I'm not even gonna worry about it. I'm just gonna do my job and let him get that done.
Now, Dot, were you one of those players that when you played, that would you tell the people across from you when you're just dominating them? Would you tell them the play? I couldn't remember if it was you that I was interviewing, but you'd tell the guy in front of you the play that you're going to run, and you still kill him on it.
Yeah, in college.
Yes.
You can't really do that in the league. They're a little different breed out here. You can't do it. I do that once I start getting a little groove into it. You know what I'm saying? I can't really go my flex right now.
And that's awesome. That because to me, especially, I mean, how's your teammate doing? Was it Long who was playing to the right of you? Didn't he end up going to what, the Dolphins?
Hunt. Robert Hunt.
Hunt. Yes, Hunt. How's he doing?
He's doing good. I think he's going to be fighting for that starting spot, or he might be starting right now.
Awesome.
I think they might start him at right tackle.
I swear, though, watching the highlights of you and Hunt blocking together at Louisiana Lafayette looked like it was an actual bulldozer throwing that right-hand side line down the field. I mean, 2 NFL caliber, you know, blocking linemen on Louisiana Lafayette just destroying the league. It was just so fun to watch.
We took pride in it to be able to say anybody, it doesn't matter what school we're going against. It don't matter if it's Bama. It don't matter if it's this team. It don't matter if this team. This double team is a guarantee. This side is not going to lose.
Yes.
Hey, we talk about the left side. Left side. That I actually lived with my whole offensive line in college.
Oh, that's cool.
They were roommates and we were roommates. I've been roommates with Hunt since first year.
Yes.
Day one.
Yeah.
The first week we were there, we said, hey, we're gonna go to the league. Really, we were roommates in like a small little dorm, and we was like, hey, we're gonna make it to the league. And once we started getting the little accolades.
Yep. Boom. Both in the league.
Hey Kevin, do you like Lafayette? Did you like it there?
Yeah, the city is. I
think he went to high school not far from there, Morgan.
No, my boyfriend is from New Iberia.
Oh yeah, from like the like not even that far. It's like very close, actually.
Super close.
Like
yeah.
In Lafayette, really.
It's basically Lafayette. Yeah. So I was on campus a few months ago. Actually, he was like showing me around Lafayette's campus. It's pretty nice.
Yeah, it's
like nice. The sports facilities are nice.
You know, it's actually one of the like richest towns in the country.
Yeah.
Top 5, top 10, something like that.
Yeah.
And it's ranked like number 1 happiest place. Like,
I mean, and the people there are so nice, and the food is so good.
All they do is eat and drink.
Oh my God! Right.
They're getting drunk. They're eating good food.
Like, what do you have to be mad about? Drew Brees leaving? Okay.
And I've got to quickly thank Jordan DeFigio for her time. Jordan, you were awesome. I know you got your COVID shot today. You need some rest. Hopefully you can get some enough rest to join us again this weekend. But
heck yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us today. Thank you so much for helping me to interview Kevin Dotson and Alex Highsmith. Kevin, we had Alex Highsmith on at the top of the show, and so it was a lot of fun to be able to talk with some Steelers rostered players here on draft day. But thank you so much to Jordan. Sure. Have a great night.
Yeah, thank you, Stryker, for having me. Thank you, Kevin, for joining us, and everybody else. Thanks for hanging out and talking about the draft and just getting pumped about Steelers football. It's an awesome time of year, and there's a lot to look forward to and be excited about.
Cool. And I've got something to talk about here too, about Najee Harris. I got a tweet in here that was shared by Kellen Mills, and she stated, I'm sorry, whatever team drafts Alabama's Najee Harris is getting a special person.
Oh, I saw
Today, he threw a draft party for kids at the homeless shelter where he lived for several years growing up. He told me it was emotional the first time he went back to visit. So that speaks volumes of the character of the man who you are going to be blocking for, Kev. That's just an amazing thing for him to do on the day that he is drafted, to reach out and give back to the community that helped him when he was a child. That's great.
Yeah, there were a bunch of stories about Najee that came out even before the draft, though, about the person he was with the team at Alabama, with outside the team at Alabama. He's a great person all around. He's going to be a great person to have around the team from everything you hear about him. So adding that element to it just, helps build chemistry within the team and the players and within the locker room. So it never hurts to have a player that has that type of personality off the field as well.
Yeah. Good character people. That is something that Mike Tomlin and Kevin Colbert have been drafting here for the last few years. I mean, obviously Kevin Dotson being one of these high character people that the Steelers just love bringing in. Alex Highsmith as well. I mean, it helps, I think, the environment and the locker room. You can speak more of that than I can, Kevin, because you're actually in the locker room. But to me, it would seem like the locker room is a fun environment. You already mentioned playing some games there too, but it sounds like you have a lot of good people in that locker room to help motivate the team to be the best that they can be. So how was that locker room like for you when you're in it?
It's definitely, you can feel that they were selected for a reason. Mm-hmm. Like you can feel that nobody on that team is just one of those selfish, that one of those, prima donna type people where everything has to be about them. And you can feel it when you walk in. Everybody feels like they're trying to win. So you come in there to win a game. You're not coming in there to be the center of attention.
We've been burned before, so.
Don't. I know where you're going with that one. Don't do it.
Well, we don't need to go there. That's before Kevin's time. He doesn't have to worry about that. He's been in a fantastic locker room setting. So, and that's probably what I was the most happiest here for the past couple years, because our team has been kind of solidifying around themselves. I mean, even with the injury of Ben 2 years ago, that team rallied around Duck Hodges, rallied around Rudolph as well, and nearly made the playoffs. I mean, that was an incredible feat in itself to almost get to the promised land. And if they had 7 playoff teams, they would have been in there that year. But now we have 7 playoff teams, or seven playoff teams in each conference. And I've got a question also for you, Kevin. I want to know what it's like for you and what your thoughts are for playing it now in a 17-game regular season.
Man, I don't know.
Yeah.
Last year felt like one of the longest years of my life, and still the fact that they add on to it is just, I don't know.
I know, right?
Didn't get a break last year.
So what?
Yeah.
Didn't get a break last year.
Yeah, nothing.
Yeah, he never actually got to experience a legit bye in the NFL. You guys got tossed around.
Yeah.
We legit worked until Friday, and then they were like, "You got the weekend off." Be back. I'm like, dang, this is crazy.
So But Kevin, thank you so much for joining us on the show today. We love all of the time that you gave us. I mean, it was so great to have you get your reactions for your new teammate. Thank you so much. And also to be part of the giveaway today, because that's something that Steeler Nation really enjoyed. So thank you so much for being here on the show with us today.
And thank y'all for having me.
No worries, man. I'll talk to you soon, man.
All right.
See you, Kevin.
See you, Kevin.
Awesome. We got a couple more picks here that happened on the board. Green Bay selected Eric Stokes, cornerback from Georgia. Now, that's a name I did not hear being this high in the corner area. You guys can correct me if that was the case. Same thing as well. Gregory Rousseau from Miami, the defensive end, being taken by the Buffalo Bills. So we have 2 selections left. We have the Ravens, who looks like traded back. Yeah, they traded.
I think that's the Chiefs pick.
That was the trade for Brown. You're right. So that's the Chiefs pick from Brown. So they got 2 first-round draft picks this year, and we'll see who they'll select. It's the first time they've had 2 first-round draft picks. The last time it was when they had 2 first-round draft picks, they selected Kyle Bowler and they selected Terrell Suggs. So this is the next time.
Right.
Yep. Hey, he's a hell of a player. I hate the guy too. Don't get me wrong, but
don't forget about 2018.
He went to Arizona. He went to my school. So whatever.
Suggs on the team. I think he's a Hall of Fame caliber player.
T-Sizzle.
T-Sizzle. Ball so hard university.
That's right. That's right.
Come on, but like, is he any more intimidating or hate-inducing than James Harrison? I mean, it's like we had the same caliber guy there for a bit. So
it's a respect thing. And you saw the jersey. You saw the jersey he gave to Ben. It's a respect thing. He's one of the. Yeah. It's one of those things like Ray Lewis. You hated him. Same thing with Ed Reed. You hated those guys, but
they respected each other. It wasn't like you're playing Montez Perfect out there.
I mean,
Harrison was a little guy. I stood next to him and made him small.
And I will say also, once Ray Lewis left and once Terrell Suggs left, it's not as fun to play the Ravens anymore. It's just not. Like when Ray Lewis doesn't come out of the tunnel and do his whole thing, it's just
then watch him lose.
Fun.
Yeah. It's a sad point. I used to have Ravens season tickets. I used to work for the Ravens. I was excited as hell when Baltimore got a team because it meant I got to watch the Pittsburgh Steelers in Baltimore once a year. That was my main focus for working for the Baltimore Ravens. But I did have Ravens season tickets because it was easy to buy them, as well as Cleveland. I had Cleveland season tickets at the time as well, because I couldn't get Steelers season tickets. Impossible. So sell the rest of them, go to the Steelers games, have a great time. And that's how you did it until I got my Steelers seasons. And I sold off my Ravens, sold off my Cleveland. So now I get to get to see the Steelers, hopefully this year, if we're not blocked out from.
We're all going.
Right?
We're all going.
We've got to have a game where all of the Steeler Nation people and the Yinzers come out for a specific game and just make it.
I'm going to go to every game.
Back for the Ravens.
Hey, I have yet to see any of you in person. So I need to make sure. I've been part of Steeler Nation now for 3 years. I have not seen a single one of you in person.
Well, this is the great thing about COVID-19. Even though we haven't seen each other in person, we've been able to interact this way visually. I know who you are. I know what you look like. If I saw you in a crowd, I'd be able to pick you out. So this is why I'm looking.
I stick out above the crowd.
Right?
That's what you can't see from this.
But this is going to be the fun thing when we actually do get back together and we're able to hang out again. It's something that I'm just super excited for. Ravens pick is in. They took Jason Owa from Penn State, the outside linebacker. That's an excellent value pick for the Ravens there at pick 31, second to last pick of the draft. They got a high value.
I am very surprised they didn't go offensive line.
That kid's
still available.
Jenkins is still there.
This is still BPA, in my opinion. Who's still there? Joe, if you're following the draft.
I've been kind of like up to date on this board. I'm shocked I've been this good on it, but Jenkins is still available, I believe.
Kevin Jenkins is. I don't see how he's fallen out of the first round. I don't get it.
I don't
Especially
either.
Since Leatherwood got taken.
Well, do you think he may go here to Tampa Bay at 32?
No, probably not. I mean, they drafted who they drafted in the first round last year.
Tristan Wirfs.
Wirfs, yeah.
Yeah.
So they got their tackles. Their line's pretty set. I mean, I honestly, the Bucs could take literally any position and it wouldn't matter because they're set pretty much on their team.
Yeah.
You know who I thought they were going to take? ETN if he was there.
I don't know because they have like 12 running backs that are all solid.
Yeah,
It's
but they
like
don't have
none
an
of them are
explosive guy that can receive the ball. What was the problem for the Bucs? If you watch their games, Fournette dropped a ton of passes.
They just signed Gio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was a big Gio fan coming out of college. I liked him his first or second year in Cincinnati. They just
So did I.
gave up on him
North
really
Carolina,
quick.
baby. North Carolina.
Let's see, who is it?
One thing about with all the offensive line being available, remember we talked about earlier, if there's a lot of defensive backs taken, there's going to be a lot of offensive linemen available. So day 2 is looking good for offensive linemen for us.
Oh, yeah. Steelers are going to be able to get a tackle or a center easy.
Yes.
Love it.
No centers gone. Less tackles than I expected.
Joe Tryon.
He's an outside. He's a defensive end outside linebacker. He'll be a pass rusher. He'll help them more next year than this year. But
did the kid from Notre Dame not get drafted? Did I miss that?
Or Joe?
Yeah.
What's up?
Jeremiah or
yeah, Jeremiah. Did he get taken?
No, he didn't.
Oh my God.
That's what I'm saying. Like, there are so many people available. Like, I want Steelers to trade up and grab one of them, but I also like they could sit tight and still get one of them.
This is crazy.
This is a crazy draft.
It really is. It's because of the quarterbacks, man. Those quarterbacks caused a big flux. And
there's gonna probably be one more before the Steelers pick too. I think Davis Mills gets taken before him, before the Steelers pick.
I'm having a hard time finding Joe Tryon on.
I got it. Are you looking at? Do you mean Matt's power rankings? Is that what you mean?
I was lower on him. I didn't think he was a first round pick at all.
Wow.
Where's he out of? Is it out of Washington?
Washington.
See, I'm just looking at colleges and going down your list. This is how
he's 65 or something like that. He's in the 60s.
And
I didn't think he was a first round pick. I didn't.
65. You are correct, my friend. That's where he is.
Wow, I got lucky on that guess.
And you had him in second tier as well.
I mean, he opted out. He had really kind of one good year. You know, I also didn't expect Greg Rosario, or however you say his name, from Miami to go that high because he opted out, had one good year.
Well, that's how it was working. Those guys were playing that one good year. I'm great, man. I'm good.
I mean, pass rushers, they could always get pushed up boards. You know, you never know. So,
First
I mean,
Darius ever take off that hat? Does he shower with it?
Probably.
I'm concerned.
I got to tell you, though, when the Steelers drafted TJ Watt, I was very, very ecstatic. Figure I'm a Michigan fan, so I watched him. I watched him at Wisconsin, so I wasn't one of those fake guys. Like, oh, who the heck is this? I watched him play Michigan, and that dude had a motor. And I'm like, he's a Watt. He's got a motor as it is, so I'm good to go. And it was him or Taco Charlton as a Michigan fan. I'm like, whoo, thank God it was TJ Watt. Taco Charlton has not panned out.
Yeah, I'm not a Taco fan. I wasn't a TJ Watt fan either. I didn't think he was going to be as good as JJ. I thought he lacked a little bit, but he proved me wrong. I'm not complaining now.
Dude had a motor. I'm like, I love the work. And then as soon as you saw the stuff with Harrison, when Harrison's like, sleeping in meetings, he lost his job and didn't want any part of it because the dude that had a motor on him. So
yeah,
I knew right there. I'm like, dude, this kid's legit. If he's taking over Harrison's spot, I know Harrison was older. He's got a motor and he's been everything expected out of him, man. He's wild.
And last pick of the draft is in. Joe Tryon, offensive linebacker from Washington, or outside linebacker, not offensive linebacker. That would be a stupid position. Outside linebacker from Washington. That's just where my mind went. See, this is why I can't drink when I'm on low food.
Or because it's midnight.
Yes, that's true. That is
true.
So, Steeler Nation, thank you for being part of the Steeler Nation show. This is like the first time we've done this for the entire draft. We are killing each other. Now, Morgan, are you back with us tomorrow?
Sure.
Shut up! I'm excited about it.
I have no life between competing and work. I literally have no life. Sure, let's go. Let's do it.
Great. So Morgan, I'll see you. Samantha, you available tomorrow?
Maybe. I work.
You let me know.
Our time difference sometimes doesn't exactly line up, but I will try.
But I know we're at least going late. It's another late night tomorrow on Friday. Yes. Not as late for you ladies because you're west of us, so that's nice. I know I got Colton. I know Matt, you've got wedding stuff to worry about, so you don't worry about it. What do you got? Rehearsal dinner tomorrow?
Yeah, I got the rehearsal dinner tomorrow. Like I said, late I might be able to get to you, but it's going to be in flux. So
okay,
I'll text you if I'm able to join late. It'll probably be for the third round, if anything.
That's cool. And Bill, what you up to?
I think I'll be able to be on early tomorrow.
Okay, cool. So I'll be in touch with you guys. We'll be we'll be in touch, and we'll talk tomorrow. So great having all of you on the show. Thank you very much. And that's it, Steeler Nation. Join us back tomorrow, 6:30 p.m. is when we rejoin, so we can have more fun tomorrow. We got another giveaway from Total Sports Enterprises. Tomorrow we'll be giving away a Devin Bush jersey, so another fun reason to watch. Everybody else get some sleep. I know I'm still excited. I'll be even more excited tomorrow. We got we got a special guest tomorrow, and I forget the guy's name, but he's a really cool dude from Pittsburgh, and he knows sports, and he's kind of famous. His name's Dave. I'll get his last name here quickly. Why don't you guys talk about something while I look up his name? I got it. It's Dave Damashek, and Dave Damashek is a comedy writer. He was with the Man Show. He's worked with Adam Carolla, Jimmy Kimmel on the Jimmy Kimmel Show. So we're excited to have him because he also does a ton of podcasts. So Dave Damashek will be on the show with us exclusively tomorrow as well. So we got more fun coming up. Bryant McFadden's second interview, second part of his three-part series, and giving away that Devin Bush jersey. So join us back tomorrow, Steeler Nation. And as always, go Steelers!
Steelers. Woo!
Thanks, guys.
See y'all.
See ya.